In the vast region, countless gazes landed on Yi Futian. He did not know how to concoct pills. Also, Yi Futian claimed that he had only been concocting pills for a short while. Was he toying with alchemy divine palace? He stood there speechless. As an alchemy master, he naturally could tell the grade of a pill. He could sense what grade the pill that Yi Futian concocted was at. The pill that Yi Futian concocted was most likely on par with the one that he came up with. However, Yi Futian was only a fourth-tier Renhuang. Could it be that this fellow had a flawless divine wheel, and his way was without any blemish? On top of there were many other cultivators who were mavens present. From a glance, they could tell that Yi Futian's skill of refining pills was extraordinary. Now that Yi Futian had demonstrated his skill, it was indeed proven that none of the alchemy masters present at the alchemy conference were comparable to him. Even Grandmaster he would most likely pale into insignificance when compared to Yi Futian. Since when did such a young alchemy grandmaster arise? Concocting pills was a time-consuming process. It was rare to encounter a young and skillful alchemy grandmaster. Qi Mu of Alchemy Divine Palace was an exception. His talent was 1 in a million. However, yet another exceptional alchemy master had appeared now. All the cultivators, who were proficient in concocting pills, from Donghua Domain were gathered in Alchemy Divine Palace? If that was the case, how about this youth? Let alone the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, even the cultivators from Taiyuan continent, who accompanied Alchemy Emperor on his trip, were stunned. Before this, they had asked Yi Futian before whether or not he was proficient in concocting pills. Yi Futian told them that he had a rudimentary understanding of the matter and wasn't really good at it. Was this what he meant by being not very good at it? Yi Futian merely concocted a pill casually, and the result was a pill of this grade. Was this what he called a rudimentary understanding? How would those elderly cultivators, who had devoted their lives to concocting pills, think of this? Yi Futian was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai, a cultivator who had trained on Eastern Deity Island. The cultivators from Taiyuan continent thought of Yi Futian's identity. The descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai had personally led him here. From the looks of it, their judgment of Yi Futian had been clouded due to their prejudice towards him. If Yi Futian was really an ordinary cultivator, would Goddess Donglai have brought him here? Moreover, Goddess Donglai was prepared to introduce him to the Millet Emperor. Based on the current situation, it seemed like they had come prepared. Of course, the cultivators from Taiyuan continent would not tell the rest Yi Futian's identity. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were pompous, and they looked down on other alchemy factions in the Donghua domain. They disdained even the tower of the Alchemy Emperor. Yi Futian's action this time was considered delivering a lesson to them. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace ought to know that their place was not the only place where powerful alchemy grandmasters could be found. "Who are you?" asked Qi Mu from Alchemy Divine Palace while looking at Yi Futian. Qi Mu's temperament was good, and he was well-mannered. He didn't reveal any hint of malice. He was purely curious about Yi Futian. Yi Futian visited the place along with the disciples of Alchemy Emperor. It would be common if Yi Futian said that he was the heir of Alchemy Emperor. However, Yi Futian had denied that. So what was his identity? With Yi Futian's skill in concocting pills, most likely very few people could contend with him even in Alchemy Divine Palace. "I'm Yi Lionian, a fledgling alchemy master," Yi Futian responded with a smile. "Yi Lionian," Qi Mu mumbled. "You must be joking. With such superb skills in refining pills, I am sure you must have devoted yourself in this area for many years. Alchemy Emperor is a top alchemy grandmaster whom I have always admired. It is normal for the Emperor to have an heir like you." Qi Mu's words were aimed to feel Yi Futian out. Qi Mu held on to his speculation that Yi Futian was a disciple of Alchemy Emperor. It was just that Yi Futian did not admit it before this. Hence, when Qi Mu talked to Yi Futian this time, his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian's. Qi Mu wanted to see how Yi Futian would reply to him. "Regardless of whether you believe or not, I have indeed only started concocting pills for a short period of time. I came in contact with the art just a few years ago. I am also not a disciple of Alchemy Emperor," Yi Futian replied with a smile. He knew that the other party was curious, but he did not reveal anything, leaving them to their own speculation. Are you interested in joining Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate? Qi Mu asked. Now, in the Donghua domain, Alchemy Divine Palace is considered the top holy land for concocting pills. In Alchemy Divine Palace, your pill concocting ability will be fully developed. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Was this Qi Mu inviting impressive alchemy masters to join Alchemy Divine Palace whenever he came across them? Before this, he had extended him an invitation. Now Qi Mu was also doing the same. Yi Futian felt that the way Qi Mu phrased his invitation sounded weird. Alchemy Divine Palace would fully develop his talent? Qi Mu, from your tone, you make it seem as though that Alchemy Divine Palace has cultivated many more alchemy masters with superior abilities compared to him, said Lin Qiu with a smile beside them. Fully develop his talent? How many people in Alchemy Divine Palace have pill concocting ability that can compare to him? Why does he need to join Alchemy Divine Palace? Lin Qiu already knew Yi Futian's identity. His previous speculation had not been off the mark. Yi Futian was not from the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor on the Taiyuan continent. He was from Eastern Deity Island in the Penglai continent. That maiden was the descendant of Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian might be her disciple and might have received the teachings passed down from Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai was the top alchemy grandmaster in the Donghua domain back when he was alive. Would his heir need to be enrolled in Alchemy Divine Palace to learn the art of concocting pills? This Qi Mu actually claimed that Yi Futian should join Alchemy Divine Palace not to waste his talents. Only God knew where Qi Mu gained his confidence from. Even up until this moment, Qi Mu seemed to bear an air of superiority. He believed that the Alchemy Divine Palace was the best holy land for concocting pills in the Donghua domain. Hence, all the powerful alchemy grandmasters had to join the palace. Aside from Alchemy Divine Palace, it is very difficult for other forces to help him improve his pill concocting ability to the next level, Qi Mu calmly replied, ignoring the mocking tone in Lin Qiu's voice. He looked at Yi Futian and said, although not many people in Alchemy Divine Palace have greater attainments in concocting pills compared to you, we still have many incredible alchemy grandmasters. You can exchange ideas with them. In the future, we can also regularly have discussions on the methods of concocting pills. On the ancient mountain, an elder who had come here said, Yi Lionian, if you are willing to join Alchemy Divine Palace, we can provide you with the best resources for cultivation. We can even ask the palace lord to personally instruct you in concocting pills. How about it? Yi Futian looked at the other party. These people were courteous. Yi Futian originally had concocted the pill to challenge Alchemy Divine Palace. Yet, after seeing the level of his pill concocting ability, they had actually offered him invitations one after another. They wanted him to join Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate and had not viewed him with animosity. Most of the time, their animosity towards each other was due to their different stances. If Yi Futian joined Alchemy Divine Palace, he would naturally be on the same side as the other party. Although the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor has Alchemy Emperor to hold the fort, it is still not considered the true holy land for concocting pills. It lacks the resources. Alchemy Divine Palace is the most suitable place for you. With your level of pill concocting ability, you should not miss this opportunity, another person said. This caused the people in the space to reveal strange expressions. Their academic discussion had descended into poaching Yi Futian. They wanted to undermine the members of Alchemy Emperor and get Yi Futian to join their Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate. Everyone, your suggestions are quite moving. However, I am not that interested, Yi Futian replied with a smile. He rejected the other party's invitation directly. Why would he join Alchemy Divine Palace to cultivate? Setting aside his relationship with Alchemy Emperor, Yi Futian was originally from Eastern Deity Island. He was the Eastern Deity Island's second island lord and the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. How could he join Alchemy Divine Palace? The members of Alchemy Divine Palace were also somewhat full of themselves and looked too highly upon themselves. They believed that Alchemy Divine Palace was the most powerful holy land for concocting pills. It was as though missing this opportunity to join them would be a huge loss. He might learn many things if he joined Alchemy Divine Palace, but Yi Futian did not believe that he had the energy to focus on this. The inheritance that Supreme Deity Donglai gave him was already sufficient. Yi Futian rejected Qi Mu's offer. It seemed like Alchemy Divine Palace had failed to recruit him. Qi Mu saw that Yi Futian had rejected them. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Since that is the case, please concoct your best pill, sir. Why don't we compare our work?" Since Yi Futian was unwilling to join Alchemy Divine Palace, he was here to stir up trouble and to prevent their alchemy conference from wrapping up. If so, Qi Mu would make his move and compare his work with Yi Futian. Countless gazes looked over in their direction. Many people revealed excited looks. The top alchemy genius figure of Alchemy Divine Palace was personally stepping out. What grade would the pill he concocted be at? If Yi Futian went all in, how would the pills that the two of them concocted compare? However, Yi Futian merely cast an indifferent glance at the other party and answered, "I'm not interested." As he said this, he immediately turned and left. Before this, he was forced to concoct pills by the other party. To appease them, he had to do it. Now, Qi Mu wanted to compare works with him? When would this end? Qi Mu frowned. Numerous cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace unleashed their auras. Lin Qiu and his group took a step forward. As he scanned the crowd, he said, "What's happening now? Could it be that the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace are bad at alchemy and are now prepared to forcefully make others stay?" "Let them leave," ordered the elder of Alchemy Divine Palace, who stood on the ancient mountain. Immediately, many cultivators retracted their auras and allowed Yi Futian's group to leave. They had no reason to keep Yi Futian and his group around today. Countless people were watching the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. If they forcefully made Yi Futian stay, they would only bring shame onto Alchemy Divine Palace. "Let's go," Yi Futian said to his companions. His group turned around and walked towards the exit. "Is your ability in concocting pills really strong? Aren't they weak?" asked Beigong Shuang innocently as they were leaving. When the crowd heard her comment, countless cultivators had their eyes dead set on her. Those alchemy grandmasters itched to seize Beigong Shuang and give her a good beating. Didn't this girl understand the etiquette of taking care of the pride of others? Why would she humiliate them before she left? Yi Futian glanced at Beigong Shuang, speechless. "In the future, I shall visit you. We can learn the way of alchemy from each other." Qi Mu's voice sounded from afar and was transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. Clearly, the other party did not plan to leave this be. Yi Futian and his group continued walking around Wangdu. They then returned to their inn. However, according to Lin Qiu, they had only covered a small part of Wangdu. As the main city of the Dongxiao continent, Wangdu was expansive and had countless cultivators. Even so, news of Yi Futian's group had spread very quickly. It was for no other reason than the alchemy conference of Alchemy Divine Palace receiving a lot of attention. Everything that occurred during the conference would naturally be known far and wide very quickly. Soon, it was being discussed in taverns big and small. Many people now knew that Alchemy Emperor had also come to Wangdu. Alchemy Emperor's descendants had also come into conflict with an alchemy grandmaster of Alchemy Divine Palace and even managed to suppress him. Some people said that Alchemy Emperor had done this on purpose, sending people to disturb the alchemy conference to prove his pill concocting ability. However, some people also believed that Alchemy Emperor was above doing so, and that the members of Alchemy Divine Palace had spoken out arrogantly in the first place. They had boasted that most of the talented alchemy masters in the Donghua domain were from Alchemy Divine Palace. They ignored the existence of Alchemy Emperor and the other alchemy forces. That was why the disciple of Alchemy Emperor could not take it. However, Alchemy Emperor did not know about this. While Yi Futian was out strolling, Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai went to Wangshan Watchtower to visit the master there, Millet Emperor. Ordinary people would naturally not be able to meet the Millet Emperor easily, but Goddess Donglai could. She was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai and Millet Emperor were good friends. Many years ago, when Goddess Donglai was still young, she had been close with Millet Emperor and called him uncle. Millet Emperor would always embrace her. Their relationship was naturally intimate. It was just that after things occurred to Supreme Deity Donglai, Goddess Donglai had always remained in seclusion on Eastern Deity Island. Many years had passed, and their relationship had grown distant. After Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai returned, many people came to see them in the palace. The number of people who came grew. Many of them were renowned figures of Wangdu. Alchemy Emperor could only receive them. After that, only did he know that Yi Futian's group had stirred up trouble in Wangdu and that they had directly offended Alchemy Divine Palace. This made him speechless. Right now, in the banquet area in the palace, an elder smiled at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Now, Alchemy Divine Palace is the largest alchemy force in Wangdu. Alchemy grandmasters are being drawn to it. It is difficult for the cultivators from the outside to obtain even a pill from them. This has caused Alchemy Divine Palace to grow more and more arrogant. Now that Alchemy Emperor has come, it is good for someone to knock them down a few notches. They should understand that Alchemy Divine Palace is not the only alchemy force." This cultivator was clearly dissatisfied with Alchemy Divine Palace. After hearing this, Alchemy Emperor was somewhat speechless. It seemed that he had been dragged into this mess. Many people believed that Yi Futian was intentionally sent by the Alchemy Emperor to stir up trouble in Alchemy Divine Palace and sully their image. That is right. That person proclaimed himself the top alchemy master after Supreme Deity Donglai and is even more arrogant. Alchemy Emperor is the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Your ability will certainly not be weaker than his, said another person. This was all just fancy words to appease Alchemy Emperor. However, in reality, the Alchemy Emperor knew his own strength. Rumor has it that the person in Alchemy Divine Palace was already aiming to break through to the next plane. That person's pill concocting ability was extremely proficient. In terms of level, it should be above that of Alchemy Emperors. After all, many years ago, the other party had been an incredible alchemy grandmaster. Alchemy Emperor naturally did not take such praise to heart. Everyone. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Lionian is neither my disciple nor an alchemy master of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor. I did not send him to the alchemy conference of Alchemy Divine Palace. This matter should just be a coincidence, Alchemy Emperor explained. Such an explanation was meaningless, as those who had misunderstood would still misunderstand. Nevertheless, Alchemy Emperor was not so free to find fault with Alchemy Divine Palace on this trip and stir up trouble. "He isn't?" someone said as they revealed a strange expression. He looked at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Then, who brought up such an outstanding and monstrous alchemy master?" Alchemy Emperor would not lie to them on this. If Yi Lionian were his disciple or cultivated in the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, Alchemy Emperor would not deny it. "Regarding that, I will not say anything on the matter. Please understand," Alchemy Emperor said as he saluted with his fists. This caused the crowd to be even more curious. Could Yi Lionian's master be one of the powerful alchemy grandmasters who kept low profiles? They could not figure out who it could be. "Could we meet little friend Yi?" someone asked with a smile. "I'll ask him," Alchemy Emperor replied as he instructed a person beside him. The person left and, not long after, Yi Futian's group arrived. Yi Futian glanced at the group of people before him. They were all senior figures with upper-level Renhuang cultivation. "Seniors, Junior Yi Lionian bids you all well," Yi Futian said with a smile as he bowed politely. Although Yi Futian's ability was not below that of many senior figures, he was still a junior figure. He should not forego the necessary courtesies. "He has a good temperament," someone praised when he saw Yi Futian. Yi Futian was dressed in white robes and had white hair. He appeared extraordinarily handsome. Yi Futian's temperament alone gave off an outstanding vibe. One could tell that he was a prominent figure at a glance. He is such a prominent figure. He must be from a powerful background. I wonder which master managed to cultivate such an extraordinary talent, someone else praised. He was trying to dig up Yi Futian's identity. Yi Futian indeed gave off such a vibe. With such temperament, he appeared to be a descendant of a powerful clan. Based on Alchemy Emperor's tone, that should be the case. "Seniors, All of you are praising me too highly, Yi Futian replied with a smile as he greeted them back. He similarly did not answer the other party's question. Little friend Ye's alchemy techniques are outstanding. Even Grandmaster Z, he was rendered speechless, someone said with a smile. Many people claimed that when little friend Yi presented your pill, no one from Alchemy Divine Palace could say a word. I can imagine how their expressions were like then. What grade was the pill that little friend Yi concocted? It was a middle grade pill. After all, my cultivation is at the middle level Runhuang plane. Yi Futian answered with a smile. The other party smiled and nodded his head slightly. They had all heard that although the pill he had concocted was only a middle grade pill, it was a flawless pill of the Great Path. It was just that they had not witnessed it themselves. At that moment, a person traversed the sky nearby and immediately landed on the cliff outside the palace. Yi Futian turned to look at him. The person who had arrived saluted with his fists and said, "A representative of Heavenly Battle Palace greets Senior Alchemy Emperor." He was from Heavenly Battle Palace. Yi Futian recalled the place with the extremely magnificent law battle area that they had passed by yesterday. They were the top force in Wangdu Heavenly Battle Palace. Yi Futian never imagined that their representative would come here. The position of this force in Wangdu was not below that of Alchemy Divine Palace. "Please come in," Alchemy Emperor said as he looked outside. The person immediately crossed the sky and came over. "What brings Heavenly Battle Palace here?" Alchemy Emperor asked. With Heavenly Battle Palace's position, they did not need to flatter him. "We have come to seek Runhuang Yi and Lin Qiu," the person who arrived said. Yi Futian and Lin Qiu beside him felt somewhat surprised. Heavenly Battle Palace was looking for them? Alchemy Emperor looked at Yi Futian. With a smile, he said, "You all should chat." Yi Futian asked, "What business do you have with me?" The other party answered, "Heavenly Battle Palace has heard that recently many cultivators from the neighboring continents have come to Wangdu. Hence, we wanted to invite everyone to pay us a visit. Aside from that, we have also invited many forces from Wangdu. Coincidentally, there will be a few exciting battles taking place in Heavenly Battle Palace. Therefore, we intentionally came over to invite Runhuang Yi, Dragon Submission Villa, as well as everyone from Taiwan continent to come over to Heavenly Battle Palace to spectate the battles. Heavenly Battle Palace is a place for law battles and regularly becomes a place to meet people. Cultivators love to battle. With such conditions, Heavenly Battle Palace is a suitable place to meet people," Lin Qiu explained to Yi Futian through transmitted thought. Lin Qiu then smiled and said, "All right, since Heavenly Battle Palace has come especially to invite us over, we will naturally oblige. Thank you for coming all this way." As Lin Qiu said this, he looked over at Yi Futian, who was beside him, and asked, "Shall we go together?" "All right, let's go over to take a look," Yi Futian said. Since the other party had come all this way to invite them over, he would naturally oblige. "Everyone, let's go," the other party said as he gestured. Yi Futian's group walked out. The member from Heavenly Battle Palace bowed slightly at Alchemy Emperor and said, "Apologies for disturbing Senior Alchemy Emperor. We will be leaving." Alchemy Emperor nodded his head slightly and did not say anything. Very quickly, the other group also disappeared. As they watched the silhouettes head off, someone said, "The members of Heavenly Battle Palace love to battle. That fellow might have arranged this gathering. They must have also invited Alchemy Divine Palace aside from inviting little friend Yi. It is not a possibility. It is a certainty," commented someone to the side. "They would not miss such an event. Not just Alchemy Divine Palace. Anyone that they invite would also not miss this event." As they spoke, they glanced over at Alchemy Emperor, seemingly wanting to glean something from his expression. However, they saw that the Alchemy Emperor's expression was calm, as though everything was as usual, and there was nothing off. He seemed to be unfazed by Yi Futian's departure. Could it be that he was not worried that Yi Futian would be taken advantage of? Or rather, it was his confidence towards Yi Futian's ability. Aside from his alchemy techniques, they did not know much about the actual ability of that monstrous alchemy master. However, he was most likely not weak. Right now, Heavenly Battle Palace was filled with people and was extremely lively. Wangdu was vast and endless. Yet, among the most prosperous and lively places in Wangdu, Heavenly Battle Palace was second to none. In Heavenly Battle Palace, a large number of cultivators of various planes gathered every day. Each law battle platform was grand and impressive. From top to bottom, it was extremely majestic. Yifutian's group were guided upstairs by the cultivator from Heavenly Battle Palace. There were already many people waiting there. Yifutian saw some of the people he had encountered yesterday. Qi Mu and Zhong Fan from Alchemy Divine Palace had also been invited. From another direction, there were many cultivators also making their way over here. One group among them was exceptionally eye-catching. They were a group of goddesses from Goddess Peak. At that moment, a group of people stood up on a level nearby. They were the cultivators of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, and a formless pressure emanated from his body. His figure was proportional, and his facial features were distinct. This person was Yang Qian, who was the eldest son of Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord. He was also the most talented person in Heavenly Battle Palace. He was considered by many to be the next Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord. He had cultivated for more than 100 years and was now a powerful existence at the upper-level Renhuang plane. His combat ability was extremely powerful. Now, Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord had already begun paving the way for his son to inherit the title of Palace Lord. Yang Qian could already command many of the elders of Heavenly Battle Palace. Right now, there were many cultivators beside Yang Qian. The cultivators sitting on the levels watching the law battle platform were all incredible figures from Heavenly Battle Palace. Yang Qian from Heavenly Battle Palace welcomes all of you, Yang Qian said as he saluted at the crowd with his fists. The members of the forces of Wangdu naturally knew who he was. However, there were some outsiders who did not recognize him. So, Yang Qian intentionally mentioned his own name. He is the eldest son of Heavenly Battle Palace Palace Lord and the future master of Heavenly Battle Palace. Lin Xiao explained to Yifutian via thought transmission. Yifutian immediately understood. He must also be the one who invited everyone here this time. Aside from a person of such status, no one else could invite various cultivators to gather together without embarrassing themselves. Many people returned his salute. Yang Qian glanced around at the crowd. He then looked at Yifutian with a smile and said, "You must be Renhuang Yi. Before this, you have displayed your abilities during the alchemy conference. I have heard about this from other people. Hence, I specifically instructed for Renhuang Yi to be invited over." "You are too kind," Yifutian replied with a smile. "Please be seated," Yang Qian said as he gestured towards a seat. Yifutian and the others sat down immediately. Yang Qian also looked towards the cultivators from Goddess Peak and said, "Goddess, we are all familiar with each other. Please, be seated." The cultivators from Goddess Peak had extraordinary temperament. They sat down in seats near Yifutian's group. Many of them looked over at Yifutian curiously. Hearing what Yang Qian said, they naturally also knew that Yifutian was the person who caused the disturbance during the alchemy conference. The major forces of Wangdu were the first to know about this. The members of Goddess Peak naturally also heard of this. The arrival of Yifutian's group drew the attention of many people. Or rather, they were interested in Yifutian. He had already become a prominent figure. Of course, the people who were most interested in Yifutian were undoubtedly the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Qi Mu, Zhong Fan, Zihe, and the rest of their group were sitting to one side. They looked over when Yifutian arrived. They only shifted their gazes when they saw Yifutian sit down. They appeared to be talking casually to each other. However, the people here knew that the storm during yesterday's alchemy conference was not settled. There was bound to be a continuation. It was just that no one knew when the situation would erupt. After that, cultivators from all over arrived one after another. There were cultivators from the top forces of Wangdu and cultivators from various other continents like Yifutian's group. Nevertheless, those invited here were the top forces of the various continents. Otherwise, they would not have caught the eye of Heavenly Battle Palace. More and more people gathered here. It was very lively. Fortunately, this area was expansive, and there were many seats to watch the platforms from. The view was excellent. This was a place to spectate law battles. At a glance, all the law battle platforms were in sight. Yifutian turned to look at the law battle platforms below. Matrices surrounded each law battle platform. They were scattered across different areas, and they were well spaced out. Even their heights were different. The layout was similar to that of the Juqian temple back then. The higher the plane of a battle, the taller the law battle platform it would be held on. The lowest platforms were for law battles between those below the Saint Plane. They already formed their own area on the lower half of Heavenly Battle Palace. The people above were not too interested in the battles here. Many people were more interested in the law battle platforms in the center region. They were the platforms for the battle between saints. Battles between cultivators at the Saint Plane were the most frequent battles in Heavenly Battle Palace. Among the people who came to participate in these battles, some came for fame. Others came for benefits. No matter their reason for coming, Heavenly Battle Palace was the best training ground to temper one's combat ability. There was a single law battle platform at the region at the very top. It floated in the sky and was enveloped in the light of a matrix. It seemed ethereal, appearing transparent. If there were no battles on it, it would appear as though it did not exist and there was no law battle platform there. This law battle platform was reserved for renhuangs. Not many renhuangs participated in law battles. Hence, there was only one law battle platform reserved for them. This platform was sufficient to support the renhuangs who wanted to participate in law battles. Yifutian casually glanced at the various battlefields below. Battles between saints and between sages no longer caught his attention. He merely looked around. After all, his cultivation and the cultivation of those around him were already beyond the Saint Plane. Xianxia, when you invited us over, didn't you mention that there would be exciting law battles? Why haven't you arranged for one yet? A crisp voice sounded at that moment. The person who had spoken was a female cultivator from Goddess Peak. Although her voice was authoritative, her appearance was stunning. She made people feel that her beauty could only be admired. No one dared to approach and sully her image. Goddess, you are still so impatient, Xianxia stated with a smile. He gave some instructions to the people beside him and immediately, someone left. Not long after, a light of the great path shone. The law battle platform seemed to be changing. It became real and floated in midair. It was like a gigantic battle platform. Light of the great path circled the platform. The matrix around it contained the aura of the great path of space. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in midair. It descended from the sky, and his silhouette landed on the law battle platform. This person had a powerful aura. An overbearing air emanated from his eyes. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivators. Many people sensed his aura. He was actually at the middle-level Renhuang plane. At that moment, many people below felt somewhat excited. Were they about to witness a Renhuang law battle up close, that of the middle-level Renhuang plane? Heavenly Battle Palace seemed to have invited many people over today. The upcoming battles would not be simple. Was only one person going up? Many people revealed bizarre expressions. If it were a law battle, he would naturally have an opponent. Why was he standing there alone? What was Xianxia planning to do? I am Wang Yi from Qin He Palace. I have heard that cultivators from many continents have arrived, preparing to train in Wangshan Watchtower. I am somewhat curious as to what level of ability the cultivators from the various continents sent here to Wangdu are at. Hence, I wish to use this opportunity to experience it for myself. The cultivator on the law battle platform proclaimed in a loud voice. He swept a glance over the crowd of cultivators and asked, "Cultivators of Taiyuan continent, would anyone be interested in a spar to test our abilities against each other?" Yifutian frowned when he heard the words of the other party. Was Wang Yi targeting them? Had Heavenly Battle Palace invited them over a false pretense? Lin Qiu and the others also clearly realized this. They glanced over at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was normal, as though all this had nothing to do with him. Lin Qiu also noticed the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace. Zhong Fan from Alchemy Divine Palace glanced over in their direction. His expression was indifferent and calm. It was as though this was within his expectations and was no surprise. Alchemy Divine Palace and Xianxia Palace had always been close. Hence, for Alchemy Divine Palace to know something about this was no surprise. They might even be the masterminds behind this. From the Alchemy Conference, they had brought their conflict with Yi Futian onto the law battle platform. Were they planning to restore their image here? Currently, Lin Qiu did not know what role Heavenly Battle Palace was playing in this incident. However, Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace were not so close. Heavenly Battle Palace loved battles and was a law battle force. They respected the cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, but it was just respect. They would not be ordered around by Alchemy Divine Palace unless it was something they themselves wanted to do. Heavenly Battle Palace wanted to witness an exciting battle. Now that the cultivators from various continents had arrived, in addition to the friction caused during the Alchemy Conference, they had the opportunity they wanted to organize a law battle between powerful renhuangs. Loud, intense roars came from below. The crowd seemed to be waiting in anticipation for this battle. Law battles between powerful renhuangs were rare, unlike the battles between sages and saints. It was because even if they were merely sparring, renhuangs hated being spectated by others. Now there was such an opportunity. The person who had come out to battle was a cultivator from the Xianxia Palace, a top force. The person who the cultivator had incited to battle was the Taiyuan continent cultivator, who had caused a disturbance during the alchemy conference. His spears were aimed at the powerful alchemy grandmaster Yi Lionian. If you wish to ignore this challenge, leave immediately. Heavenly Battle Palace will not dare to do anything. They are not qualified to directly interfere in whether or not you accept the law battle. Lin Qiu explained to Yi Futian over transmitted thoughts. No matter what Heavenly Battle Palace's motive was, if Heavenly Battle Palace had invited them all here to see their law battles, Heavenly Battle Palace had plotted against them. Yi Futian and Lin Qiu would naturally feel dissatisfied. Yi Futian naturally would not accept the law battle. A mere middle-level renhuang from Xianxia Palace wanted a law battle with him? How would they battle? They were not on the same level. A 7th-tier upper-level renhuang was barely qualified to invite Yi Futian for a law battle. Yi Futian looked at the law battle platform. His expression was calm. It was as though all this was unrelated to him. The other party had invited cultivators from the Taiyuan continent to have a law battle with him. In reality, they were targeting Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was not a cultivator from the Taiyuan continent. Many people sitting beside him gazed at him. They wanted to see how he would respond. However, they were quickly disappointed when Yi Futian remained sitting there, showing no intention of battling. On the other hand, some renhuangs next to Yi Futian frowned. Their expressions were not happy. They naturally also realized that Heavenly Battle Palace invited them over with ulterior motives. Now, a member of Xianxia Palace had directly challenged them. Would they accept the challenge? It was not just the people on this side. In the vast area of Heavenly Battle Palace, countless cultivators below all lifted their heads and looked over. They wanted to witness a law battle between renhuangs. It remained to be seen whether the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent would allow them to do so. The cultivators from Xianxia Palace are proficient in battle, Xianxia said with a smile. It has been many years since Wang Yi has proven his way and reached the middle-level renhuang plane. His divine wheel of the Great Path is powerful, and his combat ability is also extraordinary. Among the figures of the same level in Wangdu, his combat ability is considered extremely powerful. This is his first time participating in a law battle here in Heavenly Battle Palace. It will certainly be a spectacle. Yang Qian did not coerce the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent to participate in the battle. He seemed to keep on talking on his own. Under such circumstances, if the cultivators from the Taiyuan continent wanted to leave, he would not say anything. Yesterday, during the alchemy conference, Renhuang Yi displayed extremely proficient pill concocting ability. He concocted extraordinary pills with middle-level Renhuang plane cultivation. I believe that his own ability must certainly be outstanding. Will I have the opportunity to experience it for myself? Another person said at the moment. The person who spoke was Grandmaster Zihe. Yesterday, after Yi Futian concocted his pills, He knew that, in terms of pill concocting ability, even he was no match for Yi Futian. He speculated that Yi Futian's ability would definitely not be weak. Yi Futian might even be very powerful. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at He. He smiled and asked, "Does Grandmaster He want to have a law battle with me?" He was stunned. His plane was much higher than Yi Futian's. He would naturally not participate himself. His meaning should have been obvious. "Wang Ye's plane is the same as Huang Ye's," said Qi Mu to the side as he looked at the law battle platform. Yi Futian traced Qi Mu's gaze and looked in the direction of Wang Yi. Wang Yi similarly was looking at him. His eyes were burning with battle intent. Clearly, Wang Yi desired to have a match with him. "Grandmaster He's plane of cultivation is also higher than mine. However, does it mean that the pills that he concocted will definitely be better than mine?" Yi Futian said indifferently as he cast a glance in the direction of Wang Yi. "If I were to join the law battle, he would be unworthy as my opponent." Yi Futian's tone was arrogant. Since the other party was dying to challenge him, naturally, he did not need to be polite with them. Yesterday, when he was at the alchemy conference, the cultivators of Xianxia Palace had tried all sorts of tricks on him. Now that they wanted to challenge him in a law battle, did they think it would be sufficient for them to send out a representative at this level? The crowd had naturally sensed the arrogance in Yi Futian's tone. It seemed like he was indeed very confident of his skills. Wang Yi was considered a powerful figure in Xianxia Palace. Yet Yi Futian claimed that he was unworthy to be his opponent in a law battle. Moreover, Yi Futian had shamed both He and Wang Yi in his speech. On the law battle platform, Wang Ye's gaze was fixed upon Yi Futian. A formless might of the great path pressed down on Yi Futian's space from across the platform, seemingly forcing Yi Futian to retaliate. Yi Futian frowned and swept a glance at the other party. For a split second, Yi Futian's eyes changed. Wang Yi felt as though he was staring at a full moon instead of a pair of eyes. He felt a chill all over his body. The cold seemed to freeze even his soul. The crowd revealed strange expressions. They could sense that a formless aura of the Great Path had appeared in both their eyes. This aura of the Great Path was chilly, emanating a frosty vibe. Were the two of them already exchanging blows? Sizzle. Frost appeared in the air. The crowd noticed that frost also appeared on the body of Wang Yi, who was standing on the law battle platform. His hair turned white as it was covered with a layer of rime. He was shivering, as though the surrounding was very cold. At this moment, Wang Yi, who was already a renhuang, actually felt extremely cold. He attempted to break free from that sensation. However, he had fallen into his opponent's control. A glance from Yi Futian was enough to make him fall. Many people were astonished as they stared at Yi Futian. He had not even lifted a finger. He merely looked at Wang Yi. He was still firmly seated in his seat. "You want me to have a law battle with you?" Yi Futian uttered. His voice seemed to contain the might of a sonic wave. It was deep and domineering. His voice carried the might of Buddha, which could instill fear in people's hearts. As soon as Yi Futian spoke, countless voices reverberated in Wang Ye's mind. He felt as though his soul was going to explode. With a splat, Wang Yi had actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have received a shock from an invisible force. He took a few steps backward as his face turned ashen. At this moment, the might dissipated. Wang Yi had finally freed himself from the unpleasant sensation. He raised his head and looked at Yi Futian, who remained seated. The white-haired youth had a calm expression, as though he had never attacked Wang Yi at all. "Do you still want a law battle with me?" Yi Futian asked. His voice still sounded nonchalant. Wang Ye's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He stood up and bowed slightly at Yi Futian, saying, "Thanks for showing me a few pointers." After Wang Yi had greeted Yi Futian, he turned around and left directly. He was too ashamed to stay around. With just a brief exchange, Yi Futian had engraved in him a profound lesson. There was nothing powerful about being at the Renhuang plane. The Renhuangs of Xianxia Palace had extraordinary combat ability. Wang Yi considered himself outstanding. However, only now did he realize how weak and frail he was. Wang Yi could not even withstand a gaze or a shout from Yifutian. A law battle? Wang Yi was not worthy. What would he bring to a law battle? Wang Yi turned and walked away. He got off the law battle platform and left, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Just then, deafening cries of astonishment and the noise of rowdy discussion came from below the law battle platform. Although they had not witnessed a law battle, it was as though they had seen a battle that was even more soul-stirring than a law battle. With just a gaze, Yifutian caused a Renhuang at the same level to be knocked back and surrender? From Wang Ye's response, he admitted his defeat. He no longer had the intention of battling, being defeated fair and square. This could only mean that the two of them were not even on the same level. The difference between them was too great. The people who were sitting on the spectator stand were also astonished at Yifutian's might. The cultivators of Qin He Palace felt disgraced. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were also speechless. They had coerced Yifutian to a law battle, yet Wang Yi could not withstand even a gaze from Yifutian. Their abilities were not matched. What could Wang Yi bring to their law battle? Even though they had speculated that Yifutian's ability might be very powerful, they had not imagined that he would be so powerful. Based on Yifutian's attack just now, it would be difficult for even a fifth-tier Renhuang to defeat him. No wonder he had directly challenged Grandmaster Zihe. If you want to see me in a law battle, your core members should come out personally. For instance, if the young Palace Lord of Heavenly Battle Palace were to stand on the law battle platform, I might consider it, Yifutian said indifferently. Such arrogant words startled the surrounding people. What sort of figure was the young Palace Lord of Heavenly Battle Palace? He was already a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. His combat ability was also very powerful. No one below the upper-level Renhuang plane was a match for him. However, they could hear the dissatisfaction in Yifutian's tone. This time, Heavenly Battle Palace had invited them over, yet they actually wanted to watch Yifutian participate in a law battle. Yifutian naturally had qualms with this. Hence, he had said such words, venting the frustration in his heart. The young Palace Lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, Xianxia, ignored Yifutian's discontentment. He laughed heartily and said, I have to confess to Renhuang Yi about the matters today. I have indeed invited you all here with other motives in mind. I wanted to witness the abilities of the members of various continents. This is how I am. I love law battles. If I have offended Renhuang Yi, please excuse my offense. Many people revealed strange expressions. Yang Qian was actually apologizing to Yifutian. It seemed that Yifutian's previous attack had won Yang Qian's respect. I regret missing the grand occasion at the alchemy conference. I never imagined that I would witness such a scene today. I am getting even more curious about Renhuang Yi. Your pill-concocting ability and combat ability are extraordinary. If my speculation is correct, Alchemy Emperor has brought Renhuang Yi to Wangdu to meet Millet Emperor. Yang Qian asked with a smile. Many people had come this time for the Wangshan Watchtower. However, not many people dared to say that they had come to meet Millet Emperor. After all, even if they could enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, they would not necessarily meet Millet Emperor. However, the instantaneous exchange just now made Yang Qian realize that Alchemy Emperor had brought Renhuang Yi to Wangdu for this purpose. Yifutian smiled casually and did not respond directly. He merely said, I just came out to see and experience Wangdu. I did not have anything planned. This time, he was mainly following Goddess Donglai's arrangement, following her to Wangdu. Yifutian also had no plans of cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower. Goddess Donglai meant to introduce him to Millet Emperor now that he was considered half a disciple of Supreme Deity Donglai. The master of the Wangshan Watchtower, the top figure on Dongshao continent, Millet Emperor, was good friends with Supreme Deity Donglai back in the day. Renhuang Ye's ability is extraordinary, and your alchemy techniques are also so astonishing. May I ask, what is the relationship between Renhuang Yi and Alchemy Emperor? A voice asked. Yifutian shifted his gaze towards the person who had spoken. It was actually a disciple of Goddess Peak. She had an extremely outstanding appearance and temperament. She was a goddess of Goddess Peak. Goddess of Goddess Peak, Empress E. Lin Qiu introduced her to Yi Futian via thought transmission. Empress Yi's question was also what other people wanted to know. Yi Futian had such outstanding alchemy techniques, but he claimed that he was not a disciple of Alchemy Emperor. Then what was his identity? Up until now, this was still a mystery. No one knew. However, even if he wasn't a disciple of Alchemy Emperor, he had come to Wangdu with Alchemy Emperor's entourage. Yi Futian must have an extremely intimate relationship with him. Goddess will naturally know in the future. Yi Futian replied with a smile, not answering the other party's question, since Goddess Donglai had instructed him not to reveal his identity. For now, she naturally had her reasons for doing so. Alchemy Emperor had also instructed the members who had come with them from the Taiyuan continent to keep it to themselves for now. Only they knew that Yi Futian was not the disciple of Alchemy Emperor, but his junior, an heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. If the people knew that Yi Futian was the heir of the once top alchemy grandmaster of the Donghua domain, they would probably treat him differently. It would certainly whip up a storm. After all, aside from his daughter, Supreme Deity Donglai did not have an heir back then. After he perished, Eastern Deity Island went into seclusion and was gradually forgotten by the world. After so many years, Eastern Deity Island was gradually forgotten by the top forces of the Donghua domain. Run Huang Yi, can't you reveal a little? Empress Yi asked with a smile. It was hard to refuse her. Yang Qian, who was sitting there, also went along with her and said, I am also similarly curious about this. Since it will be revealed in the future, why don't you give us a teaser? Or maybe you can hint about it a little. Alchemy Emperor is considered my senior, and not my teacher. Yi Futian replied with a smile. It was still an answer that did not reveal anything. However, it was considered a hint for them to speculate on. Supreme Deity Donglai had perished many years ago. Alchemy Emperor was just a cultivator whose Supreme Deity Donglai had instructed before. It was difficult for anyone to link Yi Futian to Supreme Deity Donglai. After all, no one would even consider Supreme Deity Donglai in their speculation. The crowd was all pondering this issue, but no one could make any head or tail. From the looks of it, we can only wait. I cannot figure this out. Has anyone managed to do so? Yang Qian asked the crowd. The crowd shook their heads. They could not figure out the true identity of this cultivator with proficient pill concocting ability, powerful combat ability, and who also claimed to be the junior of Alchemy Emperor. It seems that no one has managed to guess, Yang Qian said with a smile as he shook his head at the crowd's response. So be it. We can only wait and see. I wonder what sort of surprise will be in store. The crowd did not ponder more on Yi Futian's identity. Since the other party was unwilling to reveal it and they could not figure it out, they could only leave it be. It was a waste of time anyway. I also wish to ask everyone a question, someone asked right then. The crowd looked over at the person who spoke. He was a middle-aged Renhuang who had an authoritative aura. This person was not a cultivator from Wangdu and was instead like Yi Futian and the others. He was from another continent and was mainly here for the Wangshan Watchtower. Go on, Yang Qian said. He had invited everyone here, so he naturally knew who the other party was. This person was also an incredible Renhuang from the Taihua continent. He was a Renhuang from the Hua clan, which was the top clan of the Taihua continent. His name was Hua Tianlin. Based on what Yang Qian knew, Hua Tianlin was very famous on the continent. He was renowned far and wide. Since his youth, he was known as the most monstrous figure on the continent. Hua Tianlin came to Wangdu on the Dongshao continent with only one goal in mind: to meet the top figure of this continent, Millet Emperor. Back in the day, he had asked to study cultivation methods under Millet Emperor. Although he was a member of the top clan of the Taihua continent, he had not received instruction from any major figure. He had come this time for such an opportunity. With his ability, he would certainly get such a chance. This time, cultivators from various continents have come to Wangdu. How many of them will have the chance to meet Millet Emperor? Hua Tianlin asked. He was not that curious about Yi Futian. The divine prefecture was huge, and there were too many incredible figures. Powerful cultivators were innumerable. He couldn't pay attention to so many of them. He could only focus on what he wanted. I'm afraid no one can answer your question, Xianxia answered. Even in Wangdu, few people here have seen Millet Emperor more than once. Millet Emperor is elusive. We can't come in contact with him even if we wanted to. Be it Heavenly Battle Palace, Alchemy Divine Palace, or other forces, it is the same. If you want to ask how many people will get to meet Millet Emperor, only Millet Emperor himself knows. Hua Tianlin nodded his head and did not ask more. However, since all of you are here, you can get to know one another beforehand. Xianxia continued with a smile. Those who have come here are all prominent figures from all over. Many of you have come for the Wangshan Watchtower. If you are interested, you can get to know each other on the Law Battle platform. I have no interest in learning from others as well as verifying the abilities of others. Farewell, Hua Tianlin said. He seemed uninterested in law battles. As he said this, he actually got up, causing many people to reveal strange looks. Was Hua Tianlin actually planning to leave just like that? Those who have cultivated up to such a high cultivation plane each had their own quirks. I also have some business to attend to, so I won't stay. May we meet again in the future. Yifutian bid farewell, preparing to leave. He had entertained the other party's invitation because he had nothing to do. Hence, he had come over to check the place out. He never imagined that the other party had plotted against him and wanted him to participate in a law battle. Although Xianxia had apologized, Yifutian still did not like the atmosphere here and was not interested in participating in law battles. So he prepared to leave. This made it somewhat awkward for Xianxia. From the looks of it, his idea had missed the mark. These people had no intention of clashing with one another. However, just as Yifutian was prepared to leave, his gaze suddenly looked far into the distance. From there, a terrifying aura could faintly be sensed. It was not just Yifutian. The others in his group had also sensed it and were frantically looking in that direction. Very quickly, the sky in the distance changed color. A monstrous pressure of the Great Path loomed over them and enveloped the entire Heavenly Battle Palace. It was not just them. Very soon, the members of Heavenly Battle Palace sensed the terrifying pressure of the Great Path and frantically looked up into the sky in the distance. Xianxia frowned. Just then, behind him, cultivators emerged from the palaces of Heavenly Battle Palace one after another. Powerful wills swept out towards the distance. They had clearly also sensed the pressure. Soon, in the sky far in the distance, divine light descended from the sky. The next moment, a group of cultivators descended, accompanied by divine light. They immediately appeared above Heavenly Battle Palace. These people had extremely powerful auras. Each person had Renhuang plane cultivation. Among them, there were even a few people who had terrifying auras. The aura of top-level Renhuangs faintly emanated from their bodies. There were many upper-level Renhuangs among them. Such a lineup was frightening. Even in Wangdu, not many forces could put together such a powerful lineup. These people were clearly not a force from Wangdu. The law battles in Heavenly Battle Palace below all stopped at this moment. Countless gazes looked up at the group of cultivators who had descended from the sky. Who were these people? What business do you have with Heavenly Battle Palace? Asked Xianxia, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace. Right then, as he stood up and looked up into the sky, he had yet to discern where the other party had come from. In the Donghua domain, few forces had such a lineup. The cultivators stood high in the sky as their gazes scanned the Heavenly Battle Palace beneath them. One of them said, "This is the location of Dongshao Continent's Wangdu Law Battle." The others around the speaker nodded. Then, looking down, the people beneath them had odd expressions on their faces. After hearing those words, they knew that these people were not cultivators from the Dongshao continent but were from another continent. So they should be from a continent of a similar caliber. Yifutian and his group observed closely and found out that they did not behave like they were from a single entity. They moved and acted in separate smaller groups. They also instantly realized that these cultivators were most likely not from the same faction but multiple factions. This meant that these people could be from one of the other 6 continents of the 7 main continents of the Donghua domain. Only a continent at around the Dongshao continent's level would have such a domineering and powerful lineup. cultivators not from the 7 main continents would never have dared to arrive in such a manner. This is the Heavenly Battle Palace, the location of Wangdu Law Battle. Are you not from Wangdu? Xianxia asked. The cultivators looked down and scanned the area. Then one of them said, "We come from the north." The north. Many cultivators' pupils shrank. Within the territories of the Donghua domain, the north specifically meant the northern areas among the 7 main continents, and one continent in the northern areas was one of the 7 main continents. Among the 7 main continents within the Donghua domain, the Donghua continent was at the center. It was where the Donghua domain chief's office was situated, and it was most certainly the core of one of the 18 divine prefecture domains, which would be the Donghua domain. The other 6 main continents surrounded the Donghua continent, and between the main continents were many other continental plates scattered around the 6 main continents. It looked like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The Dongxiao continent was in the eastern areas, and the north in the northern areas meant the Yenyun continent. Since these people came from the north, they were most certainly from the Yenyun continent. The cultivators of the Yenyun continent arriving in Wangdu of the Donghua continent were not an insignificant event. It was possible that the military leaders of the Yenyun continent had also arrived, and it was unclear if they were hidden among the crowd. The north, Yifutian thought. He was searching for a memory. Due to Supreme Deity Donglai's memories, he knew a little bit about many things concerning the divine prefecture. However, the memories were scattered and in pieces, so it was still relatively blurry. Only the memory that Supreme Deity Donglai specifically left within the will during his cultivation was preserved perfectly. That was why Yifutian could inherit Supreme Deity Donglai's cultivation. However, when it came to things concerning the external world, he only knew a little, but the memories were always vague. The north, it seemed to have left a rather strong impression. Supreme Deity Donglai's main enemy was in the north. Lin Qiu's expression turned solemn. He looked at Yifutian beside him from the side. He moved as if he wanted to speak but stopped before saying anything. He had guessed Yifutian's identity, and there was a high likelihood that these people were connected to Yifutian in a ridiculous number of ways. "How much do you know about the north?" Yifutian transmitted his voice to Lin Qiu, who was beside him. He noticed that Lin Qiu had wanted to speak to him earlier, so he guessed that Lin Qiu knew some things. The northern continent centers around the Yenyun continent. The Yenyun continent is the equivalent of our Dongxiao continent. The difference between us is that the Yenyun continent's influence is more frightening. 2 superpowers had tried to conquer the continents in the past, the ancient royal families of the Yen clan and the Yun clan. The Yun clan had vanished over time, and only the great Yen ancient royal family stayed and carried on until this day. It has a long history. Its history is not something the Wangshan Watchtower can compare against. Lin Qiu transmitted his voice and continued to brief Yifutian. The great Yen ancient royal family has been around for many years. Their background is profound, and they are incredibly strong. They have a lot of influence across the entire Donghua domain, and they are very forceful and overbearing when doing things. A long time ago, an argument arose between Supreme Deity Donglai and the great Yen ancient royal city. Both sides were incredibly prideful and unrelenting, which led to an impasse and an ensuing conflict that led to a major war. The war resulted in Supreme Deity Donglai's fall, the death of the legendary alchemy master, and the eastern deity island isolating itself from the outside world. Yifutian nodded. He finally understood. The Yen ancient royal family was the eastern deity island's main enemy and a potential threat to him. It was no wonder he felt that the northern land sounded familiar. It was actually the base of the great Yen ancient royal family. This meant that the cultivators of the Yen ancient royal family might have also arrived in Wangdu. His gaze focused on the group of figures in the sky. However, he did not discover any core figures among them. It seemed as if the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family did not come personally. After all, they were of different status. The great Yen ancient royal family's cultivators were the same level as the Wangshan Watchtower. If they wanted to speak to anyone, they would directly speak to the Wangshan Watchtower. There was no need for them to show off their strength in front of the top factions of Wangdu. It did not suit the status of an ancient royal family. It was the same as last time when they were cultivating in the Eastern Deity Island. The cultivator from the Jiang ancient royal family, Jiang Jiuming, who always acted alone and never mingled with any other factions. It was because they were not of the same level. So the group of cultivators in front of them were most likely cultivators from various factions of the Yenyun continent, which followed the great Yan ancient royal family. Naturally, Yang Qian and the others also realized that cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family had arrived after learning that the group had come from the north. Were they here for the Wangshan watchtower? The eyes of the cultivators suddenly looked a few times heavier. The cultivators underneath the heavenly battle palace also stopped their battle. Everyone raised their head to look at the mighty cultivators in the sky. The vast and powerful heavenly battle palace suddenly became extremely quiet. The forces of the north had arrived in Wangdu of the Dongshao continent. Of course, the people had realized just how unusual it was. Something was probably about to happen. Everyone knew the conflict between Wangshan Watchtower's Millet Emperor and the ancient royal family from the north back then. Neither side was friendly with the other. So, the visitors most likely did come with good intentions. Dear cultivators from the north, may I inquire as to the purpose of this visit to my heavenly battle palace? A voice asked. It came from within the heavenly battle palace. The tone was strong and powerful. Just as the sentence ended, a group of cultivators strode out from within the heavenly battle palace. The one leading the group looked full of energy, and an overbearing and powerful will might emanated from his body. He was like a war god. It was clear that this middle-aged man was the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace, the war godlike existence of the Yang clan, Yang Jin. We come from the north and heard that the heavenly battle palace is the place of the law battle. That is why we came here, to observe and evaluate the levels of the cultivators of Wangdu. You can all proceed, answered a figure in the sky. They still maintained their condescending and arrogant attitude. It was extremely discomforting. Under the circumstances, how could the heavenly battle palace start the law battle as if nothing had happened? Since you are here, why don't you also take part? What's the fun in only observing? Answered Yang Jian in a calm and cool tone. He did not like the visitors' attitude. Even if they did come from the Yenyun continent, this was their territory, Wangdu of the Dongshao continent. Even a mighty dragon would have to bow down if it had arrived. Moreover, these people were clearly trying to instigate things. As the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace, Yang Jian, an incredibly iron-blooded and domineering character, would never allow them to act so cheeky. After finishing his sentence, multiple gazes landed on the heavenly battle palace's Lord Yang Jian's body. A powerful and intense might of the Great Path was released. However, Yang Jian was a peak Renhuang. He allowed the might of the Great Path to land on his body as he maintained a calm expression. A great aura of the Great Path actually also emerged from his body, instantly filling the space with an intense battle will. Everyone inside the heavenly battle palace could clearly feel the strength and intensity of the battle will. The people of the north did not arrive with good intentions. I was just thinking the same thing, answered one of the elders among them calmly. He was also a peak existence at the ninth plane. When Yang Jian saw that someone like the elder was here, he understood that the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family from the Yenyun continent had arrived. Moreover, they were already inside Wangdu, possibly watching everything that was happening at that moment. Without the backing of the great Yan ancient royal family's cultivators, these people never would have had the guts to provoke them. Moreover, if not for the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family, a person as powerful as that elder would not have come so far. It seemed like this debacle was not meant to target them. Instead, they targeted the Wangshan watchtower. As he thought of that, his divine consciousness shot out toward a place far away in search of something. He kept widening his search, and with the heavenly battle palace as the center, everything inside Wangdu appeared in his mind. It was as if he could see everything in one go. Amidst a vast crowd, Yang Jian quickly discovered a tavern. A group of dignified people sat within this tavern. No one else was there. It was like they had cleared the place. The person leading the group seemed rather young, but he was surrounded only by high-level renhuangs. Impudence! An elder quickly raised his head to look outside. The young man also seemed to frown as he looked outside. Then, as if his gaze was able to pierce through the sky, he looked toward the direction of the heavenly battle palace. There was no anger in his eyes. He seemed calm. The strongest person of the heavenly battle palace was quite formidable. After all, it did not take long for him to find them. Yang Jian retracted his divine consciousness. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Just as he expected, the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family had arrived. They were already in Wangdu. Moreover, they did not seem at all interested in what was happening at the palace. They were quietly drinking their liquor at the tavern, as if they did not care about the happenings in the heavenly battle palace at all. Perhaps, the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family really did not care much about the actions of the cultivators here. Perhaps, for the great Yan ancient royal family, the only thing they really cared about was the Wangshan watchtower. Who knew why the great Yan ancient royal family actually came here? After withdrawing his divine consciousness, Yang Jian stopped thinking about the great Yan ancient royal family. It was not something he could worry about at that moment. They were not at the same level. He was not yet qualified to intervene in their affairs. At the current moment, what he needed to deal with were the cultivators from the north. These cultivators from the north most likely came following the great Yan ancient royal family. As for why they went to the heavenly battle palace, no one knew if they did it by themselves or under orders of the great Yan ancient royal family. After Yang Jian arrived, the other cultivators from the heavenly battle palace became extremely quiet. No one spoke. After all, Yang Jian was the palace lord of the heavenly battle palace. He was an elder. Since he had arrived, it was natural that he would take the lead. An oppressive and intense aura accompanied the solemn and silent space. The situation was tense. It was as if a huge battle could break out at any moment. Yang Jian looked at the cultivators in the sky and said, "Since you also have this intention, please, my heavenly battle palace happens to be the location of the law battle. The guest room of our heavenly battle palace is this law battle platform. Since you have come from the far north, my heavenly battle palace will help receive and welcome you on this law battle platform." One might mistake Yang Jian's words as one uttered to a dear friend who had come to visit if one did not know the context. Naturally, what he meant by receiving and welcoming them at Heavenly Battle Palace's law battle platform meant that they would receive them in the form of a battle. In the sky, the vast and powerful might continue to occupy the sky. Among the cultivators from the north, the elder who spoke earlier was rather respected. He said to the cultivators around him, "Since the Heavenly Battle Palace has issued such a sincere invitation, if any one of you wish to reciprocate their kindness, just head down there." Just as Yang Jian and many others had expected, the cultivators from the north were powerful. They were indeed not from the same faction. Instead, they were from multiple different factions that followed the great Yan ancient royal family over here to Wangdu. The reason they came here was that the Heavenly Battle Palace was the place of law battles. Here, they could clearly see the strength and capabilities of the practitioners in Wangdu. While it was not enough for them to gauge individual practitioners' abilities, it was enough for them to peek at the general strength. High up in the sky, a figure strode forward. His body leaned forward as he landed on top of the Heavenly Battle Palace. The person's body was muscular and sturdy-looking. His eyes were like copper bells, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His body was cloaked in a golden robe, and he gave off a sense of domineering wildness as an intense and powerful aura emanated from his body. His cultivation level was Renhuang 5th plane, and his powerful aura was very oppressive. The practitioners from the north instantly relaxed after they saw the Renhuang step forward. That person was a powerful cultivator from a royal family that conquered a continent in the northern lands. When that royal family conquered the continent, they stepped over numerous corpses, and they were famous across various continents for a time. The royal family's influence also spanned across various continents. Even in the main continent of the north, the Yenyun continent, the royal family was very well known. This person was a core cultivator from that royal family. He excelled in battles, and his battle strength could be described as frightening. If the Heavenly Battle Palace did not send out a powerful person, they would be crushed. "Which one of you is willing to go and welcome our guest from afar?" the heavenly battle palace Lord Yang asked. Just as he finished speaking, a Renhuang of the same plane stepped forward. With a step, he leaped into the air and landed on the law battle platform. He raised his head to look at the figure in the sky and said, "Appreciate your guidance." Neither one of them gave their names, as if that was not important. It did not matter what the objectives of the visitors from the north were. They certainly did not have good intentions, so they did not need to be too polite or formal. Moreover, the way these visitors arrived could also be said to be incredibly cocky. The Renhuang who stepped forward was a practitioner of the Heavenly Battle Palace. For these visitors to arrive at the Heavenly Battle Palace in such a cocky manner, he naturally knew that there was no need to be polite with them. Then, bright lights appeared, and the Renhuang Law Battle Platform floated into the air. Lights from the Law Matrix shot through the clouds in the sky, and the Renhuang Law Battle Platform formed a space of its own. Yifutian looked at the matrix of the Law Battle Platform. The self-formed space segregated the space, and happenings on the inside would not affect the outside. However, the inside was large and spacious enough. It was quite fascinating. It seemed like it was something that the Heavenly Battle Palace specifically prepared for law battles of the Renhuang level. Bang! Then, a loud bang sounded. The law battle platform emitted an intense spatial wave. The cultivators could clearly hear the crisp sound, and the Renhuang from the royal family in the north stepped across the sky, and countless beams of lights descended straight from the sky. The cultivator from the Heavenly Battle Palace extended a fist. Then, the crowd could vaguely see a gigantic golden foot come from above, clashing with the opponent's fist. As the two clashed, a frightening light burst forth. A cacophony of intense battle noise resounded in the air. The cultivator from the north moved down from the sky step by step. Each of his steps created a frightening giant footprint that was accompanied by a potent and oppressive power of the great path, as if he was going to crush the sky at any moment. The law power attack had a resemblance to the divine elephant stomping the sky skill. The crowd looked toward and inside the law battle platform. Every step would turn into a giant footprint. The giant golden footprints would block the sky and fill the sky. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Battle Palace released continuous attacks to block them. A divine wheel of the Great Path appeared above his body. It was a golden eagle that blocked the sky and the sun when it spread its wings. It tore through space and cut open a route as it charged straight toward its enemy. The Renhuang cultivator from the north glanced at the divine eagle beneath him, and a mighty large footprint descended from above. At that moment, it was as if a golden armor had dawned on him, and bright and wondrous divine lights surrounded his entire body, while his eyes were filled with pride and condescension. The eyes of the Renhuang from the Heavenly Battle Palace were sharp. Fearsome tornadoes appeared all around him. With its wings extended, the divine eagle shot upward. Golden divine light that tore through space appeared above the law battle platform. It was inevitable. It seemed as if they were going to crush and destroy everything within its path. However, the Renhuang from the north seemed very calm. He looked at everything with composure. Just how strong were those from the royal family of the north? Many of them had experienced that firsthand. It was far above this level, that was for sure. Bang! Incredibly bright divine light devoured the sky. The Renhuang from the north had disappeared. Then, a towering war god illusion appeared in the sky. The face of the Renhuang from the north also appeared. From high up above, a humongous rock pillar emerged. As if a pillar of divine light that pierced through the great path, it came crashing down. It was not a rock pillar. It was a leg. However, it moved as fast as lightning, to the point where a divine light that pierced the sky appeared in the air, stomping downward. The great path was directly crushed into pieces. The sharp divine eagle fought against the tide to charge upward but was crushed under the pillar of light. Divine light burst forth when it was annihilated. It was blinding. Boom! The bright light directly crushed the great path and pierced through the sky, striking the body of the Heavenly Battle Palace Renhuang. With a loud bang, the mighty divine wheel of the great path of the Heavenly Battle Palace Renhuang cracked. The body of the divine eagle was about to be crushed. He grunted as a ray of light pierced through his body. Then his body fell and he knelt on the ground. His great path was damaged, and he was severely injured. Everyone in the vast land of the heavenly battle palace witnessed this scene. The place was unbelievably quiet. So ruthless. A powerful Renhuang was completely crushed and severely injured. This hit was incredibly damaging to the heavenly battle palace's Renhuang. However, it also showed them the strength of their opponents. This practitioner from the north had overwhelmingly defeated and severely injured the Renhuang of the heavenly battle palace. The law battle platform's matrix moved. Someone went up to the platform to bring the heavenly battle palace's Renhuang down. The heavenly battle palace Lord Yang Jian's expression became cold after witnessing the scene before him. He raised his head and said to the Renhuang floating in the sky above the law battle platform coldly, "You have come so far from the north. Is there a need to be so ruthless and cruel?" The Renhuang did not pay much attention to Yang Jian's words. He replied, "I heard the law battle platform of the heavenly battle palace was a cruel place. Injuries and even deaths are not uncommon. It is supposed to be a real law battle. Why is it that when it is from me, it is ruthless and cruel? Could it be that the rumors I heard were wrong?" The Renhuang from the north stood in the sky above and looked down calmly as if he was not surprised by this reaction. Yifutian raised his head to glance at the Renhuang in the sky. He was confused. The cultivators of the north arriving in Wangdu meant that they were very powerful outsiders. Why did they have to be so ruthless and cruel? Were they trying to bring up the conflict between the north and the Donghua domain? What was the reason behind their pressuring? Were they aiming for the Wangshan watchtower? It looks like the visitors are not simply unkind. The northerners follow orders of the great Yan ancient royal family. For these cultivators to be so rude and cocky, someone must be supporting them from behind. Can only be the great Yan ancient royal family. This means that the great Yan ancient royal family might have already agreed to it. In that case, their objective for coming here will not be simple, said Lin Xiu to Yifutian gently. Yifutian nodded. To be so ruthless, it was natural that they were not here to spar. Instead, they were here as a show of force. In terms of who they were showing it to, that was something for one to ponder. Or perhaps they were showing it to the entire Wangdu. The heavenly battle palace had gathered many powerful cultivators of Wangdu, and even many from the Dongxiao continent, on this day. For them to do this, the one backing them was definitely not simple. This battle had triggered the emotions of many. They were miserable. At that moment, no matter what internal conflicts existed, it did not matter. The arrogant behaviors of these northern visitors were simply contempt. The Renhuang from the royal family in the north remained on the law battle platform and did not leave. His gaze scanned the Renhuangs in the heavenly battle palace. His body was brimming in golden while his eyes had the dignity of royalty. He was a Renhuang from a royal family that conquered an entire continent. Wangdu, the capital city of the Dongxiao continent, is famous because of the Wangshan watchtower and became the #1 city of the Dongxiao continent. Today, the battle palace is the location of the law battles of Wangdu. Hence, all the fighters are gathered here in Wangdu. Don't tell me this is your battle strength, is it? The Renhuang from the north said. His voice was dignified, and contempt for the Renhuang of Wangdu permeated through his cold tone. While he was not a cultivator from the core Yenyun continent, his family still conquered a continent. He was powerful, and even among the group of cultivators who came from the north, he was still one of the stronger combatants among those on the same plane level. As such, the Renhuang of the heavenly battle palace suffered a crushing defeat and was even severely injured. As the Renhuang finished speaking, the solemn and dignified atmosphere of the heavenly battle palace was suffocated by an oppressive aura. In front of the towering ancient Great Hall, many cultivators looked toward the powerful northern Renhuang, and for a moment, they were silent. For a law battle like this, it was naturally impossible for them to send a fighter who was on a higher plane. However, they were not confident anyone on the same plane level had the ability to defeat the northern Renhuang. The northern Renhuang had not even shown his true strength yet. After all, the gap between the two in the previous battle was rather large. The combatant had failed to force his opponent to give his all. "Do you still want to fight?" The Heavenly Battle Palace's palace lord asked. The Northern Runhuang looked at him and nodded before answering. "Of course. Is anyone able to let our visitors from the north re-evaluate our Wangdu's practitioners?" Yang Jian scanned the crowd as he asked. The opponent had already shown his hand. If he continued to fight, the advantage was theirs. Since they had seen the enemy fighters, it was naturally easier for them to weigh their options. Of course, the precondition was that they needed a Renhuang at the same plane level who was strong enough. "I'd like to recommend someone." At that time, someone spoke. Instantly, gazes shifted towards the speaker. Many people's eyes lit up. It was Alchemy Divine Palace's Chimu. The Alchemy Divine Palace was powerful in itself. They also knew practitioners from everywhere. As the heir to the Alchemy Divine Palace, Chimu's vision was naturally impeccable. A cultivator recommended by him would naturally be powerful. "Please speak," Yang Jian said. Then, Chimu's gaze moved slowly and landed finally on Yi Futian. He smiled and said, "Earlier, some Runhuang asked Runhuang Yi about the Great Path, but Runhuang Yi did not partake. He defeated his opponent with just a glance. His strength is unfathomable. While he is only on the fourth plane, it was said that only a young palace lord is worthy of sparring with him. So, based on what Runhuang Yi said, there is no need to doubt his combat strength. If Runhuang Yi is willing, I am certain he will be able to leave a big surprise for our guests from the north." Lin Qiu and the others around Yi Futian frowned. This Chimu did not step forward himself but instead recommended Yi Futian. He was most certainly very calculative. Whether Yi Futian won or not, he would not lose anything from it. At the very least, he would be able to see and gauge Yi Futian's strength. "That's right. I also think that Runhuang Yi is suitable," said the cultivators from Qin He Palace. They also wanted to see Yi Futian's strength, to see whether he could fight the powerful northern Renhuang. In an instant, the cultivators' attention had shifted to Yi Futian, and that included the cultivators from the Heavenly Battle Palace. They had earlier seen how strong Yi Futian was. While it had only been a glance, he was able to injure a Renhuang of the same level. If he were to step forward, they would have a chance. "I apologize. I am not a practitioner of Wangdu." Yi Futian glanced at Chimu. As the heir to Supreme Deity Donglai and after receiving so much from the Eastern Deity Island, he was not very fond of Supreme Deity Donglai's enemy, the Great Yen Ancient Royal Family. These Renhuangs followed the Great Yen Ancient Royal Family here. In addition, they came forcefully and were ruthless and cruel when they fought. He was slightly irked and annoyed by them. However, this did not mean that he would go along with what Chimu intended. Chimu's words annoyed him even more. This Chimu did not step forward himself and did not ask anyone from the Alchemy Divine Palace fight, but had instead pushed him forward. Moreover, he said it in front of a crowd. It felt like he was trying to trap him and force him to fight. In a situation like this, trapped under the circumstances, standing amidst factions of the Dongshao continent, it seemed like he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would have to offend many people. Unfortunately, Yi Futian was just the guy who never cared. He did not need to appease anyone, and he also did not need the cultivators from Wangdu to like him. He came here because he was invited to visit. Even if the Heavenly Battle Palace were to become his enemy, many people had odd expressions on their faces after hearing Yi Futian's reply. Were Yi Futian's words not words that cut him off from the others? "Renhuang Yi, what do you mean? Even if you are not from Wangdu, you came from the Taiyuan continent. It is one with the Dongshao continent." Chimu smiled and answered, unperturbed. He was wondering who Yi Futian was. To speak such words, it seemed quite stupid. "I came with the Alchemy Emperor, but I am not from the Taiyuan continent," Yi Futian answered. It felt like he was doing his best to draw a line between them and separate himself from them. This confused many, while some other Renhuangs were slightly irked. Even if you don't want to fight, you don't have to do all this. If you do not identify with the Dongshao continent, why are you here in Wangdu? Sitting here? A cultivator from the Qin He Palace asked coldly. Renhuang Yi followed the Alchemy Emperor here. Does that need your approval? When did the Qin He Palace's jurisdiction expand so much? As for sitting here, Renhuang Yi and I were invited to come here. If you don't welcome us, we can leave. Lin Xiu, who was on the side, answered, annoyed. Then he continued, since the Alchemy Divine Palace and Qin He Palace are so amazing and heroic, why don't you step forward and fight? What's the meaning of this, constantly trying to push someone else to fight? The Alchemy Divine Palace actually touted themselves as the #1 holy land of alchemy in the Donghua domain yesterday. Why aren't you stepping forward yourself right now? Could it be that the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qin He Palace are not factions of Wangdu? Or is it perhaps because you don't have a Renhuang who is capable of fighting? His tone was light and calm. However, it was very insulting. It made the people of the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qin He Palace very unhappy. Enough, said Heavenly Battle Palace's Yang Jian. Only then did the people quieted down after realizing that their bickering was inappropriate. In the sky, the northern cultivators gazed at them. Mocking and cold smiles were on their faces. Did Wangdu have no one to actually bicker among themselves to avoid a battle? Many glanced coldly at Yifutian. It seemed like the conflict was ultimately attributed to Yifutian. Many people were unhappy. Since no one wants to fight, what's the point of staying here? Someone mumbled. Yifutian looked at the person who spoke. He smiled, not taking notice of that. Then, he stood up and looked at Yang Jian before saying, sorry for the disruption. After that, he left. With his white robe fluttering in the air, there was a sense of pride as he left. Many people looked surprised. Did he really leave? Boring. This young one will take his leave. Lin Xiu and the others also stood up to leave. He was not in a good mood after this visit. To have someone try to coerce him into a battle, he naturally understood Yifutian's mood. Moreover, he knew Yifutian's true identity. A person from the Eastern Deity Island, it was possible that he was the heir to Supreme Deity Donglai's inheritance. Whether it was alchemy or combat strength, he was exceptional. How could someone like this not be prideful? How could he sit and be aggrieved like this, to constantly be coerced into battle? The northern cultivators came to pick a fight. If Yifutian wanted to fight, he would do it on his own accord, not like this. If these people knew Yifutian's true identity, the heir to the Eastern Deity Island, who knew what they would be thinking? At that moment, the cultivators of the Heavenly Battle Palace were incredibly unhappy as they saw Yifutian's group leave. They really did not give them any face at all. To really leave after saying it. Were they throwing a tantrum? People from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range were really like those village masters, aloof in nature and very difficult to befriend. All this to avoid battle. How ridiculous! Someone mocked quietly. However, no one else responded. Instead, they looked at the cultivators in the sky. At that moment, it was still not yet time to discuss Yifutian. While they were unhappy, they could only suppress it for now. Yifutian's group leaped into the air and left. They headed straight toward the direction of the inn. Why are you also following me? Yifutian asked Lin Xiu, who had caught up to him. Since we came together, we will naturally leave together, answered Lin Xiu. Aren't you afraid of being isolated? Asked Yifutian, smiling. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range has always acted alone. The path of cultivation was always a lonesome journey. When was it necessary to find a mate? Lin Xiu answered indifferently. You, on the other hand, just came to Wangdu. With that, you've already offended most of the factions in Wangdu. As I said, I'm not a person of Wangdu. Why should I care? Yifutian answered indifferently. Lin Xiu laughed and asked. The people from the north came with clearly unkind intentions. I'm afraid the Heavenly Battle Palace is going to suffer. While you did not fight, I am still curious. If you were to fight, what would happen? As he spoke, he kept staring at Yifutian. Clearly, Lin Xiu was curious about Yifutian's strength. Yifutian glanced at Lin Xiu on his side. Then, he shifted his gaze forward and answered casually, He is not worthy of fighting me. Lin Xiu's body stopped moving for a brief moment. He blinked and looked at Yifutian. An odd expression appeared on his face. That person was a Renhuang of the fifth plane. Moreover, his combat strength was amazing. However, Yifutian said he was not worthy of fighting him. What confidence! Moreover, with the events that happened in the past, he believed Yifutian. Since he said so, it was clear that there would not be any issues. So, the reason that Yifutian did not fight was that the opponent was not worthy? This, interesting. Lin Qiu smiled and continued moving forward. These people were here for the Wangshan Watchtower. He knew Yifutian's identity, so he was sure that Yifutian was also after the Wangshan Watchtower. This meant that they would meet again sooner or later. There were also the cultivators of Wangdu. This made him look forward to it. The Renhuang of the North arrived in Wangdu in force and challenged the Renhuangs of Wangdu at the law battle platform inside the Heavenly Battle Palace. Multiple Renhuang-level law battles took place. The Wangdu camp lost more than they won. One could even say that they were overwhelmingly defeated. Many Renhuangs had also suffered severe injuries. After news of this got out, all of Wangdu was shocked. Factions from all sides were ready to make their move. It was as if a brewing storm was about to arrive. The Renhuangs who gathered at the Heavenly Battle Palace this time were not only Renhuangs from their faction. Renhuangs from all sides were also invited. Apart from some of the top factions in Wangdu, many top factions around Dongxiao continent were also there. Their lineup was most definitely very powerful. However, despite that, they were still crushed. One could only imagine just how strong the lineup of the visitors from the north was. They were definitely the elites among the elites. These powerful Renhuangs from the north were specifically handpicked before they traveled and arrived at Wangdu. That was why their battle strength was so high. It was certain. The great Yan ancient royal family was behind them. There were rumors that they had already arrived and were staying in a pavilion within Wangdu. This caused a considerable commotion very quickly inside Wangdu. Many people were already talking about it. Apart from the law battle itself, one person received a lot of attention and a lot of criticism. That person was obviously Yi Liunyan, the person who gained his fame just one day ago. Yi Liunyan earned his fame after he defeated Grandmaster Zi He in the Alchemy Conference. Many people knew him after that. According to rumors, someone challenged him a day earlier, and with just a glare, he injured the person. He was mighty. However, when a strong cultivator from the north issued a challenge during the law battle, Yi Liunyan denied any connections to Wangdu, even the entire Dongxiao continent, before leaving, avoiding battle altogether. His actions and style annoyed many people. Even if he were an amazing alchemy grandmaster, his actions were shameless, particularly when the fight involved the conflict of two sides. Everyone was caught up in the overall trend, but he actually drew a line to clearly separate him from Wangdu. How could people not criticize him for that? Who was this genius alchemy grandmaster that the alchemy emperor brought over? It seemed like his conduct was questionable. Moreover, one should not forget that the alchemy emperor and the Wangshan Watchtower were connected. According to rumors, the alchemy emperor was once handpicked by the good friend of the millet emperor, Supreme Deity Donglai, and who was not aware of the relationship between Supreme Deity Donglai and the great Yan ancient royal family. Yifutian choosing to run away at this time would naturally invite gossip. However, Yifutian did not mind. After he returned to the inn, he shut himself in his room and cultivated in peace. An absolute beauty suddenly appeared beside the cultivating Yifutian. "Senior sister," Yifutian called out after seeing that Goddess Donglai was the one who came. "Why didn't you lend a hand?" asked Goddess Donglai calmly. No one could tell her emotion from her tone. "I did not want to, so I didn't," answered Yifutian, laughing. "Didn't want to?" Goddess Donglai looked at him. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the cold and prideful figure before saying, "I inherited the path of Supreme Deity Donglai. Does senior sister think that a Renhuang of the same plane from the north is a worthy opponent?" Goddess Donglai's eyes twitched slightly as she continued staring at him. "Since the people from the great Yan ancient royal family have not acted, would I not be devaluing myself by entering the law battle platform? How could I live up to the name of the heir of the supreme deity if that were the case?" answered Yifutian with a smile. Then he continued, "I'm sure senior sister knows as well. If I were to act before the cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family appeared, the Eastern Deity Island would also lose face. Goddess Donglai looked at him. What Yi Futian said sounded very sensible. As the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai, his opponent should be someone from the Great Yen Ancient Royal Family. Since the Great Yen Ancient Royal Family had not even made an appearance, what was the reason for him to act? As she thought of that, Goddess Donglai no longer brought it up. Instead, she said, "There are many rumors about you circulating outside. Many practitioners know that you live here. Many are gossiping, and I'm afraid some may try to create commotions. To ruin my name, I've just come." "Why would someone do this?" asked Yi Futian. "To prevent you from entering the Wangshan Watchtower," answered Goddess Donglai. Yi Futian was stunned briefly. In that instant, he suddenly understood. With his talent and strength in alchemy, if he were to get in touch with the Millet Emperor after entering the Wangshan Watchtower, he could threaten the position of the Alchemy Divine Palace directly in the future. If his name were ruined, and if news of him drawing a line to segregate him from Wangdu were to reach the ears of the practitioners of the Wangshan Watchtower, it would be natural for them to form an opinion about him and impact his chances of getting into the Wangshan Watchtower. Unfortunately, the enemy's efforts were in vain. First of all, Yi Futian had no intention of entering the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. Secondly, with the relationship between the Millet Emperor and Supreme Deity Donglai, the enemy would probably not prevent anything from happening. Moreover, Yi Futian's strength was there. Even without the relationship with Supreme Deity Donglai, he would still meet the Millet Emperor eventually. "Go and cultivate. I'll find you when you visit the Wangshan Watchtower," said Goddess Donglai before leaving. Moments after she left the place, someone else came, albeit in a sneaky manner. He glanced in the direction where Goddess Donglai left. Yi Futian glanced toward this person and asked, "What are you doing? Sneaking around?" Lin Xiu smiled, walked over, and returned to his usual demeanor. He was only suspicious before, but now it was proven. However, Goddess Donglai did not seem to do anything even after discovering him. Obviously, she did not really care. He walked over and sat beside Yi Futian. Then, he asked in a whisper, "The descendant of the Supreme Deity?" While he arrived earlier, he did not dare to eavesdrop. After all, it was quite disrespectful. He only knew that Goddess Donglai had come to see Yi Futian. The powerful deity was most probably the daughter of Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian followed her here, which meant that entering the Wangshan Watchtower was probably not an issue. Yi Futian glared at him but did not respond. However, to Lin Xiu, not responding meant that he was acquiescing. His eyes lit up. The way he looked at Yi Futian was like someone looking at their treasure. "Since you are the disciple of the Supreme Deity's descendant, you probably came from the Eastern Deity Island, right? Do you perhaps have a miraculous and divine elixir or pill that you could lend me on you?" At that moment, Lin Xiu no longer cared about his demeanor. Who was Supreme Deity Donglai? The #1 alchemy grandmaster of the Donghua domain. Since Yi Futian was his successor, he should not lack divine pills or elixirs, right? "Of course I do," answered Yi Futian. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up even more. He was restless. Happiness came too suddenly. "But why should I lend them to you?" Yi Futian looked at him condescendingly while smiling. Could someone lend a pill or an elixir? Was it even possible for it to be returned? You devour it right away. No? That was the first time he heard of someone borrowing pills and elixirs. "We're all brothers. We should share our blessings." Lin Xiu seemed to have forgotten his decency at that moment. Yi Futian looked at Lin Xiu. When did they become brothers? And to share their blessings? Noticing Yi Futian's expression, Lin Xiu said, "Brother Yi, in the future, this young brother will only follow Brother Ye's lead." Yi Futian looked at Lin Xiu. This person was still a mid-level Renhuang. His aura was decent and he had a strong background. However, he was so shameless. Now that a rather reputable Renhuang had already displayed such shameless behavior, what else could Yi Futian do? He brought out a clay bottle, passed it to Lin Xiu and said, "There are several divine pills inside, all of which are my treasures. The deities left them for me, but now I am giving them to you. This is sharing my blessings. So, the misfortune in the future, I'll leave it to you. As he finished speaking, he patted Lin Qiu's shoulder. Lin Qiu was so grateful that tears almost rolled out of his eyes. I will give my everything. Lin Qiu's eyes were red. He stretched out his hands to receive the clay bottle. He held the bottle with a lot of strength but did not take it. He looked at the reluctant Yifutian and continued, I will not hesitate to lay down my life to go through the depths of hell for you. Yifutian finally let go. His gaze continued to linger on the clay bottle. Lin Qiu quickly packed it up. How could he afford Yifutian the chance to feel regret? Brother Yi, I will not interrupt your cultivation anymore. I still have some matters that I need to attend to. If Brother Yi has any orders, please look for me at any time. As he finished speaking, Lin Qiu turned around to leave. He could not have moved any quicker. Yifutian blinked a few times as he saw Lin Qiu leave. Shameless. He had never seen such a shameless Renhuang. Sigh. What a pity for his treasured pills. He extended his hand. A clay bottle identical to the one earlier appeared in his hands. He opened the clay bottle and took out the pills within it. Then, he threw them into his mouth before devouring them in one go. In an instant, strands of powerful aura began to fluctuate around his body. Such valuable pills. Was it easy for him to make them? He only had a few hundred bottles left on him. The following day, Lin Qiu had come to Yifutian's side again. However, it was not only Lin Qiu. He also brought along two brothers, Han Tai and Lang Yi. They were all descendants of the three lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. The Lin Qiu of that moment had completely changed. His plane level seemed to have improved. His face was bright, and he looked very energetic. The three of them bowed together at the same time when they found Yifutian. In particular, Lin Qiu looked at Yifutian with gratitude and said, Thank you, Brother Yi, for giving us such valuable pills. The pills were high-class divine pills that could solidify one's path fundamentals. After taking them, the fundamentals of one's great path would stabilize further, while one's life force would become vigorous and energy levels would also go up. Cultivating for a day would result in a marked improvement of one's plane level. Where would anyone find such amazing divine pills? Yifutian's generosity was commendable. How could someone not be so grateful when shown such generosity? Yifutian glanced at them and waved his hands. Then he said, Since we are all brothers now, don't be so formal. Those pills were given to me by the deity so that I could break through my plane level. Since you needed them, I gave them to you. I can cultivate a few more decades for that. It is only a few decades. It's nothing big. The three of them were endlessly thankful. They were completely subdued by Yifutian's generosity. He was a real brother whose righteousness and generosity had pierced the skies. Naturally, Lin Qiu and the other two knew that Yifutian's decades were exaggerated. After all, they knew that he was not the most honest of people. However, they could not deny the value and worth of those pills. The item class of those pills was such that they were difficult to obtain even in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Moreover, they were far from something that a person with Yifutian's cultivation and plane level could create. As such, they were definitely gifts from the daughter of the supreme deity. With Yifutian giving the pills to them, they were naturally grateful. It was a significant favor. If Brother Yi has any requests in the future, please just let us know, said Lang Yi, who was beside Lin Qiu. The three of them were the sons of the three villa lords of the Dragon Submission Villa. They were also temperamental people who were extremely loyal. Otherwise, the three villa lords would not have been able to stay together for so many years. Yifutian smiled and said, With your cultivation and plane levels, the pills can last for some time. They are not so easily refined. You should continue cultivating them and maximize the effects of the pills. I have nothing at the moment. All right, Lin Qiu nodded. Since that is the case, Brother Yi, we will take our leave for now. After that, the three of them turned around to return to their cultivation. The main reason they came this time was that they were utterly stunned by the pill's effect and had to come personally to thank Yifutian specifically. At that moment, it was true that they had not yet fully refined those pills and could continue cultivating and improving themselves. Yifutian continued to cultivate in silence. Wangdu remained as busy as ever. The cultivators from the north did not continue causing problems. However, they also did not leave. They had settled down inside Wangdu. Many people understood that the cultivators of the north came specifically for the Wangshan watchtower. Naturally, the great Yan ancient royal family was behind them, and the royal family had also arrived some time ago. It was just that they had not made an appearance. On this day, the alchemy emperor and goddess Donglai visited Yi Futian together. "Senior brother, is there news?" Yi Futian smiled gently and asked the alchemy emperor. The alchemy emperor liked Yi Futian's address of him. While his position was respected, being the top alchemy grandmaster of the Taiyuan continent, he always revered supreme deity Donglai. Back in the day, he was not considered supreme deity Donglai's real disciple, and it had always been a great regret of his. Yi Futian inherited supreme deity Donglai's will, so it was naturally proper for him to become the heir. For him to be willing to call him senior brother, the alchemy emperor was naturally quite happy. Yes, the alchemy emperor nodded. News has come from the Wangshan watchtower. The Wangshan watchtower will open in 3 days. At that time, everyone who came will have a chance to go. We are the same. By then, you will have to grasp the opportunity to try to meet the Millet Emperor. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. They had already been there for several days. Naturally, he already knew about things surrounding the Wangshan watchtower. The Wangshan watchtower stood at the peak of the city of Wangdu. Every year, practitioners from Wangdu and all other continents who came would have a chance to enter the Wangshan watchtower to cultivate, and even meet the Millet Emperor and listen to his words. It was a tradition that had remained unchanged for many years. Every year, at this time, the Millet Emperor would sit within the Wangshan watchtower and preach. It was a chance for Renhuangs to reach the Millet Emperor. Initially, they had thought that Yi Futian's status as the heir to supreme deity Donglai would be enough for him to meet the Millet Emperor. However, goddess Donglai did not make that happen. Instead, she wanted to let Yi Futian prove himself first before anything could happen. Apart from that, everyone who came had come for this. Even the great Yan ancient royal family had led a group of powerful cultivators from the north for this. They had remained very quiet over the past few days, so it was highly likely that they were also waiting for this day. There was no way the Wangshan watchtower was going to be peaceful. Of course, the Wangshan watchtower had long got wind that the great Yan ancient royal family had arrived. However, they did not need to worry about such things. "Get ready. We'll come and notify you again before we depart," said the alchemy emperor. Yi Futian nodded. He did not need to prepare anything, to be honest. His main competitions for this journey to the Wangshan watchtower were the practitioners of the Dongxiao continent. They were not really strong enough to put any pressure on him. The only ones who could threaten him were most likely the top factions, such as the almighty great Yan ancient royal family. As such, since the beginning, he had been taking it easy when facing the Alchemy Divine Palace and the Qinhe Palace. The reason was that he did not care much and did not see them as his opponents. As the news of Wangshan watchtower spread, Wangdu became a lot busier in an instant. Multiple people began talking. How many Renhuang would have the chance to enter the Wangshan watchtower to cultivate and study the Great Path? How many would have the opportunity to meet the Millet Emperor? To receive the teachings of the Millet Emperor? However, before all this, the Wangshan watchtower also had a commotion. The commotion concerning the great Yan ancient royal family. They were not friendly and had kept quiet over the past few days. It was highly likely that they were waiting for this day. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For practitioners, it was too short. When the day came, the entire city of Wangdu was effervescence. At dawn, countless people were already moving in the skies. Every cultivator was headed in the same direction. From afar, one could vaguely see a towering ancient palace far away in the direction they were heading. It looked like the reflection of a divine ancient imperial city in the clouds in the mortal realm. In the skies of Wangdu, auras filled the sky. Some glided across the sky, others moved on their swords, and some rode on beasts. On this day, in a pavilion inside Wangdu, a figure exited a room. The figure raised his head and looked toward a place far away. Then, in a flash, Multiple shadows had entered and landed in several locations nearby. However, no one could be seen anywhere. "Make preparations," said the figure in the room calmly. "Understood." Neat and uniform voices came from his surroundings. Then, multiple shadows disappeared one after another. On this day, the entire city of Wangdu seemed to be moving. The city was bustling like never before. According to legends, in the beginning, the Wangshan watchtower was only a few walls. The Millet Emperor and Supreme Deity Donglai discussed the Great Path amidst these walls. However, as the years passed, the Wangshan watchtower had become a holy land, the strongest force across the Dongxiao continent. It sat at the center of Wangdu and occupied a large space. Looking in from the outside, it was impossible to see the border. One could only see an endless and empty space. If one tried hard enough, one could maybe vaguely see the walls of the Great Path that pierced into the sky, as well as several magnificent towering ancient buildings. And standing at the peak of everything, the ancient palace that floated in the sky, that was the place where the Millet Emperor cultivated, according to legend. It was said that behind the floating empty palace was the old Wangshan watchtower, which had remained perfectly preserved even now. At that moment, multiple practitioners had arrived outside the Wangshan watchtower. One could not see the end of the crowd in one look. However, most were here as observers. Normal people were not qualified to enter the Wangshan watchtower. Otherwise, the Wangshan watchtower would have a problem with overcrowdedness. Only the top factions from the different continents and the top factions of Wangdu were qualified to recommend some renhuangs to enter the Wangshan watchtower to train. The recommendations by the factions were always the strongest and those with the highest potentials. As such, a competition like this would occur every year. At that time, a group arrived. Their robes fluttered in the wind as if they were deities. Countless gazes fell upon the group. Then, someone uttered, "The deities from the Goddess Peak have arrived." The Goddess Peak was a top faction of Wangdu. Naturally, they could make recommendations to enter the Wangshan watchtower and meet the Millet Emperor to receive his teachings. Entering the Wangshan watchtower did not mean joining the Wangshan watchtower. It simply meant entering to cultivate, train, and receive teachings. If one were strong enough to interest the Wangshan watchtower, one could also be selected to join the Wangshan watchtower. "Good morning, dear deities." Another group of strong cultivators had arrived. They were the cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace. Many practitioners followed them as if a myriad of stars surrounding and supporting the moon. Cultivators from all sides also went up to greet them. They all seemed very formal and polite. After that came the Heavenly Battle Palace, the Qinhe Palace, and many other factions. There were also the factions from the continents surrounding the Dongxiao continent. At that time, another group of cultivators came from the sky and landed outside the Wangshan watchtower. The one in the lead was the Alchemy Emperor. It was Yi Futian's group. In an instant, many people shifted their gaze toward them. Many cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace gently bowed and greeted the Alchemy Emperor. Meeting the Alchemy Emperor, their voices instantly attracted even more gazes. The Alchemy Emperor had arrived. That meant that the white-haired youth beside him was probably Yi Lionian. Meeting the Alchemy Emperor. Many people bowed to the Alchemy Emperor. However, no one knew if they were sincere or not. Some looked toward Yi Futian. Then someone said, "Senior Alchemy Emperor," this person said that he is not a practitioner of Wangdu and has no connection to the Dongxiao continent, refusing to take part in a battle. For someone who acts like that, why should you bring him here? The one who spoke was a cultivator from the Qinhe Palace. After that, he glanced at Yi Futian and said, "Since you've already severed your relationship with the Dongxiao continent, why are you still here?" The crowd was now focused on Yi Futian. The incident at the Heavenly Battle Palace last time clearly irked many people. Now, upon seeing that he was trying to enter the Wangshan watchtower, many were clearly annoyed. Qi Mu from the Alchemy Divine Palace smiled gently as he watched. In the end, he was still affected. He was certain that the people of Wangshan watchtower would have a bad impression of him due to the incident. The difficulty of Yi Futian entering the Wangshan watchtower had clearly increased significantly. He could even face early elimination. Yi Futian glanced at the people, but before he could speak, Lin Xiu walked up and swept a glance at them. When did it become the turn of all of you to take charge of the affairs of Wangshan Watchtower? Today, when Ren Huangyi came to Wangshan Watchtower, did he have to ask all of you first if he could enter? Are you guys already able to represent the attitude of Wangshan Watchtower? Lin Xiu's words caused the pupils of all the people to contract slightly. He criticized them very harshly. There is also the matter of the Heavenly Battle Palace. You deceived Ren Huangyi. After he arrived, you spoke provocatively and were disrespectful to him. But now, when necessary, you encourage Ren Huangyi to participate in the war. Who do you think you are? Are you better than Ren Huangyi in alchemy? Or are you stronger than him? Lin Xiu continued. That day, you were thoroughly defeated. Knowing that your own strength is not good, are you now looking for someone to take the blame? His voice was light-hearted, not happy or angry. He seemed exceptionally calm. The other party just wanted to refute, but heard Lin Xiu continue. Cut the crap. Do you know why Ren Huangyi left? In the eyes of Ren Huangyi, you are just a group of nobodies. Ren Huangyi is not interested in alchemy, yet you wanted him to take action, and what was the result? It was the same in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. The Renhuangs of the Qin He Palace provoked him. What happened in the end? So, I see that you're still not repentant now. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson yet. The people looked at Lin Xiu. This series of words blocked their words back. This guy did not seem to be a nosy person, but he had such a glib tongue. Yifutian did not care to be with them? After listening to Lin Xiu's words, the people around them vaguely felt that they might have misunderstood Yifutian. The truth was that the other party kept provoking, and he was too lazy to have contact with the other party before leaving. Lin Xiu, no matter how clever you are, you can't change the fact that he ended his relationship with us and avoided fighting. A strong person from the Qin He Palace coldly said. Did he want to get rid of that matter by talking his way out of it? Avoiding and not fighting? Yifutian raised his head and swept his gaze at the person who spoke. Those indifferent eyes were filled with contempt as he opened his mouth. Are you also worthy of fighting? Saying that, he moved his gaze away without looking at the other party again and walked towards the front. Lin Xiu, since you also know it's a bunch of nothing, why bother with more words and waste your energy? Lin Xiu knew how strong Yifutian was, so he helped him brag a bit. Anyway, he would be exposed soon. Then, he would see how the other party would react. He did not expect Yifutian himself to say such arrogant words. This time, it would be interesting. These Renhuangs were probably even more upset now. He was increasingly looking forward to it. Yifutian told him previously that the arrogant Renhuang at the northern land was an unworthy opponent. The eyes of everyone from all sides were all staring at Yifutian. This guy was simply arrogant to the extreme. There were many Renhuangs here. The major top powers of Wangdu and the top figures of all continents were present. He even said wildly that they, who stood at the top of the Dongxiao continent, are a bunch of rabble-rousers. Since that's the case, I'm looking forward to your next performance. The strong man from Qin He Palace responded indifferently, and all the cultivators from all sides also looked at Yifutian. Once he entered Wangshan Watchtower, they would be able to know the truth. Having been so arrogant, if he did not have real strength, he would be miserable. This time, Yifutian offended a lot of people. In one direction, the goddess Emperor Yi also took a look at Yifutian, thinking that Yifutian was really different. Cultivating in Wangdu, she had also seen all kinds of people and many top cultivators. No one was like Yifutian. Facing top cultivators from all sides, it was as if he was independent of the world. That feeling was like no one could really get his attention. Whether it was the Heavenly Battle Palace's Xianxia, the Alchemy Divine Palace's successor Qimu, or those powerful Renhuangs from the northern land, he had never regarded them properly. He was extremely arrogant. She was also very much looking forward to what kind of strength this level for human emperor actually had to allow him to disregard everyone from Wangdu. Just at that time, at the faraway Wangshan Watchtower, several extremely majestic figures appeared in the firmament. They gazed directly through the void, looking at these people coming. Although they were far apart, it was as if they were close at hand. "Start the formation," said someone above Wangshan Watchtower. In an instant, the world changed. From the outside of the Wangshan watchtower to the inside, that empty place filled with wisps of the aura of the Great Way and became indistinct. In front, one could see the stairs to the Wangshan watchtower and palaces. They seemed to be close at hand, but the people of Wangdu knew that they only seemed to be close at hand. If they wanted to step onto the stairs and enter the Wangshan watchtower, it would be difficult to do. At this moment, a great formation appeared in the Wangshan watchtower, and only those who had broken through this great clan-guarding matrix will be qualified to go up to the Wangshan watchtower and have the opportunity to listen to the preaching of the Millet Emperor. That had been the rule for many years. Those who seek the Tao can now enter. A voice came from the void in the distance. At once, countless people looked ahead and did not think about things about Yifutian anymore. The Wangshan watchtower was open. It was an extremely rare opportunity. He wondered who would be able to grasp it. The various forces stepped forward and stepped into that spell matrix. Yifutian perceived the spell matrix, which formed a space of its own. It was marvelous, and a master-level person definitely set up this spell matrix. "Go in," the Alchemy Emperor said to Yifutian, and he nodded. A group of people stepped forward and walked towards the front. The Alchemy Emperor, Goddess Donglai, and several of them watched from the outside. Not only they were like that, but the various factions were also like that too. If they could break through that spell matrix, they would have broken through it many years ago. Many top figures of the older generation had listened to the teachings of the Millet Emperor. This time, the people who came were the younger generations of their respective factions and those most confident of breaking through. Because of the limited number of places, they would only choose the most promising and powerful Renhuangs to enter each year. When Yifutian stepped out of it, he felt that everything was changing. The matrix of the Great Way seemed to have forged an illusionary realm. This was no longer the world he saw before, but a completely imaginary world. This area was vast and endless, with many buildings and mountain peaks. Gazing into the distance, at the farthest place within his gaze, only vaguely could he see a heaven's gate, like a door leading to the Wangshan watchtower. His eyes changed abruptly with a touch of demonic color as he tried to see through the illusion. He was able to see that the buildings here and this heaven and earth were made of the power of the Great Way. But he could not look through completely. He could see, but he could not exit and was still stuck in the spell matrix. An invisible will might appeared in heaven and earth. It seemed that countless Tao air currents were flowing to and falling on their bodies, making them all bear an invisible oppressive force. Be careful. Someone will attack. It's the cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower. Lin Qiu instructed Yifutian. In addition to that, we have to be careful of the cultivators of other powers. Yifutian nodded. He probably already knew something before coming. To enter the Wangshan watchtower, he needed to walk through this clan-guarding matrix. And in this matrix, there would be cultivators of the Wangshan watchtower attacking them. They were in the light, and the other side was in the dark. A group of people spread out in formation, not standing together. On Yifutian's side, there were Xia Qingyuan, Beigong Shuang, Bai Mu, and Zifeng. Judging from strength, naturally, Zifeng was the strongest. Buzz! At this moment, someone was extremely fast and turned into a bolt of lightning as he tried to break through quickly. However, a giant hand slammed down from the firmament suddenly, seemingly descending from out of nowhere. The giant golden hand covered a portion of the sky and hid the sun. There were many runes on the giant impenetrable hand that slammed down. The cultivator's retreat was blocked. Bearing the extremely strong will might, his divine wheel of the great path erupted. His body shot directly through the void and crashed toward the sky above head-on. Clang! A loud sound came out as that person who rushed into the forefront of the cultivators was directly blasted into the ground by the palm of the Great Way. His body was dented, and he looked very miserable. The next moment, a golden hand appeared in the void, directly grabbing him and taking him away. Seeing this scene, the various powerful cultivators became cautious. Needless to say, the Wangshan watchtower cultivators were powerful. Those who could enter the Wangshan watchtower were probably more talented than a majority of them. Breaking through the formation was no simple matter. As they were trying to break through the matrix outside the Wangshan watchtower, another vast group of figures appeared. The auras of these people were scary, and many recognized them. They were the Renhuangs of the northern land that descended upon the heavenly battle palace that day. However, they had never seen the few people at the head of the group in the heavenly battle palace before. However, with just one glance, the people knew where these people came from. After the Wangshan Watchtower became the top sacred place in the Dongxiao continent, the Millet Emperor started preaching here. For many years, countless mighty figures have entered the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. At this time, on top of one of the buildings in the Wangshan Watchtower, there stood many Renhuangs, each appearing in a different position, very scattered. Their eyes were looking at the spell matrix in front of them at this moment, which hid the heaven and earth within the spatial world in the Wangshan Watchtower. They could clearly see everything within the spatial world in the spell matrix, and many Renhuangs were releasing powerful auras of the Great Way, launching attacks toward the spatial world from time to time. This time, I don't know if there are any powerful people who come to the Wangshan Watchtower to seek the way. A Renhuang smiled and said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and attacked. A huge pagoda came down directly into the formation and attacked a Renhuang of the same realm as him. This spell matrix was a test of combat power for those who sought the way. They would select people of the same realm to attack. Of course, this was not the law. If they encountered powerful people, people of higher realms would also strike as they wish. But the strongest people of the Wangshan Watchtower would see in their eyes who was strong and who was weak. They could be screened in the law battle. They could even enter the spell matrix to attack. But of course, generally speaking, they would not do so unless they met someone who interested them very much. In the front position, at the lower space of the Wangshan Watchtower, an old man with an immortal style was sitting quietly there, with several strong people standing beside him in the left and right direction. He swept his gaze ahead and said, "They're here." The old man looked into the distance. Beyond the spell formation, outside of the Wangshan Watchtower, a group of powerful people appeared there. They knew who those people were. They were the powerful people from the northern land, led by the ancient royal family of the Yan Kingdom. "Don't bother," the old man responded. Yes. The people next to him nodded. They wanted to see what the ancient royal family of the Yan Kingdom wanted to do by leading the strong people from the northern land. Now, they just needed to wait and see what happens. No matter what can the ancient royal family of the Yan Kingdom do? If the master of the ancient royal family of the Yan Kingdom did not come, who could affect the Wangshan Watchtower with the Millet Emperor around? Therefore, even though they knew that the other party had arrived, the Wangshan Watchtower did not take any action but just let nature take its course. If they also wanted to break through the spell matrix, the Wangshan Watchtower did not mind. They could make use of the opportunity to see how strong the Renhuangs from the northern land were. Two completely different worlds existed within the spell matrix and outside it. At this moment, Dao attacks broke out continuously behind the spell matrix. Many strong people were attacked from outside the spell matrix as if they were suddenly bombarded from the sky. All the human emperors who came in were doing their best, not daring to be the least bit careless. Many Renhuangs had fallen to the sudden attacks and were taken away. They were probably thrown out of the spell matrix and lost the right to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to seek the Dao. Disregarding whether they could enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, being thrown out like that was a rather humiliating thing for them. Yifutian seemed to be a bit lucky. Since he stepped in the formation, he had not been attacked so far. Near him, Lin Qiu and Xia Qingyuan had been attacked to varying degrees. He found that the strength of those Dao attacks and the realm of the people inside were matched, meaning that the other party was controlling their attacks and will not attack randomly. Otherwise, if the top people of the Wangshan Watchtower attacked, how many people could withstand it? Just after Yifutian strode forward in a relaxed manner, a powerful will might suddenly locked onto him. In the next moment, an extremely radiant divine blade of light descended from the sky, pierced through the void directly and left a ray of light in the space. From top to bottom, the blade of light instantly engulfed Yifutian. Just like before, this attack was a level 4 Renhuang plane strength attack, and its attack strength was one of the stronger ones in the 4th level of the Renhuang plane. Yifutian looked up and directly eyed the blade of light descending. His pair of deep eyes, as brilliant as stars, were extremely calm. Even if it were a cultivator of the Wangshan Watchtower, it would probably be challenging to find an existence of the same realm that could threaten him. Buzz. Yifutian stood in place without moving. A divine blade of light directly erupted from his body, shooting upward against the trend. His body became extremely sharp, like a divine sword of the Great Way as it split the sky. The blade of light swept through, and the blade of light that shot towards him was torn apart. The Tao was annihilated. The divine sword that shot towards him was directly decimated. The blade of light that remained was the blade of light that was released from Yifutian's body. He took a step and continued to move forward. It was as if this blade of light did not hinder him in the slightest. However, when he took a step, the firmament suddenly blossomed into a gorgeous swordsmanship haze. Lifting his head to look, he saw countless divine swords coming from beyond the sky clanging in the firmament. Many divine blades of light glowed down, making the space he was in was turned into a very strong swordsmanship space. Obviously, the Renhuang who struck him outside the spell matrix had intensified his attack, and the sword that shot toward Yifutian was easily broken, so it must have been a bit humiliating for the person who cultivated in the Wangshan watchtower. This time, the swordsmanship aura was obviously more powerful. Buzz. Blades of light spilled down. Countless divine swords in the void turned into swordsmanship streams of light, dropping down from the firmament. Each sword turned into a ray of light. Many divine swords attacking at the same time seemed to turn into a terrifying sword matrix, like a meteor rain of swords. At this moment, it was as if Yifutian's world had only blades of light and was buried by this meteor sword veil. The swords were like rain, flooding Yifutian's body. Yifutian's white clothes fluttered, and his silver hair flew. He still stood there quietly as his body still did not move a bit. A more terrifying wisp of swordsmanship aura blossomed from his body. 10,000 swords sounded together as if infinite sword wills were born around him, creating a powerful resonance. They formed a terrifying sword chi storm that rotated around his body. The rain of swords fell and directly entered the sword chi storm around him and was directly swept into it as if it had directly become a part of this swordsmanship storm, resonating here and turning into his sword. The storm was getting stronger and stronger, and the terrifying storm made the surrounding space filled with suffocating destructive power. Many people glanced towards the direction where Yifutian was, and people outside could also see the scene inside the spell matrix. They secretly said that this Yifutian's strength was really strong. No wonder he was so arrogant. The powerful swordsmen in training in the Wangshan watchtower unleashed the destructive power of their swordsmanship. But the swordsmanship was directly assimilated and sucked into his sword chi storm as he suppressed his opponent's swordsmanship. This meant that Yifutian's swordsmanship was not below his opponent's. However, because his opponent was attacking into the spell matrix through the air, it was not possible to say that Yifutian was necessarily stronger. But even so, the vast majority of those who entered the spell matrix were passive resistors, and there were few Renhuangs like Yifutian who could directly suppress the opponent's Dao attacks. Outside the spell matrix, a swordsmanship Renhuang's gaze pierced through the void and looked at Yifutian inside the spell matrix. When Yifutian looked up, this look gave him an illusion, as if it was looking at him through the spell matrix. Those indifferent eyes shone with a touch of extremely strong self-confidence, and he never took their attacks seriously. The Renhuang had sword wills circling his body. As he stepped out, it seemed like he was going to turn into a sword. Wait! Someone interrupted said, "You want to enter the spell matrix so soon? This person is pretty strong. I will go and fight him." The swordsmanship Renhuang said. "Interesting. Someone made you unable to resist and want to enter the spell matrix so quickly." A Renhuang smiled and remarked, "Your sword doesn't seem to be very good." The swordsmanship Renhuang raised his head and swept his sharp gaze at his companion. He smiled as he replied, "Why don't you try?" "Sure." He gazed at Yifutian, who was in the spell matrix. A swordsmanship cultivator. Eh? The light of the divine wheel of the great path shone on his body. An incomparably lofty war god illusion raised his arm and blasted out directly downward. In a flash, a huge hand went towards the spell formation, and a huge word appeared above this big hand. "Suppress," it read. The moment the word entered the formation, the swordsmanship storm around Yifutian stopped. The huge words slapped down, covering the sky as all the surrounding Tao was suppressed. It was as if the space he was in and all the power in it was going to be suppressed. This space became heavier than ever. Rumble. The runes slammed down towards Yifutian's body as wisps of swordsmanship aura were suppressed and decimated. The sword wills around Yifutian seemed to be suppressed by the aura of the Great Way. He swept his gaze towards the rune, then raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. In an instant, the swordsmanship storm turned into a terrifying cyclone, and 10,000 swords roared together, turning into a single sword, shooting upward against the trend. One sword was born, and 10,000 laws were destroyed. Bang! With a loud sound, the rune was destroyed directly under the sword. The radiant divine sword shot all the way up directly towards the spell matrix overhead and directly pointed at the Wangshan Watchtower's renhuangs outside the spell matrix. However, this spell matrix was irreversible, and his sword could not get out. How arrogant! Outside, the swordsmanship Renhuang looked at Yifutian's eyes and the sword. He smiled, looking at the Renhuang who had struck, and said, "How? Your attack, it doesn't seem to be good." That Renhuang coldly snorted and looked at Yifutian inside the spell matrix. This guy was indeed not simple. He was able to break their Dao attack directly, and it seemed that defeating him through the spell matrix would be a little difficult. Unless they personally entered the spell matrix. Yifutian continued to move forward after breaking through the foreign Dao attacks. His white clothes were fluttering, and he looked dashing and unrestrained. In the surroundings, many people were looking at Yifutian. This person is powerful. Although he was arrogant and disregarded everyone, he did have the strength to back it up. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so reckless. But even so, his phrase, the rabble, offended many people from the different factions. It probably would not be so easy for him to enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. Only then, several people came towards the direction where Yifutian was, vaguely forming a closed circle around Yifutian, causing those watching the battle outside the spell matrix to reveal a flash of puzzlement. It seemed these people were going to make a move on Yifutian. They needed to break through the spell matrix to enter the Wangshan Watchtower. During this period, there were no laws and any means could be used. The Wangshan Watchtower did not make any laws. Of course, the Wangshan Watchtower renhuangs outside of the spell matrix was, in fact, secretly controlling all of this. Even if there were no laws, they were able to control the situation inside. For example, they could decide whether or not to attack the renhuang inside, and they could also decide what level of people would launch the attack and against whom. That would enable them to directly influence the battlefield within the spell matrix. If inside, there was a battle between strong people with obvious realm gaps, and people of higher realms moved against renhuangs of lower realms. Wangshan Watchtower cultivators would normally intervene and directly launch an attack against the higher realm renhuangs, which the people of Wangdu understood. If some of the renhuangs in the spell matrix broke out to fight with each other, then at that time the renhuangs of the Wangshan Watchtower over the spell matrix would instead stop striking and would let them fight on their own as long as the difference in realm was not too great. Therefore, those who were walking towards Yifutian did not have any psychological pressure. According to their speculation before, Yifutian had showed extraordinary fighting power, so even if several of them were to strike against him at the same time, the people outside would not interfere. As they guessed, the strong people outside the spell formation stopped attacking when they saw someone walking towards Yifutian, and they were curious about Yifutian's strength, so they wanted to use this opportunity to take a look. The renhuangs who were walking towards Yifutian were all the renhuangs who were in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. All of them were forces that had a better relationship with the Alchemy Divine Palace. 2 renhuangs of the 4th realm and 2 of the 5th realm approached Yifutian from different directions. The moment their auras of the Great Way erupted, an oppressive to the extreme Great Path domain was formed with Yifutian's body as the center. They really are nobodies. Yifutian continued to move forward without paying attention, but Lin Xiao and the rest had already struck. The 3 of them moved directly towards their opponents. Seeing this scene, more renhuangs were surging to this side. Instead of fighting with the renhuangs outside the Wangshan Watchtower, fighting with people here was the same. Yifutian also had many strong people around him. All of them were cultivators who followed the Alchemy Emperor from the Taiyuan continent. Let me see how strong the cultivators of the Tower of the Alchemy Emperor are. At this time, a voice came out, and a figure appeared in the void. It was clearly the Alchemy Divine Palace's disciple Zhongfan. He was the demonic figure who was refining pills with Grandmaster Zihe that day. When his aura of the Great Way was released, the flames of the Way enveloped this void. Their power was terrifying, and they made the temperature of the whole space climb sharply. Zifeng, Yifutian shouted. He had no intention to make a move himself. Beside Yifutian, the long phoenix skirt on Zifeng's body flew. A pair of divine wings suddenly appeared behind her. Terrifying flames of the Way filled her body, and at this moment, she was incomparably gorgeous, like a phoenix goddess. In a flash, she caused many cultivators to look at her. What a strong aura! Those renhuangs were trembling inside, and the next moment, they saw the gorgeous phoenix wings flickering and moving. Buzz! The raging divine fire directly engulfed the void, and as Zhongfan stood there, he saw his body wrapped in an illusory great path domain. An incomparably huge divine bird phoenix appeared in this great path domain, covering the sky and flooding this space. A loud and clear call of the phoenix sounded, stinging his eardrums, and Zhongfan only felt his spiritual soul tremble as the huge divine phoenix's wings swept out. Poof! Zhongfan's power of the Great Way was cut and shattered as blood spurted out. A bloody wound was torn out from his body as he was sent flying. If not for Zifeng not going for the kill, he would probably be unable to resist her attacks and be dead by now. This is a phoenix, and it's so strong? Many people were shocked. Zifeng's body floated in the air. As her wings beat behind her back, that boundless huge phoenix shadow covered the sky, enveloping the boundless space. Another call of the phoenix sounded, and those renhuangs who came towards Yifutian all saw a phoenix shadow grabbing towards them. The suffocating power of the Great Way made them feel unable to resist. The sounds of poofing continued. Just as they felt, figures were directly slapped out as they spit blood, and their faces turned pale. Even Lin Qiu and the others froze. Their bodies floated in the air as they stared blankly at Zifeng. Had she finished doing what she wanted to do? Before, Zifeng had been quietly following Yifutian and had not shown her aura, let alone her strength. No one knew how strong she was, yet this sudden outburst made everyone freeze. The phoenix goddess who followed behind Yifutian was so strong? The body of Zifeng was still suspended in the air. She gazed around the crowd, and her pair of gorgeous divine phoenix eyes dazzled with the flames of the Way, noble and cold. They were filled with contempt for everyone as if to confirm the words of Yifutian before. At that time, if Zifeng attacked, they would not necessarily lose to that renhuang from the northern land. Did Yifutian need to avoid him on purpose? Perhaps, he indeed had not wanted to participate in the battle. If you want to attack later, find some guys with a higher cultivation level. These guys are not worthy of my attention, Yifutian remarked while sweeping a glance at the crowd and ignoring the strong people. As to who he was talking about, he would let the other side interpret it for themselves. As long as they were hostile to him, then, naturally, they were all included. He did not even seem to care about all the mighty figures in the entire Dongxiao continent. Yifutian continued to move forward as he spoke, and the strong people around him also followed him. At this time, even the Wangshan Watchtower renhuangs outside the spell matrix were also shocked. Many renhuangs stared down and spoke. Interesting. Wanna go down for a walk? It was impossible to truly feel how strong Zifeng's combat power was here. Only by entering the spell matrix and colliding head-on could they know. On top of that, how strong Yifutian was likewise a mystery. Although he had countered the two renhuang's attacks before, no one knew how much strength he had used. Don't rush, they're going in. Some people looked into the distance. Outside the Wangshan Watchtower, those strong people who came from the northern land were already moving. The person at the head of the group gazed in the direction of the Wangshan Watchtower and said, "We came from the northern land to visit Senior Millet Emperor. Use the ancient road and enter the spell matrix with the renhuangs of the Dongxiao continent to receive the test of the Great Way." After saying that, They did not wait for the permission of the people of the Wangshan Watchtower and directly stepped forward into the spell matrix. The other strong people outside showed a flash of strange color. The cultivators of the northern land forcefully stepped into the spell matrix. Coupled with the previous battle in the Heavenly Battle Palace, they were going to show the cultivators of the Dongxiao continent who was boss. The moment the Renhuangs of the northern land stepped into the spell matrix, they immediately and simultaneously unleashed a strong aura of the Great Way, heading forward. They are going. The people outside saw many people directly release their divine wheels of the Great Path. Several figures were stepping in the void and sprinting extremely fast above the spell matrix. They were like heavenly gods. With each step, they shattered the sky and earth, and the spell matrix space violently shook. Among them, the mighty figure from the Northern Land's sovereign family was first to go in battle in the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. Those sprinting in the air were cultivators of the sovereign family, and they all specialized in the same skill. Boom! At that moment, the crowd only saw several people stepping on the void at the same time. They stepped directly towards the Renhuangs in the spell formation. It was as though a boundless huge stone pillar had flattened this space. Those Renhuangs, who were attacked instantly, unleashed their powers of the Great Way to resist. But under the huge footprints, the Great Way directly collapsed and shattered. Booming violent sounds came out as several Renhuangs were directly trampled under the feet and seriously injured. Sure enough, this was to provoke trouble. This time, the Northern Land sent a group of their top Renhuangs to deal with the Dongxiao continent's Renhuangs. These people who arrived were the most powerful cultivators of the Northern Land. In the Matrix, a Renhuang turned around to look at those who killed the Renhuangs inside. Their faces had changed. Was the last law battle of the Heavenly Battle Palace an early rehearsal? This time, they got serious and started a team fight. The elderly man with an immortal aura and Taoist bones swept his gaze inside the spell matrix. A sharp glint also flashed between his eyes. Beside him, someone looked towards him and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Obviously, he was asking if he needed the cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower to barge inside and start a war with the other side. They used seeking the way as an excuse to enter the spell matrix. Although they attacked ruthlessly, they held back a little, did not look to kill, and knew their limits. "Since that's the case, let's wait and see," the elderly man remarked. Such a battle could allow them to see whether there was anyone worthy of the teachings of the Millet Emperor among the Renhuangs who entered the spell matrix this time. Yes. Next to him, the person nodded without saying anything more and continued to look at that spell matrix battlefield. The roar of the Great Path's violent resonance continued to erupt inside the matrix, and Renhuang from the Northern Land rushed into it, initiating the vicious battle. The cultivators of various forces in the Dongxiao continent no longer fought against one another but were united against the outside force. Otherwise, they would all suffer miserably. After the cultivators from the Northern Land had initiated their attack, they discovered that the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who were watching outside the matrix, no longer interfered. The significance was not lost. This was essentially handing the battlefield over to them as a kind of assessment. The matrix itself was Wangshan Watchtower's test to them. To enter the Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate, one must pass the matrix. Except that the assessment this time was a little different. Renhuang from the Northern Land had replaced the Renhuang of Wangshan Watchtower, entering the matrix's battlefield to participate in the battle. The cultivators from Qinhe Palace did not continue their attack on Yifutian and his party. They now turned their attention to the Renhuang, who were attacking violently. Many people were already on the move, and each of them had found opponents of a comparable realm and started a law battle within the bounds of the matrix. For a moment, the space inside the matrix seemed about to fall apart, on the brink of a complete riot that could crush the sky and the earth. The cultivators outside the Wangshan Watchtower were observing the dizzying battles that erupted at the same time. They wanted to watch each battle in detail and didn't want to miss anything, but the actions were too fast. For this great battle that exploded at the same time in different battle locations. The only choice was to pick a battlefield to observe with a glance at the other battlefields from time to time. After all, divine consciousness was unable to invade inside the matrix, so they could only watch it with their naked eyes. These Runhuang from the northern land are quite wild, someone remarked. Well, the cultivators from the ancient royal family of the Yen Kingdom have come here in person. That young man in the lead is surrounded by many cultivators, so he must be a royal member of the ancient royal family from the Yen Kingdom, leading a group of Runhuang to seek the way. If so, they must have selected the strongest among their people. But we are different. Many of our powerful people have already entered Wangshan Watchtower before, or they are currently cultivating at Wangshan Watchtower. This time, only some of these powerful men had entered the matrix, not a carefully selected elite as the other party. Someone who was more rational saw the key to the battle. They had the opportunity to enter Wangshan Watchtower every year, and many powerful men had entered to cultivate one time or another. This year, there were just some excellent characters who attended. However, it was a different story with the other party. Led by the ancient royal family of the Yen Kingdom, they must be commanding a powerful group of Runhuang from all the top forces in Yenyun continent to descend upon the city. From this standpoint, they were at a disadvantage. Under such fierce attacks, I am afraid they will be entirely wiped out. A cultivator frowned. They were from some of the major forces in Wangdu, and many elders from these forces did not enter the matrix, and they had a bad feeling when they saw the progression on the battlefield. The Renhuang from the northern land had great momentum and were extremely ferocious. In different realms, they had been able to cause considerable destruction. This battle was somewhat similar to the law battle at the Heavenly Battle Palace that day. It was as if the battle on that day was the dress rehearsal of the great battle today. The cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace gathered in one area but in a scattered formation. After all, their realm varied. Qi Mu, the heir of the Alchemy Divine Palace, stood in the center. He glanced at those imposing Renhuang from the northern land, then turned around to look behind him, where Yi Futian and the others were positioned. Because Yi Futian and his party were traveling the fastest so that Yi Futian was in the rearmost position when they turned around. In another direction, there were the cultivators from the Heavenly Battle Palace where Yang Qian, the leader of the Heavenly Battle Palace, was standing there. He had a terrifying aura about him. An extremely tyrannical fighting was surrounding him. He glanced at Yi Futian and the locations of other cultivators, such as Qi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace. He said, "You had differences in opinions regarding the affairs that occurred at the Heavenly Battle Palace, but that is all in the past. Now that the cultivators from the northern land have invaded Wangshan Watchtower and see Dongshao continent as nothing with no one to protect it, I'm asking everyone to put aside previous grudges temporarily and face this foe together." Qi Mu and other cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace looked at Yi Futian and the others, only to hear him say, "I have no opinion." Clearly, he had also felt the might of the other party. Any further internal conflicts would inevitably cause more damages to either party, resulting in their disqualifications. "What does Emperor Yi think?" Yang Qian asked Yi Futian. "Not interested," Yi Futian replied, calm and nonchalant. He glanced at the cultivators of the northern land, who had come from afar. No one could stop him from seeing the Millet Emperor, not even those cultivators who came from the Yenyun continent of the north. He did need to partner up with anyone, especially not those people who had meant to do him harm earlier. When the cultivators around him heard his words, their eyes sharpened slightly. They had already made concessions and gave him a way out, but still, Yi Futian was so arrogant. Yang Qian frowned, a little displeased, and said, "Emperor Yi, although there were some misunderstandings previously, the important thing now is the situation at hand." "The situation at hand?" Yi Futian looked at the other. "I remembered I told you before that I am not from Wangdu, nor am I a cultivator of Dongshao continent." Yang Qian had nothing to say when he heard what Yi Futian had to say. Yi Futian was serious. He still saw himself as a separate entity from Dongshao continent, not with the other cultivators. When Lin Xiu heard Yi Futian's words, he couldn't help but smiled and said, "Before, when there were no cultivators from the northern land, you had joined forces to fight against him, drawing a clear boundary. Now that the people from the northern land are here, you wanted to leverage his power? How quickly you change your tune. You think you are so much better than everyone else," some cultivators remarked next to Lin Xiu and Yi Futian. Even at a time like this, they were still acting like this had nothing to do with them. Not far from the sky above, the terrifying aura of the Great Path permeated, and several Renhuang attacked in this direction. One of them was the cultivator from the Northern Land royal family. He glanced at Yi Futian and recalled that he had seen this man before, on that day when they entered the heavenly battle palace. At the time, this man evaded battle and left soon after. No need to argue. We are all going out. It seems that we should go to the Millet Emperor for advice. The royal cultivator sounded domineering, golden light shining upon his body. An overpowering might spread out as he stepped forward. Heaven and earth boomed, and the void trembled. Besides him, there were many cultivators around who struck from different directions at the same time. Buzz. Chi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace drifted backward without any intention to engage in battle, and the rest of the cultivators from the Alchemy Divine Palace followed his example. Other cultivators retreated when they saw their action and gave up their positions as well, an act that caught many by surprise. After they backed away, Yi Futian was facing squarely at the other party. In other words, Yi Futian and his people were directly facing these cultivators from the Northern Land. Sensing the aura coming from Yi Futian, the cultivator who belonged to the royal family from the Northern Land swept a glance at him. A touch of dominance flashed in those eyes as he took a step that made the void tremble. It was as if he could step through the void. That day Yi Futian avoided the battle. Today, where would he go? Chi Mu and the others were looking at Yi Futian as well. This time he could not avoid it, and he must fight no matter what. If he didn't want to join them, then he must face it alone. A contemptuous sneer flashed through the eyes of that Northern Land Renhuang. His figure flickered and landed a little slanted above Yi Futian and the others. The divine glory of the Great Path exploded from his body, and a mighty pressure slammed down that created an oppressive, suffocating coercion of the Great Path in this vast space. A boundless and heavy might now enveloped Yi Futian. In the next moment, a towering figure like a god of war appeared. Like a divine wheel of the Great Path, this war-godlike figure overlooked the sky below as one of his feet stomped down from above. A horrific loud rumbling sound was heard that seemed to shatter heaven and earth. A golden stone pillar appeared, pulverizing the void, flattening one corner of the sky. Shockingly, it was the foot of the other, which, like golden lightning falling from the sky, stepped directly on Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the foot that was stomping down at him. Above his body, a majestic aura of the Great Path permeated. When his eyes swept toward the sky, a most radiant aurora of the sword seemed to shot out from his eyes while his entire body filled with immense power. At this moment, it seemed that the world was resonating with his body, and an unparalleled momentum burst from him. Though he stood there casually, he gave an illusion of total invincibility. In the void, that royal cultivator from the Northern Land felt an invisible threat as well. Looking at those eyes filled with extreme confidence, it as if his opponent did not pay any attention to his aggressive attack. When the footprint of the war god landed, the radiant beam of the towering stone pillar attempted to penetrate Yi Futian's body. But at this time, Yi Futian raised his arm and threw a punch at that footprint. The sound of elephant trumpeting was heard between heaven and earth. It was the divine elephant that rocked the sky. With this one punch, the Great Path collapsed and the space shattered. The crowd saw that the beam of light formed by the footprints of the Great Path readily split in two, and the dazzling light of the Great Path radiated in all directions. A light beam went up against all odds, and though the stone pillar continued to collapse, the light was still traveling upward until it finally descending on the foot of the god of war. Boom! An astonishing and violent explosion was heard. The foot of the war god exploded and shattered. Then, the phantom of the war god started showing cracks and seemed to be exploding as well. The terrible power from that punch was mighty. It blasted directly on the body of the royal cultivator in the void. He made a muffled groaning sound, and then his body was thrown back as he spat out a trace of blood in the void. Yi Futian stood where he was. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. He lowered his arms as every Renhuang's attention now focused on him. He was frozen and filled with great shock. Could this power be so terrifying? Even the cultivators from Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace trembled violently in their hearts. However, Yi Futian surveyed everyone around him and said indifferently, "Does this level worthy to battle with me?" One punch. The Renhuang that has been so arrogant at the Heavenly Battle Palace, who had crushed several opponents of the same level in Dongxiao continent, was knocked down by Yi Futian with a single punch, unable to fight back. That day when Yi Futian left, had that really been to avoid fighting? Dared not he to fight? With a single punch that could knock down his opponent. Would he deliberately find excuses to avoid fighting? He didn't fight because he didn't want to fight or didn't care to fight. Not only were the people on the battlefield stunned, but many cultivators from Dongxiao continent outside the battlefield also had their eyes glued to the same place, staring at the man in white in total shock. He stood there quietly, ignoring these cultivators, finding no need to partner with any of them. Could it be that what Lin Qiu said is true? Someone whispered. He doesn't fight because the cultivators of Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace moved against him and used his power in the law battle, so he left in protest. It's also possible that he thinks the others were not worthy of fighting with him at all, said someone else. If Yi Futian were not so strong, his case would have been weak. But now, he had proven his own strength, so whatever he did before was justified, and no one could doubt him. Of course, it was indeed the case. He had no reason to avoid fighting, just his disdain for law battles and his disdain for those from Heavenly Battle Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace. So, who was this person? Someone looked in the direction where Alchemy Emperor was and saw him standing with his hands behind his back. Goddess Donglai stood behind him quietly, her eyes looking into the matrix as well. No one knew Yi Futian's true strength better than Goddess Donglai, and she wasn't worried in the least. He would undoubtedly prove himself in this matrix with his strength and see the Millet Emperor as he deserved. Now, the cultivators from Yenyun continent were here to attack. Even the cultivators of the ancient imperial family of Yen had arrived. Were they here for the matter regarding Eastern Deity Island? However, now that he had made it to Wangshan Watchtower, she no longer worried about Yi Futian's safety. On the battlefield, Yi Futian independently occupied one side of the void, with many cultivators in the surrounding. Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, looked at him and found no words. Was this level unworthy to fight with him? Qi Mu and other cultivators from Alchemy Divine Palace also looked at Yi Futian. Obviously, they had underestimated Yi Futian's strength. Not only could Yi Futian battle the royal cultivator from the northern land, but he also ended the battle with just a single punch. Would Yi Futian's victory mean that those at the same level from various forces were also not worthy of engaging him in law battles? Successively, other cultivators were attacking this way. There was contention between various cultivators in this space, specifically the Renhuang from the northern land, the Renhuang from Dongxiao continent, and Yi Futian and his people. Yi Futian had separated himself from those who were from Dongxiao continent, so they were not together. Boom! The coercion of the Great Path was terrifying as giant footprints trampled the void. Several royal members who were more powerful cast a glance at Yi Futian. However, at this moment, the sky above the matrix felt a violent shockwave which caused many to look up. Powerful figures of Renhuang had appeared in the void. These men were the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. Is Wangshan Watchtower going inside the matrix to get involved in the battle? Those who saw this new development outside of Wangshan Watchtower were shocked. If so, then there was now one more principality to contend with, and it was Wangshan Watchtower no less. In the past, Wangshan Watchtower's presence was usually reserved for testing some extraordinary Renhuang with extraordinary combat power and would enter the matrix to escalate the battle. But this time, it was a little different. This time, the cultivators from all sides had gathered in one place. The cultivators of the ancient royal clan of Yen had led a great army of Renhuang here, whose express purpose was to challenge Wangshan Watchtower. The target for top figures brought from the north were also the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. "Everyone, please continue," said a young Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower with a smile. After their arrival, all the Renhuang had positioned themselves in various places and did not intend to engage in battle immediately. They planned to observe those from the north and, at the very least, to prevent those in the higher realm from taking advantage of those in the lower realm. If those who were already the Matrix had no way to compete with the Renhunag from the northern land, it wouldn't be too late for them to get involved. Since we are here, let's do it together. At this moment, a voice was heard, catching everyone's attention. The speaker was a central figure from Yenyun continent, standing in the middle of a powerful group of Renhuang, like the moon that was surrounded by the stars. He didn't release any aura from his body, nor did he participate in the battle, but no one dared to underestimate his existence. If they were right, this person ought to be the leader of this campaign, a cultivator from the ancient royal family of Yen, from the Yenyun continent. This Renhuang, who appeared to be 30 or so, was a member of the ancient imperial family of the Yen kingdom, Yen Dongyang. If you want to come along, we have no objections. Please feel free, said the young man who headed Wangshan Watcher Tower as he stared at the other. Since the other forces had already come here, how could Wangshan Watchtower show any weakness? After all, this here was their territory. No matter how their opponents wanted to move, they would have to oblige. Those who defeated cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower are qualified to seek instruction from the Millet Emperor? Yen Dongyang said softly. His voice was very soft, but it was heard clearly by everyone. He glanced around the battlefield and said, "We have come from the northern land, traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles across many continents. Now we have a chance to learn from the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. How can we miss such a rare opportunity?" Yes, the eyes of the Renhuang from the north were filled with powerful fighting will. They were willing to come this time because they also wanted to feel the strength of the Renhuang in Wangshan Watchtower of Dongshao continent. This kind of opportunity was rare and would be able to prove their own combat effectiveness. As each Renhuang found his opponent, this battlefield became even more violent and crazy. In the entire Matrix space, battles were erupting everywhere, and there were even several battles where Upper Renhuang were fighting. Yang Qian's cultivation was of Upper Renhuang. At this moment, a tyrannical Renhuang appeared in front of him with a terrifying aura. The same was true for Qi Mu from the Alchemy Divine Palace and all the other cultivators. The Renhuang from Northern Land, who had slaughtered their way here, appeared in front of them, with fierce momentum. Great battles erupted in an instant, and there was a terrifying roar of the Great Path within the Matrix, and the turbulence of the Great Path raged between heaven and earth. When the battles erupted, Yi Futian did not take action. He was still standing in his own position, watching all this taking place. He did not help anyone, acting as if he was a principality in his own right. Renhuang from various principalities sometimes glanced at him, wondering if he was waiting to jump in as they were destroying each other. At this moment, a middle Renhuang with an awesome aura appeared in front of Yi Futian. This middle Renhuang was also someone with great combative power from the northern land, who looked to be in his 40s. He was authoritative and domineering, with a shocking momentum about him. "I'm here to get a taste of your strength," the middle-aged man declared loudly. When his voice fell, the void vibrated, and the hair on everyone's neck stood up. Yi Futian didn't really care. He glanced at the man casually and saw that two other men appeared on either side of him. They were not Renhuang from the northern land, but Renhuang from Dongshao continent. Both men were of the 6th realm, which exceeded Yi Futian's by 2 realms. Clearly, they realized that those in the same realm would never be able to beat Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian regarded himself as a lone principality, the rest of the people would let him struck out first. Yi Futian was suspended in the air. His line of sight was directed at the northern Renhuang in the sky above. There was a brilliant golden brilliance blooming above his body. In an instant, the golden light filled the sky, like the light of Buddhism, with the endless sound of Buddha ringing in the air. The Renhuang from the northern land frowned. He felt a force similar to his own power of the Great Path. As his eyes surveyed the land beneath him, suddenly, his expression changed, and he became extremely fierce and wild. A giant beast that was extremely wild appeared above the sky, like a real dragon, but also like a lion, with 4 hoofs, standing above the firmament, as a roar came out of its bloody basin of a mouth. Countless sound waves of the great path swept through the space like endless sharp swords of the sound wave. It tore through the void and shattered spiritual souls. In just an instant, Yi Futian's body seemed to be submerged by invisible sound waves. At the same time, the Renhuang on both sides also launched an attack of the Great Path on Yi Futian. Cultivators from all three sides attacked Yi Futian simultaneously. How unforgiving! Many who were outside fixed their attention on the battlefield where Yi Futian was at. Because of his independent ways, he was now being attacked by both forces. Men from Dongxiao continent and the cultivators from the northern land were now fighting against him. But at this moment, the golden divine brilliance on Yi Futian was getting even more radiant, as sounds of Buddha was heard, and a Buddhist aura lingered in the air. Get away! With a loud shout accompanied by the roar of the terrifying beast, an infinite and domineering Buddha suddenly appeared above the sky. It was Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The infinite ancient Buddha released the endless glory of Buddhism, rocking the mountains and rivers. The Buddha's light and rhythm pierced the beast, and then its body was pulverized. Not only that, the spiritual souls of that northern Renhuang and the other two Renhuang who attacked Yi Futian trembled violently, as if they might collapse and pulverize at any time, while the great path was also destroyed. A rustling sound was heard, and with the blooming of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, a giant divine tree appeared above Yi Futian's head. Numerous branches and leaves spread out and captured the other three Renhuang in an instant. The power of the great path wanted to smash through, but these leaves were extremely resilient, locking their bodies in place within the void. The branches and vines furled, and three figures were being wrapped up and delivered in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them, and his indifferent eyes made them realize that even if their cultivation was stronger than Yi Futian, they were not his equal after all. Yi Futian looked at the three figures that were wrapped in the leaves and branches. His eyes were cold and indifferent. It was as if he had never taken them seriously. The three struggled within the grasps of the branches and vines, trying to loosen their holds, but more sounds of rustling were heard as the branches and leaves that kept the three prisoners slammed straight down and smashed them directly into the ground. Their bodies seemed to be pierced through as muffled sounds of groaning were heard. It was rather abusive. It was clear by now that the two sides were not on the same level. All the Renhuang who were battling around them were greatly shocked as they watched the situation unfold, especially the cultivators from other forces such as Alchemy Divine Palace. They would have never expected Yi Futian to be this powerful. All three Renhuang were from major forces. One was a cultivator from the northern land, and the other two were of the 26th realm. But none of them were unable to fight back. They were so easily manipulated by Yi Futian. Clearly, to him, they were not opponents at all. Was this something that could have been achieved by a middle Renhuang of the fourth realm? Divine Wheel. His aura of the great path was so overpowering. Was it possible that his great path was flawless and that he possessed the perfect divine wheel? At this moment, a divine light twinkled above the sky, and an upper Renhuang of the seventh realm appeared above Yi Futian. It was an upper Renhuang cultivator from the Xianxia palace. A few of the people controlled by Yi Futian were his companions. Can he resist cultivator of the seventh realm? Many wondered silently. Even on the outside, most of the people were looking at Yi Futian's area of battle. Yi Futian had been a hot topic before he entered the Matrix. Many people were especially focused on him. Now that Yi Futian had demonstrated such strength in the battle, it was inevitable that he was attracting all the attention, and even more eyes were trained on him. Not just them, but even many of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were looking at Yi Futian at this moment. The old man in the lead was sitting there as he was before. As his eyes focused on Yi Futian inside the Matrix, he asked, "Who knows who this man is?" This man goes by the name of Yi Lionian. It is said that he came with the Alchemy Emperor. Previously, he had caused some disturbances in the Heavenly Battle Palace. Some suspected that the Alchemy Emperor was his master, but he denies it. However, in my estimation, this man did not come from the tower of the Alchemy Emperor of Taiwan continent. Someone said as he was walking over to where the old man was sitting. Then, where do you think he was from? The old man did not care too much about the outside world's affairs and didn't know of the news regarding Yifutian, hence his inquiry. Eastern Deity Island, that Renhong replied. A flash passed through the old man's eyes as he looked into the distance. I see. So, it seems that she had sent him to Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. It must be. The Renhuang next to him nodded. Their mutual understanding needed no further clarification. Goddess Donglai did not publicize Yi Futian's identity. She took Yi Futian to see the Millet Emperor immediately. However, as the #1 principality in Dongxiao continent, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower could still make out a thing or two about many events that had happened. Of course, they only guessed that Yi Futian had come from Eastern Deity Island, but didn't know that he was the heir of Supreme being Donglai. Let's see if the upper Renhuang of 7th Realm could do any better, said the old man, looking at the battlefield. The upper Renhuang of the 7th Realm had already released the coercion of the Great Path and was ready to attack. When that cultivator of 7th Realm unleashed the coercion of the Way, the vast and endless void was filled with a suffocating oppressive force. Yifutian looked up in the sky and saw that many additional phantoms now surrounded the opponent. In an instant, there were thousands of them, standing above the sky and surrounding the void. Each phantom was akin to a figure of the war god. How horrific would it be when these thousands of phantoms unleashed the coercion of the Great Path at the same time? It seemed that Yifutian was in a desperate situation and was about to be buried in that space. But those cultivators watching the battle from the outside were shocked. An upper Renhuang of 7th Realm now took action, but without any interference from Wangshan Watchtower. It was as if they had given their permission in silence to allow Yifutian to deal with an opponent of the 7th Realm. Renhuang 4th Realm was classified as the 1st realm of Middle Renhuang, and 7th Realm was already Upper Renhuang. There was an entire level separating the two. Could Yifutian still have a chance in such a battle? As an Upper Renhuang, it is a little unfair to fight against you. If you can withstand one strike from me, I will stop, said the Upper Renhuang of 7th Realm in the void, loud and clear. His voice resounded throughout the void. It was as if his many phantoms were speaking simultaneously, which caused countless echoes between heaven and the earth. His voice lingered in the sky, reverberating in everyone's ears for quite a while. Yifutian raised his head to look at the other. How could he be so hypocritical? One strike. This was probably going to be the most powerful strike ever. Your guys already showed that no lowly tactics are off-limit in battle. So why bother to pretend to be so generous? Yifutian said sarcastically. In this law battle of the Matrix, what could victory mean when someone in the 7th Realm was fighting against someone in the 4th Realm? The original intention of this trip had already been violated. This was now purely an attack aimed at Yifutian. If that was the case, there was no need to dress it up. Of course, I don't care how many times you attack me. In front of me, you are not in a position to say what you just said, Yifutian remarked sarcastically. As soon as his voice fell, his body levitated into the air, and an astonishing aura of the Great Path was released. A golden divine light glittered upon his body, and a Buddha seemed to have appeared. The sound of Buddha lingered. It was as if there were endless Buddhist characters flying out, resounding everywhere between heaven and earth. Everyone's ears were filled with the rhythm of Buddha, and in their mind, an ancient Buddha seemed to have manifested. Since you are so shameless as to allow an Upper Renhuang to launch the attack, don't blame me for being merciless, Yifutian said softly, completely stunning everyone as they looked at him in astonishment. No mercy? Was this an appropriate thing to say to an Upper Renhuang of the 7th Realm? How arrogant! Not far away, Goddess Emperor E of Goddess Peak regarded Yifutian with her beautiful eyes. This was the most conceited Renhuang she had ever seen. His ostentation was not expressed in his attitude but implicitly through his action and speech. But he did have actual strength to back up his sense of superiority. However, at this moment, he was facing a powerful existence of the 7th Realm. Could he also crush it with the Great Path? Be careful. This man is a powerful Renhuang at Qinhe Palace. His attacks are extremely fierce. He can will thousands of phantoms attacking at the same time, so its offensive power would multiply manifold. Don't be careless. Yifutian heard a voice, and it was Goddess Emperor Yi who had transmitted the message to him. Yifutian glanced at the other person from the corner of his eyes, only to see Emperor Yi appear as she was, quietly watching the battlefield where the two were located. Perhaps this warning was a sign of her goodwill toward him. He did not respond. The coercion of the great path from the cultivator of the seventh realm in the void was getting stronger. Thousands of phantoms seemed to resonate with the great path. A domineering power of the great path emerged from each of the phantoms, suppressing this space. The entire void felt an immeasurable heaviness, as it was shrouded and oppressed by an invisible pressure of the great path. Any ordinary Renhuang standing inside this space would suffocate. Yifutian stood there with his usual expression, but he had felt a trace of pressure nonetheless. The feeling was like a corner of the sky was about to collapse and crush on top of him. Above Yifutian, a divine tree appeared, expanding at a terrifying speed. In a few short moments, the elusive aura of the ancient tree was everywhere in this vast world, as if a divine tree had been planted here, turning it into a domain of the great path. Bang! A muffled sound came out, as thousands of phantoms stepping at the same time above the firmament. A golden brilliance bloomed upon their bodies. They had the same movement, raising their arms as golden light screens flowed upon those arms. They were tinged with a terrifying breath of shattering the great path. Finally, under countless gazes, the other man moved with the many phantoms that moved at the same time in the same fashion. They delivered a blow downward, and in that instant, this corner of the sky seemed on the verge of collapsing. The crowd saw the phantoms of the Sky Lord running through the void, blasting their attacks at Yifutian. Simultaneously, a horrific invisible sound wave swept out, causing those phantoms to explode and then pulverized. Many wore a shocked expression on their faces as they beheld this unbelievable scene in awe. The greatest sound was usually inaudible. They could not hear the sound of this sound wave, but they could feel it. In the space shrouded by the ancient tree, an exquisitely cold and dark aura appeared in the domain of the great path, which froze those elusive phantoms that had dove downward, turning them into icy frost. Before the attacks had reached Yifutian, they had already turned to ice. The crowd saw Yifutian's body slowly levitating, and a terrifying storm of swordsmanship appeared around him. Wherever he passed, those elusive phantoms continued to shatter and explode. Thousands of phantoms dissipated at a breakneck speed, and in a short time, everything had turned into dust. Soon, the Renhuang of the seventh realm appeared in person. He looked at what was happening in front of him in utter horror, as all the external phantoms of obfuscation turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. However, he had no time to be in shock. Before he knew it, a sword with flawless swordsmanship had arrived in front of him. Boom! A wildly violent power of the great path exploded fiercely as his body turned into an indestructible golden form, suppressing the great path with its power. Both of his fists blast through the air to block the sword strike. As the sword fell, a sharp sizzling sound was heard. This sword seemed to have integrated thousands of sword will between heaven and earth, converging them into a single sword. The golden form shattered, and the fists emerged bloodied. The sword continued traveling forward, slashing the arms. It slammed into the body of the great path above. Cracks appeared as a golden divine glory was observed by the crowd. In the next moment, the sword finally stopped, but that Renhuang of the seventh realm was knocked out into the faraway distance, standing motionlessly, with blood spurting from his chest. His body was filled with terrifying, destructive sword will. "Is this your strike?" Yifutian glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. "Is this the very powerful seventh realm?" The upper Renhuang of the seventh realms was still being utterly crushed. Was a seventh-tier cultivator very powerful? Even when an upper-level Renhuang attacked, he still lost to Yifutian without any suspense. Yifutian's combat ability was absolutely terrifying. Both inside and outside of the Matrix, many cultivators were speechless. Only now did they understand why Yifutian was so proud. Recalling the day when Heavenly Battle Palace invited Yifutian over, They actually wanted to challenge him to a law battle. Maybe in Yi Futian's eyes, all of them were laughingstocks. With Yi Futian's combat ability, their law battles were not worth his time. Looking back now, it was indeed a mockery to Yi Futian. Even many Renhuangs from the northern land looked over to where Yi Futian stood. This person's ability was very powerful. There was a serious look in their gazes. However, right now, Yi Futian ignored what the crowd was thinking of him. He glanced around at the crowd. With a stomp, his figure shot up into the sky. He stood in the space high above the matrix, the light of Buddha circling him. In the sky above, a gigantic Buddha appeared. Buddhist voices circled the Buddha and could be heard by everyone present. What was he doing? Many people only saw a Buddha when they looked over. Right then, Yi Futian had become a Buddha. Aside from that, tens of thousands of swords hummed around Yi Futian's figure. Endless sword will float out, enveloping the endless space. It became a powerful sword will of the great path. On this battlefield, many people could clearly sense the power of the sword will. In a corner, Chi Mu raised his head and looked at the currents of swordsmanship flowing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind. If the sword will was aimed at him, how would he block it? The powerful sword will flowed over his head and flooded this part of the sky. It enveloped an even larger region. Not just him, but many cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace were all enveloped within. Many people frowned. There were even many people who stopped fighting and watched Yi Futian. This fellow had released such a powerful aura. What was he planning to do? When they looked towards Yi Futian, his figure was floating up into the sky. Buddhist voices of the Great Path circled him and the surrounding space. The Buddhist voices seemed to form countless Buddhist runes that shot out in different directions. Since all of you want a law battle so badly, I will grant you your wish, Yi Futian said. As he said this, the Buddha let out an angry shout. Terrifying sound waves of the Great Path swept out, generating formless way of sonic wave. It swept across the endless space. The vast space within the matrix was completely enveloped by the sound wave attack. Tui. A few cultivators from Qinhe Palace nearest to Yi Futian were immediately sent flying backward. They let out dull groans, and their faces were pale. Their spiritual souls were shaken, and some of them immediately fell over and fainted. Some coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. They seemed malaised, and their figures trembled uncontrollably. Was Yi Futian attacking everyone? The people outside were astonished as they watched this scene. Yi Futian naturally would not attack everyone, only targeting the cultivators from the forces of Wangdu who wanted to attack him before and those who had already attacked him. Before this, he had ignored the other party and went on the defensive. However, the other party was persistent and challenged him again and again. Since they loved law battles so much, Yi Futian would grant their wish. Splattering sounds of cultivators coughing up blood could be heard continuously. Those below the upper-level Renhuang plane could not withstand the power of the sound wave of the Great Path. All of them were severely injured. Even a monstrous Renhuang from Alchemy Divine Palace like Chimu remained standing on his spot, unable to move as he withstood the attack of the frightening sound wave of the Great Path. His clothes fluttered in the wind. A divine Buddha seemed to appear in his mind, angrily roaring at him. The Vajra demon-slaying rhythm was repressing him and forcing him to submit. His entire person was stiff. When he looked at Yi Futian, Chi Mu had a deep sense of fear in his eyes. Only now did he understand that, besides pill-concocting ability, even in combat he was no match for Yi Futian at all. At that moment, currents of swordsmanship flowed in the heavens above. They tore apart the space, attacking once again after the sound wave attack. "Please, have mercy," someone shouted. It was a cultivator from Wangdu. He could not take it anymore. Sword will of the Great Path descended instantly and pierced through his figure. They left behind streaks of blood. He let out a dull groan. His body was covered in blood as his figure fell to the ground. The sword will seriously injured him, immediately causing him to lose the ability to fight. The sword will kept flowing, frenziedly rampaging all over the battlefield. Very soon, silhouettes fell from the sky one by one. They were all heavily injured by the sword will. Divine fire of the great path surrounded Mu, yet the dazzling currents of swordsmanship immediately penetrated the divine fire. It was as though the sword will could not be extinguished. Mu's body released frightening currents of the great path to block the swords, but as a cold sword will descended, he let out a dull groan as his defenses were shattered. Bang! With a loud bang, Mu's figure was sent flying out. Swords descended upon him again. The sound of blood gushing out filled the air. Very soon, this inheritor of Alchemy Divine Palace also could not withstand the attack anymore. He was severely injured, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. His limp body fell to the ground. Only 7th-tier Renhuangs could withstand the power of Yi Futian's dual attack. Sword will filled the sky and rampaged around the space. Countless currents of swordsmanship danced and howled. Buddhist's voice of the great path also circled Yi Futian as he stood alone high in the sky like a Buddha. When Empress Yi from Goddess Peak saw his silhouette, she was at a loss for words. Yi Futian was attacking all the cultivators at the same time. These people must have finally angered him. Yi Futian had not attacked before this, not because he did not have the ability to do so. It was not worth his time. However, the other cultivators had provoked him repeatedly, finally angering him. He immediately lashed out towards the cultivators. As she watched the silhouettes fall to the ground non-stop, Empress Yi felt emotional. Before this, the Renhuangs from the Dongxiao continent forces were decimated by the forces from the northern land. They had suffered severe losses, yet they still did not forget to deal with Yi Futian. In the end, Yi Futian also attacked them, and they once again faced a bloodbath. The journey to the Wangshan Watchtower was originally a joyous occasion for the various forces of the Dongxiao continent. However, this time they were completely sidelined. "Incredible!" exclaimed Lin Xiu, who was behind Yi Futian. Yi Futian had hinted before that he was mighty, but Lin Xiu had never imagined that he would be this powerful. He had swept over the battlefield single-handedly. No one could stand against him. These people actually wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering the Wangshan Watchtower. With such a pitiful show of force from these cultivators, who could stop Yi Futian from doing so? Yi Futian entering the Wangshan Watchtower was set in stone. All the rumors and slander before this now made the members of Alchemy Divine Palace seem despicable. It would have been a waste of Yi Futian's time to join them. The various cultivators observing the battle from the outside were naturally aware of this point. The cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, Qinhe Palace, and the other forces with them were watching this dazzling scene speechlessly. The monstrous Renhuangs they sent into the battlefield had been sidelined, becoming stepping stones for Yi Futian to enter the Wangshan Watchtower. "Who is this person?" an elder from Alchemy Divine Palace asked. He was asking this while looking at Yi Futian's silhouette. He himself did not believe that Alchemy Emperor managed to bring up such a monstrous cultivator. This person definitely had some special identity. No one answered the elder. They all knew who this person was, but it could also be said that they knew nothing about him. No one knew Yi Futian's true origins. Maybe only the Alchemy Emperor knew. Many people glanced over at the Alchemy Emperor. The elder of Alchemy Divine Palace asked, "Alchemy Emperor, this person is not a cultivator from your Tower of the Alchemy Emperor, right?" "He is not," the Alchemy Emperor replied calmly. "Then where is he from?" asked the other party. The Alchemy Emperor glanced at him. His gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Was an elder of Alchemy Divine Palace in the position to act so presumptuous towards him? "Are you questioning me?" asked the Alchemy Emperor as a powerful pressure emanated from his body. His long robes actually fluttered even though there was no wind. This made the other party realize their place. "I was merely curious. May Alchemy Emperor clear things up for us," the other party continued saying. However, Alchemy Emperor ignored the other party. He swept an indifferent glance at the other party before shifting his gaze away. He continued looking at the matrix. Even he was not clear as to the extent of Yi Futian's abilities. Only Goddess Donglai, who was standing behind him, knew. Yi Futian's power was beyond his expectations. He decimated the various cultivators single-handedly. Alchemy Emperor, you still have connections to the Dongshao continent. The person whom you have brought here is acting in such a manner. Don't you think it is inappropriate? Questioned an elder from Xianxia Palace, an ugly expression on his face. They had suffered heavy losses and were almost completely wiped out. Should I instruct him to stand there and allow the members of Xianxia Palace to beat him up without retaliating? Retorted Alchemy Emperor as he swept a cold look at the other party. He replied, You have cultivated for so many years and are of a ripe old age. Yet, such words can be uttered from that mouth of yours. The other party had a displeased look on their face, but they could not retort. After all, their members had attacked Yifutian first but instead faced a bloodbath now. If this continues, the Run Huang of the northern land will act even more unscrupulously, commented a cultivator from Heavenly Battle Palace as he looked at the battlefield. If they did not have this conflict before and Yifutian was on their side, he would have been a great asset. Such a shame. Now, their Dongshao continent forces were facing a bloodbath, making things even easier for the Renhuangs of the northern land. No matter how powerful Yifutian was, he was still only one man. Among the cultivators from the northern land, there were also the forces of the royal family of the Yenyun continent. The cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family had personally arrived. Those who have been eliminated would have been useless even if they remained. Now, on the battlefield, there are still cultivators from the Wangshan Watchtower. In addition to Yifutian, their lineup will not be weaker than that of the Renhuangs from the northern land. They just happen to eliminate the useless folk, the Alchemy Emperor commented. His monotonous voice contained a hint of mockery. Many cultivators from Xianxia Palace, as well as Alchemy Divine Palace, looked towards Alchemy Emperor. Their expressions were hideous. They were useless folk. Nevertheless, legitimacy belonged to the victor. They could not retort Alchemy Emperor. The various cultivators were quelled by Yifutian. After Yifutian decimated the cultivators, he instantly became the absolute focus of everyone inside the matrix. He was more eye-catching than even the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family. Right now, even Yen Dongyang from great Yen ancient royal family was looking over where Yifutian was. He revealed a look of interest. He never imagined that he would encounter such a figure while making his way through Wangshan Watchtower Matrix. This person should be a middle-level Renhuang with a flawless great path who still maintained a flawless divine will after breaking through to the next plane. Only then could he have such explosive combat ability that could instantly kill a 7th-tier existence. Let alone among the cultivators of the Dongshao continent in Wangdu, even among the cultivators led by Yen Dongyang, and there was no one of the same level as Yifutian. None of them was a match for him unless Yen Dongyang himself personally went against Yifutian. As a person who similarly had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, Yen Dongyang naturally knew how powerful and frightening such a figure's combat ability could be. Yen Dongyang initially believed that he would only encounter such figures after entering into Wangshan Watchtower. He never imagined that he would meet one in the Matrix. He should be the person, said Yen Dongyang as he revealed a meaningful smile. It was as though he had already figured out Yifutian's identity. It was not just him. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower who entered into the Matrix also looked at Yifutian. A Renhuang said, With a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, why did you have to go through all this trouble to enter Wangshan Watchtower? If you had come sooner, you could still enter into the Watchtower. No force would reject a figure of his level. It was the same for the Wangshan Watchtower. Yifutian might even have the chance to meet the Millet Emperor. Yifutian looked at the person who had spoken from afar. He smiled and said, A senior instructed me to do so, therefore I can only oblige. Following the standard procedures makes no difference for me. All right, we will not test your combat ability anymore. With your ability, no one among us of the same plane can defeat you, said the Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower. With Yifutian's flawless great path, his attacks were powerful. He had immediately swept the cultivators away. With such ability, they understood that among the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower inside the Matrix, none of them was a match for Yifutian. If that was the case, they didn't need to test him. At that moment, a few 7th-tier cultivators walked towards Yifutian. Their auras were terrifying. They were also cultivators from the Dongxiao continent. Yi Futian had eradicated members of their forces before this. "Halt! Haven't all of you had enough?" said a cold and indifferent voice. Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, glanced at these people as he spoke. Yi Futian began attacking everyone, mainly to deal with the cultivators from Qinhe Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace and the cultivators from the forces, who had previously wanted to attack him. Although Yang Qian had plotted against Yi Futian before this, he had not attacked Yi Futian. Upon hearing Yang Qian's chastising, the 7th-tier cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, Qinhe Palace, and the other forces froze. A cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower also added, "Everyone, this is not the real battlefield. All of you have already been disqualified from this test." This matrix was to select the cultivators who would enter Wangshan Watchtower. However, so many high-level cultivators had gone against one person and were still unwilling to cease, even now. Hence, there was no need for them to enter Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate anymore. Of course, upper-level Renhuangs came here to protect their younger generation. Once at their level, they had no chance of entering the Wangshan Watchtower themselves. Those who had the chance had come in the past. Hence, there was almost no one at the 8th tier and 9th tier here. Those belonged to the older generation of the various major forces. Their upper-level Renhuangs naturally understood this when they heard the cultivator say this. This conflict had indeed been foolish. In reality, they originally also stood a chance. Qi Mu, the successor candidate of Alchemy Divine Palace, and the others were actually very powerful. However, they had encountered Yi Futian and had been crushed by him. They did not even get the chance to display their strengths. They could only consider themselves unlucky. After hesitating for a moment, they all returned to their groups, retreating with their injured members. Continuing to remain here was meaningless. They might as well give up straight away. This conflict had served to highlight Yi Futian's splendor. After they retreated, the battlefield within the matrix suddenly fell silent. Yi Futian's explosive display of his abilities caused many fights to come to a halt as they watched his battle. Now, the true confrontation resumed. It was between the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower and the visitors from the northern land. Without these people provoking him, Yi Futian would certainly be accepted by Wangshan Watchtower. Regardless of whether he was a cultivator from the Dongxiao continent or Wangdu, it was not important. There was no doubt about his position. He would enter to cultivate in the Watchtower, so he would naturally stand on their side. The reason why the Renhuangs from the northern land had come was for Wangshan Watchtower. As the two sides confronted each other, Yi Futian alone stood behind. His figure floated in the sky, facing the Renhuangs from the northern land. His expression remained calm. Below him were Zifeng, Lin Qiu, and the others. Over the vast battlefield, formless pressure of the Great Path emanated, causing it to be even more suppressive than before. The Renhuangs from the northern land spread themselves out. Each of them had an extremely frightening aura of the Great Path. Some of them even released their divine wheels of the Great Path directly. "How do all of you wish to fight?" the cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower said as he swept a glance at the Renhuangs from the northern land. "We have come to Wangshan Watchtower to seek guidance in teachings. We wish to meet with the Millet Emperor. Since we have entered this matrix, the rules should naturally be set forth by Wangshan Watchtower. Please feel free to do as you please," said Yen Dongyang from Great Yen Ancient Royal Family as he stood in mid-air. His expression was calm, and he spoke casually. It was as though they were not here to challenge Wangshan Watchtower but instead were guests. "If that is the case, then we will go by the book," someone said. "We will find a person of similar cultivation plane to test your combat ability. If all of you are sufficiently powerful, you may make your way through this matrix. If you pass through the doors ahead, you will enter directly into Wangshan Watchtower." They did not intentionally make things difficult for the other party, as though they treated them the same as any ordinary cultivator who came to take the test. When Yen Dongyang heard the member of the Wangshan Watchtower say this, he revealed a smile. As expected of the top holy land of the Dongxiao continent. "You are generous." He then commanded his members, "If that's the case, you'd better be prepared to face the ability of the Renhuangs of the strongest force of the Dongxiao continent. Such an opportunity does not come often. The cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family were already prepared as they glanced over at the other party. Both sides were ready. Regardless of which side emerged victoriously, this would be a rare opportunity to test out their abilities. It was a good chance for them to witness how incredible the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were. "Let us begin," the Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower said. As he finished speaking, silhouettes stepped out, each seeking their own opponent. The next moment, the expressions of the Renhuangs from the northern land all turned solemn as they took this seriously. They were the elite cultivators from the northern land. Hence, they were able to suppress the Renhuangs of the Dongxiao continent. However, now they were facing the strongest group of Renhuangs of the Dongxiao continent, the cream of the crop. Who would dare to be careless against such opponents? The sounds of intense collisions of the Great Path soon followed. The law battles officially began. In an instant, various powerful law battles erupted in different corners of the matrix all at once. It was earth-shattering. These law battles were even fiercer than the previous ones. Before this, the Renhuangs from the northern land possessed an overwhelming advantage. Yet, the Renhuangs from the Wangshan Watchtower were powerful. In many battles, the Renhuangs from the Watchtower were even more ferocious. Right then, where Yan Dongyang was, a few Renhuangs appeared above him. They were all Renhuangs of the Watchtower. These people all had extremely powerful auras. The divine light of the Great Path shone down and enveloped Yan Dongyang. They clearly wanted to test the abilities of this cultivator from the great Yan ancient royal family. Buzz! A dazzling divine halo radiated outwards. Sword light descended from the sky. There was also the divine halo of the sun. Blinding light flooded the space, but Yan Dongyang stood there, not moving. He swept a glance at the cultivators who were attacking him. A frightening golden halo swept out, seemingly covering the space all around him. He took a step forward and then raised his arm, sending out a punch across towards the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators in the sky above were sent flying outwards. They coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Even though it was across the space, they felt the space where they stood shatter under the impact of the punch. "You all won't do," said Yan Dongyang indifferently as he glanced at the cultivators who had been knocked back. He then retracted his arm and stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed at ease, as though he was not on a battlefield. The few members of the Wangshan Watchtower looked at Yan Dongyang. With just a punch across the space, they could tell that he had extremely powerful combat ability. Elsewhere, Yifutian similarly stood quietly as though he was standing alone outside of the battlefield. His figure stood in mid-air. However, it was clear that the other party would not allow him to be so carefree. A sharp, ear-piercing sound could be heard. In the distance, powerful sound waves swept over. Yifutian lifted his head and saw that a gigantic bell had appeared in the sky in front of him. It was the divine wheel of the Great Path of a Renhuang, the soul-calming bell. The soul-calming bell floated forwards to the sky above Yifutian. It spun in mid-air and let out an ear-piercing ring. Frightening sound waves swept out, directly drowning Yifutian's body. The ringing of the bell invaded his mind, causing his spiritual soul to tremble somewhat. In the distance, a Renhuang had his eyes closed tightly as he controlled the soul-calming bell. He wanted to see whose way of sonic wave was stronger, his or Yifutian's. Yifutian glanced into the distance, seemingly understanding what the other party was thinking. He clapped his hands together, his expression turning solemn. The sound of Buddha circled him, and light glowed from his figure. His body seemed to become that of a Buddha. Blinding light of Buddha shot out, followed by the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm sweeping out. The two terrifying sound wave powers clashed. It appeared as though a Buddha was slaying a demon. With a loud clang, the soul-calming bell was sent flying outwards. What was even more frightening was that the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm utilized the soul-calming bell to shake the spiritual soul of the Renhuang. This caused him to let out a dull groan as he sat in the distance. He threw up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as his spiritual soul was violently shaken. The soul-calming bell flew back, faint cracks appearing on it. Blood flowed from the corner of the Renhuang's mouth. The Renhuang, who was a vast distance away from Yifutian, glanced into the distance as he retracted his divine wheel of the great path. He sighed inside. It seemed that this person was undefeatable. He could not handle Yifutian. The Renhuang stepped back, not continuing to battle. Instead, the Renhuang did not say anything and retreated behind Yen Dongyang, the prince of great Yen ancient royal family. There was also a person to Yen Dongyang's left. The person's aura was rich and powerful. At the peak of the middle-level Renhuang plane, a mighty aura of the great path surged from his body. "Your Highness, Renhuang Tang will most likely need to attack," said the person. Renhuang Tang was called Yen Tang. He, too, was a member of the great Yen ancient royal family. He was not from the main family line, but his ability was terrifying, and his combat ability was extraordinary. Yen Dongyang did not respond. He swept a glance at Yifutian from afar. There had not been a truly incredible figure from Wangshan Watchtower until now, at least not one that Yen Dongyang recognized as truly incredible. Could it be that the Watchtower wanted Yifutian to be his opponent? Yen Dongyang knew the ability of Yen Tang clearly. Yen Tang had a flawless divine wheel of the great path at the lower-level Renhuang plane but could not maintain it after breaking through to the next plane. However, this did not hinder his powerful combat ability. Together with his 6th-tier cultivation being higher than that of Yifutian, if Yen Tang were to attack, he indeed had a chance of defeating Yifutian. Right then, more people came charging over towards Yen Dongyang. This time, Yen Dongyang did not move at all. With a flash from Yen Tang's figure, a pure-blooded dragon appeared in the sky. The gigantic dragon that stretched for miles pierced through the clouds. It let out a dragon cry that shook the sky. Yen Tang grabbed out at the air with his hand. The pure-blooded dragon roared angrily. Its roars caused the souls of those present to tremble. At the same time, an overbearing attack immediately ripped apart the great path as it charged towards the other party, followed by a loud rumble. It sent the attacking cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower flying from the shockwaves. "Song of the Yen Dragon!" exclaimed the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower as they glanced over where the other party was. Song of the Yen Dragon could also attack one's spiritual soul, besides already possessing extremely frightening attack power. Rumor had it that, with this technique, the ancestor of the great Yen ancient royal family had emerged from Swallow Mountain and established his name, becoming a giant figure. Of course, this was only one of the techniques of the great Yen ancient royal family. As a superpower that conquered countless lands in the Yenyun continent, great Yen ancient royal family was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the northern land. He has the aura of the Dragon Emperor. This fellow is also a member of great Yen ancient royal family, commented Lin Xiu as he glanced over at the other party. When Yen Tang attacked, a golden current of qi appeared all around them, becoming the shadow of an enormous pure-blooded dragon. It enveloped the space, and the aura of the royal family emanated from it, as though it belonged to the royal family of divine dragons. This made Lin Xiu realize that the other party was also a part of the royal family. On the other hand, Yifutian did not think much about it. He would be facing the cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family sooner or later. This time, Goddess Donglai had sent him here to train in preparation for the future. He had never imagined that he would encounter the great Yen ancient royal family so soon. As for Yen Tang, the cultivator from the great Yen ancient royal family, Yifutian paid even less attention. A cultivator with a flawed divine wheel of the great path and with cultivation below the upper-level Renhuang plane was no threat to him. He would ignore people with such conditions. Although Yen Tang's attack was domineering and enough to deal with other Renhuangs, it would not be so easy if he was against Zifeng. At the same cultivation plane, Zifeng had a flawless great path. If they were to exchange blows, she was more than capable of handling Yen Tang. However, these cultivators from the great Yen ancient royal family were indeed very powerful. They cleared their way through the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower casually. They appeared as invincible as Yifutian. At this moment, no one else attacked Yifutian anymore. They must have known that it was almost impossible for those below the upper-level Renhuang plane to defeat Yifutian. Right then, Yifutian saw an overbearing figure advancing towards him in the distance. The divine dragon possessed the figure as it charged forwards. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to hold this person off, but they were all sent flying by this person. Here he comes, many people around Yifutian thought to themselves when they witnessed this scene. This person was Yen Tang, and he was heading straight towards Yifutian. From the looks of it, there was going to be an extraordinary battle. Many observers outside of Wangshan Watchtower thought to themselves. They were waiting in anticipation. They did not know what the outcome would be when the domineering Yen Tang exchanged blows with Yifutian. This law battle was sure to be extremely exciting. Under these gazes filled with anticipation, Yen Tang charged towards Yifutian. No other Renhuangs were blocking his way. A gigantic divine dragon circled Yen Tang as he stood in midair. This golden dragon spiraled upwards. His head was high up in the sky. A pair of large dragon eyes looked down on Yifutian, emanating an overbearing aura. Roar! A dragon cry caused the space to tremble violently. Terrifying sound waves shocked the spiritual souls of those around. Shadows of divine dragons dove downwards and attacked Yifutian. At the center of these shadows, a gigantic dragon claw appeared. The claw came crashing down from the sky, immediately covering part of the sky. Yifutian's figure did not stir. Behind him, a brilliant fiery red silhouette immediately dashed up into the clouds, arriving above Yifutian. Her divine wings spread out and blocked out the sun and the sky. Countless shadows of phoenixes flew out. Her spiritual soul was like a divine fire that was inextinguishable. The sky above was set ablaze by the divine fire of the Great Path. The flames consumed the sky. The bright call of the phoenix sounded, clashing against the sound of the dragon cry. Countless feathers seemed to shoot out from the divine wings of the phoenix. Each of these feathers was sharper than a sword. They became an indestructible attack of the Great Path, slashing towards the sharp dragon claw that came crashing down. A divine light appeared in the heavens above. The sharp dragon claw that botched out the sun in the sky was sliced apart and severed. A gigantic shadow of the phoenix appeared behind Zifeng. It spread its wings and instantly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky above became her domain of the Great Path. The divine fire of Wudong enveloped this part of the sky, engulfing it in flames. Yen Tang was surrounded by this domain of the Great Path of the divine fire. The look in his eyes suddenly changed. These flames were... It was not just him who sensed the might of this divine fire of the Great Path. Many people seemed to realize something as they glanced at Zifeng in astonishment. It was the divine fire of Wudong. From afar, Yen Dongyang looked towards Zifeng. The brilliant shadow of the phoenix appeared, and the bright call of the phoenix shook the space. The divine fire of Wudong were the flames of the powerful demonic beast of supreme deity Donglai, Lord Phoenix. If that was the case, Zifeng's identity was apparent. I never imagined that the descendant of Lord Phoenix would appear here, Yen Dongyang commented. Once the other Renhuangs heard him say this, only then did they realize Zifeng's identity. She was the descendant of Lord Phoenix. Why had the descendant of Lord Phoenix followed Yifutian to the Wangshan Watchtower? Lord Phoenix was the demonic beast companion of supreme deity Donglai. His descendants would naturally cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. This meant that Yifutian had not come with Alchemy Emperor from the Taiyuan continent. He had come from Eastern Deity Island. Many members of the forces of Wangdu were also stunned. The female Renhuang beside Yifutian actually had such an astonishing origin. Yang Qian, who was battling to the side, also glanced over at Zifeng. His gaze then swept over towards Yifutian. At that moment, he finally understood why Alchemy Divine Palace had lost so miserably, be it in terms of alchemy techniques or combat ability. It turned out that Yifutian was a cultivator trained by Eastern Deity Island. Now, they had sent him to train in the Wangshan Watchtower. However, in reality, with the relations between Eastern Deity Island and the Wangshan Watchtower, Yifutian could enter the Wangshan Watchtower and did not need to go through such a hassle. Eastern Deity Island must have wanted him to do so to allow him to display his talents. It was no wonder that, back during the alchemy conference, When the members of Alchemy Divine Palace had bragged about themselves, Yi Futian and the others had opinions about such statements. It turned out that Yi Futian was from the previous, undisputed top alchemy holy land in the Donghua domain. Yi Futian might also be an inheritor of Eastern Deity Island, inheriting their alchemy techniques. Thinking about this made Yang Qian feel somewhat amused. Did it matter whether Yi Futian was from Wangdu? Yi Futian was from Eastern Deity Island. In addition, he had such talent and ability. Did he need the status of being a cultivator from the Dongxiao continent? Hence, it would have been a waste of Yi Futian's time for him to join Alchemy Divine Palace. Before this, Yang Qian and the others had been the ones who were arrogant. The sound of violent collisions came from the sky above. A fierce battle had erupted between Zifeng and Yen Teng. Although Yen Teng's combat ability was powerful, he was facing absolute suppression. He was constantly being pushed back by Zifeng. The elegant phoenix was suppressing the divine dragon. The frightening divine fire of Wudong made Yen Teng only think about escaping the battlefield as soon as possible. Another call of the phoenix filled the skies. The crowd saw the pure-blooded dragon being consumed by the divine fire of the phoenix. With a dull groan, Yen Teng's figure flew outwards, retreating towards a very far place. His figure, which was protected by the great path, was dyed red. Blood could be faintly seen seeping out from underneath his robes. His entire person appeared extremely pathetic. Fresh blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yen Teng, a cultivator from the great Yen ancient royal family, had been defeated. "Flawless divine fire of the great path!" exclaimed many people in astonishment. Zifeng's ability was powerful. Before this battle, many people had not realized this. Outside of the Wangshan Watchtower's matrix, a cultivator from Alchemy Divine Palace looked towards Alchemy Emperor and then Goddess Donglai, who was behind him. He said, "We never imagined that the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai had come. Forgive our rudeness." Clearly, they had figured out Goddess Donglai's identity. These past years, Goddess Donglai had rarely appeared in public. Not many people had seen her before. Hence, no one had recognized her before this. However, the descendant of Lord Phoenix had arrived. Connecting the dots between her and Yi Futian, Goddess Donglai's identity became apparent. She was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Goddess Donglai glanced at the other party and did not respond. These people were still pretending to be polite and sincere. "Is Yi Lionian your disciple, Goddess?" the cultivator from Alchemy Divine Palace asked. "No," denied Goddess Donglai immediately. This caused the other party to be stunned. He was not her disciple? They thought that they had already surmised Yi Futian's identity. However, Goddess Donglai had actually denied it so decisively. With her status, she did not need to lie about this. Then, what identity had Yi Futian come to Wangshan Watchtower with? Seeing that Goddess Donglai had no thoughts that she wished to make public, no one continued to press her. Although they were the top forces from Wangdu, the status of Goddess Donglai, as the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai, was quite a bit loftier. Even if her fortune had changed after the Supreme Being had fallen, their reputation persisted, and the lords of these forces would have to pay her respect when they were in her presence. What's more, this here was outside of Wangshan Watchtower. The relationship between Supreme Being Donglai and the Millet Emperor was well known to everyone. Once again, everyone's attention was fixed on the white-haired man on the battlefield inside the matrix. It seemed that Goddess Donglai deliberately brought Yi Futian to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower. Moreover, Yi Futian would also obtain the inheritance of the Millet Emperor. After all, besides his relationship with Supreme Being Donglai, his own innate strength was quite astounding. So far, he had not had a single defeat, even with an opponent in the seventh realm. Perhaps Yi Futian's ultimate opponent would be the invincible prince from the great Yen ancient royal family, Yen Dongyang. After Yen Teng was defeated on the battlefield, many realized that few could counter the Phoenix Goddess, who was next to Yi Futian. Possessing a perfect divine flame of the great path and extremely domineering offensive power, Yen Teng was the powerful cultivator of the great Yen ancient royal family at the peak of middle-level Renhuang. If he could be crushed, then others wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Yen Dongyang started walking forward. Some cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to stop him, but they saw that two powerful Renhuangs were walking along on both sides of him to deter the others. "Leave me." Yan Dongyang waved his hand, and suddenly, the men next to him retreated one by one until Yan Dongyang was left by himself. He made his way forward alone. An incomparably majestic momentum of the great path bloomed, and the mighty coercion filled the vast void. Inside the space of the matrix, the pressure could be felt by every cultivator. It was as if everyone was within the domain of his great path. "Back off." An upper-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower also waved his hand. Suddenly, those cultivators who were about to step forward retreated and gave up their positions. They knew very well that it would be difficult to defeat Yan Dongyang. It was inappropriate for an upper-level Renhuang to get involved, but victory would be equally unlikely with a cultivator of the seventh realm. This was the direct descendant of the great Yan ancient royal family. This time, they led an army composed of Renhuang from the northern land, which was under his control. No doubt this prestigious role confirmed his status. His combat effectiveness, likewise, was without question. Furthermore, everyone from Wangshan Watchtower realized that this battle had nothing to do with them, but had everything to do with Yifutian. Zifeng's identity was now exposed, and everyone had guessed Yifutian's origin. But what was the relationship between Yen and Eastern Deity Island's ancient royal family? Everyone knew that they were sworn enemies. Since Eastern Deity Island sent Yifutian to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower, he and Yan Dongyang were fated to be opponents. Now that they met inside the matrix at Wangshan Watchtower, it was natural that they should have a battle. Both of them were unbeatable and have not lost a single battle so far. Therefore, when they saw Yan Dongyang moving forward, cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower retreated to give Yan Dongyang and Yifutian the battlefield. This was a battle between the two of them. Yan Dongyang continued forward and soon faced Yifutian. Although they were still far apart, this little bit of distance was really negligible for cultivators in their realms. "Yi Lianyan," Yan Dongyang said to Yifutian. Clearly, he knew of Yifutian's existence. Not only did he knew him, but also he was quite familiar with him. Yifutian was not surprised by it. His existence was not some big secret, and it was not surprising that Yan's ancient royal family knew of him. However, he did not consider Yan Dongyang as a sworn enemy. Although he was the descendant of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yifutian had seen many people at this level in the original realm. Some of them were awesome existences. Even principalities such as the Dark Court were not unfamiliar to him. From experience, he knew that even the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family would not necessarily be better. He didn't know who would be his sworn enemy, but definitely not Yan Dongyang. To cultivate at Eastern Deity Island and become the heir of Supreme Being Donglai were all but part of the experience he sought by coming to the Divine Prefecture. In his view, it was all part of the trial on the journey of cultivation, so there was nothing as serious as seeing the great Yan ancient royal family as the enemy. Therefore, he regarded Yan Dongyang with total calmness, relaxed, and without hatred. He was not serious or solemn but appeared very laid back. On the contrary, Zifeng appeared more agitated. Her eyes were cold, and the divine flames of the great path were burning in those beautiful eyes. Lord Phoenix had fallen in that battle. Buzz! Wild winds screamed as blazing currents flew in the void. The great path's divine flame was ignited between heaven and earth as Zifeng flapped her wings and appeared in the sky above Yan Dongyang. She let out a long cry as the howl of the phoenix resounded throughout the sky. She returned to her true form, a massive divine phoenix. Her eyes were filled with fierceness, completely different from who she was in human form. Yan Dongyang glanced at her. Inside Yan Dongyang, an extremely violent aura erupted, and the sound of dragons came out of him and continued to rise until it shook the firmament. A sacred dragon swayed upward to support his body to rise even higher. At this moment, countless giant dragon figures now appeared in the sky. In the middle, Yan Dongyang stood on top of a golden giant dragon, like the lord of the divine dragon. It was something spectacular to behold. The blazing gust of wind roared, and the divine phoenix rushed out toward Yan Dongyang. The boundless and massive phoenix was extremely domineering. The divine flame of the great path burned in the void as her sharp claws tore the great path apart. Roar! The moment Zifeng made her move, thousands of dragons roared at the same time, and the song of the Yen dragon was unleashed. Above the sky, thousands of dragon phantoms roared angrily at the same time, creating quite a sight. Terrifying sound waves of the great path swept out to collapse the other. Many groaned inside the matrix as their blood was roiling inside their body, and their spiritual souls were violently shaken. Those who were not strong enough in their cultivation spat out blood, their faces pale. They dared not watch that battlefield as the powerful and invisible sound waves continuously washed over them until they had filled this boundless space. If onlookers were suffering in this manner, the kind of sonic attack that Zifeng was under was simply unimaginable. The great path's divine flames seemed to be extinguished by the sound waves, and the massive body of the phoenix seemed to be blocked by an invisible storm. At this moment, Zifeng could feel the attack through every single one of her feathers. She raised her head and screamed, and the sound of the phoenix was loud and clear, enough to tear a gap in the song of the dragon. It was not a harmonious chorus of the dragon and the phoenix, but a struggle. The phoenix continued to attack forward, aiming straight for Yen Dongyang. When he saw this, Yifutian knew that Zifeng would lose. Although both were comparable in realms, Zifeng possessed the perfect spiritual soul of the Great Path. Yen Dongyang also possessed the perfect divine wheel. His sonic attacks could subtly restrain many types of attacks. This invisible Great Path was very powerful because even if it was not employed as the main attack, its power was usually more damaging as a secondary method to suppress subsequent attacks. The Song of the Yen Dragon, where 10,000 dragons roared in unison, was just the first wave of Yen Dongyang's attacks. Sure enough, Yifutian felt a powerful pressure in the next moment, and the vast void seemed to be shrouded and oppressed by an invisible force, heavy and suppressive. Spatial Great Path. Yifutian thought to himself as he sensed this power of the Great Path. In the next moment, with the attack from Song of the Yen Dragon lingering, Yen Dongyang's body swooped down. Above the sky, a most divine dragon roared as it dove down, bringing thousands of divine dragons with him. Every one of these phantom dragons blasted on Zifeng. Although they were hollowed out, they were able to affect Zifeng's momentum. Then Yen Dongyang arrived. Many people looked up. This confrontation was similar to the previous battle between Zifeng and Yen Tung. It was as if Yen Dongyang deliberately did so, but this attack was even more violent. When the dragon and the phoenix converged, the massive divine dragon and the divine phoenix collided. At that moment, a dull sound came from the space, and many felt a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. In the next moment, there was another long cry from the dragon and the phoenix that shook the sky and cracked the earth. The great path collapsed, and the light of destruction swept across the heavens. Many Runhuang cultivators were thrown out by the momentum. Once again, muffled groans were heard. Those in the lower Runhuang realm vomited blood, knocked back quite a distance. They did not stop until they were quite far away. This extraordinary storm also hit Yifutian. His white robe danced in the wind, but his body was planted there firmly. His eyes focused on the battlefield, motionless. With a loud noise, he saw the divine phoenix being shocked into retreat, and many of her divine feathers fell off. Each divine feather contained divine flame, but they floated weakly in the air. Zifeng was shaken from the void to the ground, and a deep pit formed where she had smashed into the ground. The deep pit was instantly filled with streams of flames, burning with extreme heat. Likewise, Yen Dongyang's body was knocked backward as he returned to a higher altitude. His aura was tossing and tumbling about his person, but it was clear that he fared much better than Zifeng. After he had stabilized his stance, his eyes returned to the area below. He said clearly, as expected, the descendant of Lord Phoenix did not disappoint. The body of his dragon was a little red. It was as if it had been scorched by the divine flame of the Great Path, but it quickly faded away. Zifeng picked herself up from the ground, and there was blood at the corner of the phoenix's mouth. Her body was still vibrating. Blood was roiling inside of her. Yifutian waved his hand. Suddenly, a medicine pill flew toward Zifeng. She opened her mouth and swallowed it readily. Her injured body started to recover immediately at an incredible speed. Her eyes were still fixed on Yen Dongyang, who was above in the air as if she was still clamoring to fight. But she knew very well that she had already lost. After Yen Dongyang defeated Zifeng, he looked at the only person that still remained, and that was Yifutian. The only person who could stop him now would be this cultivator from Eastern Deity Island. Of course, Yen Dongyang did not think that Yifutian could really stop him either. After all, Yifutian's realm was not as high as his. He was Renhuang 5th realm while Yifutian was in the 4th realm. Even in the same realm, he was certain of his own prowess over Yifutian's, let alone he was one realm higher. Zifeng was already a powerful entity, but in his opinion Yifutian's strength at most was only at the same level as Zifeng. Yifutian, likewise, focused his attention on Yen Dongyang and saw a smile twinkled at the corner of his eyes. However, in this smile Yifutian detected a murderous intent. Yen Dongyang intended on taking his life. Boom! The void trembled violently as Yifutian felt a tightness all over his body. Then there was the rousing sound of the dragon screaming, as the terrifying sound waves of the Great Path shattered the Great Path, blasting toward Yifutian. Yifutian's golden body dazzled as the sound of Buddha lingering in the air. A Buddha appeared, and the manifold shadows of the Buddha collided with the roaring dragon. Almost at the same time, Yen Dongyang's body transformed into a divine dragon, swooping down. It landed in front of Yifutian instantaneously. From Yifutian's view, it was as if a boundless giant dragon had descended from the sky, coming to attack with its infinite and domineering power. The trumpeting of the elephants oscillated between heaven and earth. Yifutian raised his hands to unleash out his attack. Phantom divine elephants appeared, suppressing the Great Path, and collided with the other's terrifying force of the Great Path. Previously the battle was between the dragon and the phoenix. Now it was a battle between the dragon and the elephant. Loud rumbling sounds were heard continuously, shattering the power of the Great Path that filled the space. An explosive sound came out, and Yifutian was knocked back into the far distance, feeling as if his blood and breath had been greatly disrupted. The body of his opponent was knocked back into the sky as well. The divine dragon turned around as Yen Dongyang lowered his head, so that he could look down at Yifutian. No cultivators of the Eastern Deity Island have mastered such domineering power. No wonder they value you so much. When Yifutian heard Yen Dongyang's words, he understood that the other knew quite a lot. The war on Eastern Deity Island had happened several years ago. What happened then was well known in Penglai continent. Although Yenyun continent may not always have kept tabs on the occurrences on Penglai continent, the others might have heard a thing or two by now. Yifutian sensed that Yen Dongyang was an expert at several kinds of power. Sound waves, spatial, suppression, these powers of the Great Path had manifested in his attacks, and they were extremely overpowering. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to repel him. Zifeng's defeat was well within his expectation. The divine dragon roared high above, sheltering the sky and the sun. Many around them had stopped fighting and turned their attention to the battlefield. But at this moment, the matrix emitted violent vibrations that caused the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower to raise their heads. They saw that the spatial matrix was under constant changes. What's going on? The matrix is disappearing. Many people were confused and amazed at the same time. Those from the outside looked up at the sky above Wangshan Watchtower and saw an old man standing there, waving his hands. After a while, the self-forming spatial matrix of the Great Path disappeared. Yifutian and the others found themselves standing in an open field, and they appeared doubtful as they looked at the Renhuang above the palace at Wangshan Watchtower. Did the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower close up the matrix? What was the meaning of this? After the matrix disappeared, those who were inside also looked up at the palaces in the distance and the one that rose into the sky. This year, there are no qualifying candidates from Dongxiao continent and the surrounding continents. The old man on the staircase in the distance stood up and announced. Suddenly, many from other principalities looked disappointed. Did none of them obtain the qualification to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower? Yi Lionian, go up with the phoenix, the old man said to Yi Futian. Everyone was silent. Sure enough, only Yi Futian and Zifeng qualified. But the rules of this assessment were set by Wangshan Watchtower, as was their right. Naturally, Wangshan Watchtower could do whatever they please without answering anyone. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Elder. At this moment, Yan Dongyang kept his eyes forward but said loudly, I have not failed in the matrix, and now, I would like to be permitted to see the Millet Emperor. The old man glanced at him and said casually, What brings you here? Yan Dongyang looked at the old man and said, In the previous battle, the Millet Emperor's promise of refraining from contacting Eastern Deity Island was the reason why the ancient royal family of Yen agreed to leave Eastern Deity Island alone. All these years, Eastern Deity Island was not harmed. A few years ago, Eastern Deity Island began to be active again and raised that turmoil in the Penglai continent. Now its cultivators are here to seek the way from Wangshan Watchtower. Was this in preparation to cultivate under the Millet Emperor's tutelage? If so, the ancient royal family of Yen may have to reconsider our existing bargain with Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian looked surprised when he heard what Yan Dongyang had to say. He didn't know there were other things that had happened in the past. No wonder Goddess Donglai worried that the ancient royal family of Yen would turn against him and Eastern Deity Island. It was the main reason that she sent him here to Wangshan Watchtower. It seemed that after the battle in the old days, both sides had their own agreement to keep Eastern Deity Island. Still, it also placed Eastern Deity Island in an isolated position with minimal contact with the outside world. However, the ancient royal family of Yen had never been to Eastern Deity Island before. After all, no one on the outside knew of his status within Eastern Deity Island, nor did they know that he had inherited from Supreme Being Donglai. For the past several years, he had been cultivating in retreat on the island. It should have did not affect a powerful clan like the ancient royal family of Yen. Otherwise, they would have gone to Eastern Deity Island already. From this angle, it was a coincidence that the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yen encountered him and made the proposal when they saw his strength was extraordinary. What other business do you have with us? The old man asked again. Obviously, he also thought that for so many cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yen to provoke the Heavenly Battle Palace, then participated in the trial of Wangshan Watchtower, decimating the cultivators from the Dongxiao continent, Yi Futian could not have been their first target. After all, no one knew of Yi Futian's identity prior to this, nor did they know that he was here and would participate in the assessment. Yan Dongyang raised his head to look at the old man in the distance. Wangshan Watchtower's attitude had been really unfriendly, but it was not surprising. Their purpose here was to escalate the situation. In addition to the deep-seated grievances between the two sides, they had no reason to be friendly. Furthermore, I'm here with the cultivators from the northern land to exchange with the cultivators from the Dongxiao continent. I must be honest, I was rather hopeful. Even for those from Wangshan Watchtower seemed only so in their skills. Until now, I haven't met a true rival. Yan Dongyang continued loudly, the one who cultivated under the Millet Emperor, the one who is known as the #1 genius talent of Wangshan Watchtower. Where is he? Not long ago, because the ancient royal family of Yen had received some bad news, he decided to take a team of people to figure it out. It was true that he did not take the cultivator of Eastern Deity Island seriously before, and the ancient royal family of Yen was even more so. Even now, Yi Futian only made him become more alert, but the one he really cared about was still the one who inquired after the Millet Emperor. Outside of Wangshan Watchtower, everyone looked solemn after they heard Yan Dongyang's words. Immediately, their thoughts turned to one person. The #1 genius of Wangshan Watchtower was undoubtedly the #1 genius in all of Dongxiao continent. Someone with terrifying talent, a peerless character. You want to see him? The old man asked Yan Dongyang. Yes, I would like to ask for his advice. Yan Dongyang responded. You are not yet qualified. Tell your older brother to come. Perhaps he could qualify. The old man responded lightly, which displeased Yan Dongyang. However, if the rumors are true, then indeed, he would not qualify to be in the presence of the other. The ancient royal family of Yen had received information that he had already proclaimed the Upper Renhuang realm, and not only that, he still possessed the perfect divine wheel. This signified that the man had become a truly flawless Renhuang, and such a person would be a great threat to the ancient royal family of Yen. Until now, no one from Wangshan Watchtower has been able to fight. Why should my brother come in person? Yen Dongyang asked. The old man smiled. He already understood the other's intention. If it's for this matter, then go back and have your brother come in person. The old man responded nonchalantly, not giving him any opening. Yen Dongyang stared at the other man, still standing in the void, and said coldly, I came all this way and crossed many continents to get to Wangshan Watchtower. If I can't ask for Millet Emperor's advice, I wish to battle. Obviously, he didn't intend to relent so easily. The old man glanced at him, then looked at Yi Futian and the others. You guys go up first. Yi Futian nodded as he and Zifeng stepped forward. At this time, Goddess Donglai and the Alchemy Emperor also walked forward to join Yi Futian as they stepped onto the stairs together. The old man turned around, leading them all the way up toward the depths of Wangshan Watchtower. It didn't take them long before they came to the highest point of Wangshan Watchtower. It was similar to a heavenly palace, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if in a wonderland. Ahead, at the highest point, there was a platform with someone sitting quietly there. This person was dressed all in black, with inky long hair falling freely behind him. The person seemed to be one with the heavens. Before Yi Futian came here, he could not even feel this person's presence. Behind the man in black was the real Wangshan Watchtower. Standing there, it seemed to embody countless years of history. However, when Yi Futian laid his eyes on Wangshan Watchtower, the ancient tree of the world in his life palace started to move, which was a certain sign to Yi Futian. This Wangshan Watchtower was actually a divine item? Yi Futian knew that many principalities in the original realm owned divine items, especially those at the top of their power. Divine items were used to nurture cultivators to obtain the perfect great path and promote their potential to develop the perfect divine wheel. However, this was the first time he saw a divine item that was on the outside. Wangshan Watchtower itself was a divine item. The Millet Emperor was cultivating in front of Wangshan Watchtower and had built the aerial cultivation temple here. The person in black in front of them was clearly the Millet Emperor. Millet Emperor looked to be about 30 years old. On the surface, he didn't appear to be much older than Yi Futian, but in fact, he had cultivated for many years. His eyes were unfathomable. Just like his realm of cultivation, there was no detectable outward aura released. However, it was as if he was one with the heavenly path, in a realm that transcended all others. He, the number one figure in Dongxiao continent, was also the most powerful person on the entire boundless region, with Dongxiao continent as its center. The old man who was leading them, Goddess Donglai, and the others bowed and saluted. Yi Futian did the same and said, Greetings to the Millet Emperor. The Millet Emperor nodded slightly, then looked at Goddess Donglai and asked, Your disciple? Goddess Donglai shook her head and said, Uncle originally. He came to the Eastern Deity Island for trials, but by chance, he swallowed the elixir and inherited my father's inheritance. He is now regarded as my father's disciple. On the side, the old man who was leading them was a little surprised. He had thought that Yi Futian must have been the heir of Goddess Donglai, but he would have never suspected that Yi Futian had inherited from the supreme being Donglai. The Millet Emperor took a more serious look at Yi Futian, then said, Since he's your father's heir, why didn't you tell me before? Last time we happened to pass by Senior Brother Alchemy Emperor's place, and came along to give him the opportunity try out with everyone else. Also to let Uncle see about his cultivation, Goddess Donglai replied. The Millet Emperor nodded. I didn't expect that an heir was possible after your father had gone for so many years. At least we have one less thing to worry about. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Futian and said, Your great path is perfect. You must have had extraordinary experiences before you showed up in Eastern Deity Island. Where are you from? Yi Futian looked at Goddess Donglai. Of everyone here, only Goddess Donglai knew of his origin. Even Zifeng didn't quite understand the scope of it. Please allow me, said Goddess Donglai. However, no one heard her voice anymore. Yi Futian figured that she was communicating with the Millet Emperor through voice transmission. Although Alchemy Emperor and the others were trustworthy, this was a sensitive matter, and it was better that as little as possible was known. The Millet Emperor and her father were close friends, so there was no need to hide anything from him. Since she brought Yi Futian here, it was necessary to be honest with the Millet Emperor regarding Yi Futian's situation. There was a strange look in Millet Emperor's eyes. He was stoic when he heard that Yi Futian was the heir of Supreme Being Donglai, but at this moment, there was a slight emotion that passed over his face. Clearly, he had learned from Goddess Donglai that Yi Futian came from the original realm and only came to the divine prefecture after being attacked by various principalities. He was silent for a moment and then said, "After your father was gone, our several principalities reached a certain unspoken agreement, and Eastern Deity Island slowly faded out of the sight of Donghua domain. Many years have passed, and though the ancient royal family of Yen was no longer concerned about Eastern Deity Island, his appearance would make the Yen kingdom wary, which may be best for him. It is not difficult for the ancient royal family of Yen to rid themselves of any potential trouble. To avoid Yen kingdom's attack on Eastern Deity Island, I will not accept you as a disciple. However, since you have passed the assessment, you have the right to stay in Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate for a while," said the Millet Emperor. Yi Futian and the others immediately understood what he meant. Even though he was not accepted as a disciple, they would still allow Yi Futian in Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. As for the length of time in cultivation, the ancient royal family of Yen had no final say. This clearly would not giving them any reason for excuses. Go tell them that whatever it is that they wanted to know was just as they had guessed, so they can go back now, the Millet Emperor said to the old man. Yes, the old man nodded, then turned to go about his business on informing Yen Dongyang. But moments later, a voice came from below. Yen Dongyang respectfully came to Wangshan Watchtower today to seek the way, and have not been defeated once in the Matrix. According to the rules, I should be eligible to meet with the Millet Emperor. This voice could be heard from below to the side. Everyone in the entire Wangshan Watchtower could hear this voice. Obviously, the Millet Emperor had heard it also, as he casually glanced into the distance. The old man immediately returned and bowed his head slightly, saying, "Yen Dongyang refuses to leave, because he hasn't been defeated yet." The Millet Emperor murmured to himself. He glanced at Yi Futian and asked, "Can you beat him?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and responded directly and resolutely. The old man was stunned again. He was so confident in himself. Like Yi Futian, Yen Dongyang was of the Middle Emperor realm with perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He was extremely talented with fierce combat efficacy. But Yi Futian's tone was so certain. He was so confident that he could defeat Yen Dongyang. The Millet Emperor nodded slightly and said, "If so, then deliver the defeat that he wanted." "Very well." Yi Futian nodded, then turned to leave. His white hair flowing in the wind, and his demeanor revealed his absolute confidence. Millet Emperor stood up, and in one step, had come directly to the edge of the hanging island. He stared intently at the place far below, watching Yi Futian heading over there as if he was planning to observe the battle in person. He had learned of Yi Futian's origin from Goddess Donglai, and he was also full of curiosity about Yi Futian. How strong would be a genius talent from original realm? At the edge of Wangshan Watchtower, Renhuang, who came from the northern land, were still in place. Yen Dongyang raised his head and kept his eyes on Wangshan Watchtower in the distance. At this time, they saw Yi Futian coming toward them. "Millet Emperor!" someone exclaimed. Somewhere far away, they could vaguely see a man standing at the edge of the top peak of Wangshan Watchtower, with hands behind his back, looking in this direction. Although it was quite a distance away, most of the people here were Renhunag, so they could clearly see. Was the Millet Emperor asking Yi Futian to come back to fight Yen Dongyang? And was he going to observe this battle in person? Millet Emperor, in the eyes of the many cultivators in the Dongshao continent and even the surrounding continents, was an absolute god of supreme existence. And this was the first time that many of them saw the Millet Emperor standing there to observe a battle. Was it because of the presence of the powerful ancient royal family of Yan? The figure in white floated down from the void and landed in the area above the Renhuang from the northern land. Yifutian lowered his head to look at Yan Dongyang. Below, just like Yan Dongyang looked at him before, their positions now seemed to have reversed. Likewise, Yan Dongyang also raised his head, looking at Yifutian, who had just returned from Wangshan Watchtower, and said, "Back so soon?" Previously, the old man had said that Yifutian passed the test and would be qualified to enter Wangshan Watchtower to listen to the Millet Emperor's preaching. This meant that the Millet Emperor would be instructing Yifutian in cultivation. And now that Yifutian returned so quickly, was it because of him? Yifutian nodded and looked at Yan Dongyang. The Millet Emperor does not wish to receive you and has asked that you return to the Yan Kingdom. Wangshan Watchtower is breaking its own rules. I have not been defeated. Why can't I see the Millet Emperor? Yan Dongyang responded. When he was speaking, there was a low chanting of dragon that could be heard from his body, and the void was shaken by it. He headed toward the void, in the direction of Yifutian. "You will be defeated," Yifutian said as he walked forward. The currents of the great path descended from heaven and fell with all its might. Inside and outside Wangshan Watchtower, countless people stared ahead. At this moment, there was no more spell matrix. Everyone could clearly perceive the two people's aura of the Great Way and unparalleled God's might. Both had perfect grade divine wheels. In the land above, a giant divine elephant appeared above Yifutian's body. Countless divine elephant figures appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth, stepping on the sky, flooding the sky, making this area into a divine elephant domain. The people understood that that was Yifutian's avenue divine wheel of the great path. Countless divine elephants dropped down, suppressing the heavens, earth, and firmament, flattening the great way. No one knew just how violently powerful they were. However, Yan Dongyang was an extraordinary man and the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. A royal aura enveloped his body, and he was proud and noble. A golden divine dragon appeared as a vision appeared in the sky. A dragon godlike figure hovered in the sky, surrounded by thousands of divine dragons roaring at the same time. The sounds of dragon roars shattered the great way and broke the void, making many divine elephant shadows collapse and shatter. Suddenly, a giant Buddha figure appeared in the firmament. Yifutian seemed to turn into an ancient Buddha as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm was unleashed. The two sound waves collided in the void, causing the great way to collapse and shatter. The sacred dragon went upwards against the trend straight to the clouds, roaring at Yifutian. Yan Dongyang raised his hand to punch. The complete dragon shadow rushed out at the same time, devouring Yifutian's body and breaking this side of the sky. Yifutian looked down at the sky below him. His feet stepped on the void as his divine elephant stepped on the sky. Then he also threw a punch as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, and the divine elephant void-splitting fist exploded at the same time, setting off an unparalleled storm of the great path. Several high-level Renhuangs of the Wangshan Watchtower appeared at different coordinates, blocking the battlefield with an invisible Dao airflow, preventing the terrifying attack from affecting Wangshan Watchtower and the cultivators who came to watch the battle. The huge divine elephant and the divine dragon collided in the sky and earth. Countless people looked up to look over there. The firmament made a dull sound like the divine glory of the great way swept out. Yifutian's body was shaken to the sky, while Yan Dongyang was shaken back down. They were still not able to change the position of the two people. An even more violent aura of the great way burst forth from Yan Dongyang's body. The golden divine glory swept through the sky as he stared at the figure in the void. Yifutian stomped on the void, deliberately preventing him from going up to suppress him below Wangshan Watchtower. The cultivator, who walked out from the Eastern Deity Island and wanted to suppress him, came from the great Yan ancient royal family. But Yifutian's attack was indeed extremely furious and even able to suppress the song of the Yang Dragon. If not for his realm being higher than the other party, even the song of the Yang Dragon would have been restrained. Yan Dongyang stared at Yifutian's figure. Suspended in the void, his body suddenly released the extremely noble royal aura. This wisp of royal airflow swept through the heavens. At this moment, the gorgeous golden divine light shot out like blades of divine light from the sun at Yifutian. Yifutian frowned as the divine light descended in an instant. When it reached him, it seemed like a golden divine dragon shadow appeared. He raised his hand and waved it. Then the divine elephant blasted out and collided with the dragon shadow. After that, countless divine lights shot out, and each divine light contained a violent attack power. It was stronger and faster than the previous attack. The people looking at the battlefield were shaking inside. There seemed to be millions of attacks coming down in a flash, and Yifutian's divine elephant seemed to be difficult to resist. Not only that, when countless divine lights bloomed, enveloping this side of the sky, the glow covered Yifutian's body in it. Heaven and earth were surrounded by his great divine light as if it turned into a separate great path domain. The light screen made of these divine lights intertwined, and a boundless and huge divine dragon shadow appeared. Yen Dongyang's body and the divine dragon shadow merged into one. Yifutian's body was covered by the Great Path domain and was brought by Yen Dongyang into his Great Path domain, which formed its own space and turned into a dragon domain. It seemed that Yen Dongyang was still better. After all, he was at a higher cultivation realm. Yen Dongyang swept his head towards Yifutian. His expression was cold, indifferent, and extremely domineering. As he stepped into the void, the sound of dragon roars shook the sky. Then he raised his fist and blasted out across the sky. Yifutian only felt bound by a domain, and the space seemed to be frozen. He knew that Yen Dongyang had brought him into his Great Path domain. Boom! Yen Dongyang punched out through the air. The area where Yifutian was located emitted a dull sound. It was as if the space was going to be shattered. Within this Great Path domain, everything was under the control of Yen Dongyang, including the Great Path of space in this domain. Many people saw the space where Yifutian was crumbling and cracking. It was as if it was going to be shattered directly along with his body. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the power of the space-tearing Tao bombed the front of Yifutian's body. But in the end, it did not break Yifutian's body. He still stood there steadily as wisps of invisible airflow appeared around him. An ancient divine tree seemed to appear in his body, and countless branches and leaves spread out towards the surroundings. Everywhere he passed became the area of the Great Path he controlled. Yen Dongyang's attack blasted onto this area but did not break. What's going on? Yen Dongyang frowned. He unexpectedly felt that he was losing control of the space in the Great Path domain. Along with the invisible airflow spreading around Yifutian's body, it was as if the power of the Great Way of that area was instantly taken away by Yifutian. He was still able to do that in his Great Path domain? Yen Dongyang seemed to be a bit unconvinced. His fists broke through the air at the same time, and a dull rumble sounded. However, he was still unable to break the space where Yifutian was, which was not under his control. Yen Dongyang stared at Yifutian. He pointed to the sky, and the sacred dragon that enveloped this Great Path domain directly engulfed the space where Yifutian was located, wanting to swallow that space along with Yifutian. Yifutian was not moved at all. His hands formed a seal, then the surrounding branches and leaves seemed to turn into wisps of sword will. Sounds of sword chants rang out. In a flash, infinite divine swords circled Yifutian's body, forming a resonance, creating an extremely magnificent view. Countless gazes looked towards the shocking scene on the battlefield. The giant divine dragon that covered the sky was enormous. Its open mouth could devour a piece of the sky, and its shadow covered Yifutian's body. It became darker and darker, and the divine dragon shot down and devoured the entire space. But at the same moment, Yifutian pointed his finger toward the sky. The next moment, his body disappeared as the incomparably huge divine dragon swallowed him. Many people's hearts shook violently, but the next moment, they saw the huge body of the divine dragon shaking violently. Every part of the body blossomed with gorgeous light that seemed like blades of light. Buzz! On the back of the divine dragon, a blade of light directly broke through his body. The blinding blade of light shot straight to the clouds. An explosion sounded, and the huge body of the divine dragon shattered madly under the sword will. Many people only felt that the void shook violently, and there was a great divine radiance sweeping out, like the shattering of the great path domain. There Yi Futian's figure reappeared. His silver hair danced with the wind, and his body was immaculate, just like an immortal. Your great path domain is too fragile. Yi Futian looked down at Yan Dongyang. His glance directly invaded Yan Dongyang's consciousness and actually made Yan Dongyang feel chills run through his body. The next moment, an invisible Dao airflow above Yi Futian's body enveloped this side of the sky. Above the firmament, there were billions of divine swords whistling around the space where Yi Futian was, turning into a horrific swordsmanship storm. An incomparably strong sword will seem to blossom on Yi Futian's body. A sword appeared in each of 9 different coordinates. The trillions of sword wills spun around the 9 swords faster and faster. Along with a gorgeous blade of light shining, hundreds of millions of sword will seem to turn to one sword. Go! Yi Futian pointed at Yan Dongyang. In an instant, from the firmament downward, a blade of light appeared. The blade of light made by billions of divine swords was like a giant sword directly penetrating this side of the sky. From top to bottom, it ignored spatial distances. Infernal! A strange glimmer flashed between Goddess Penglai's beautiful eyes as she saw the sword. That swordsmanship was a sword art inherited from the eastern deity island. It seemed like Yi Futian had mastered it. When the sword was unleashed, it could still kill an opponent thousands of miles away with a single strike, let alone that bit of distance. The crowd could only see that from the sky to the bottom. There seemed to be a sword penetrating the heaven and earth, and there was an astounding sound of a dragon roar from Yan Dongyang's body. But the next moment, the sacred giant dragon was penetrated, and Yan Dongyang's body also turned into a ray of light and was stabbed all the way down to the ground from the void. Boom! The terrifying sword will tore through the earth, and as the blade of light disappeared, everything around it shattered into nothingness. A sword pit appeared on the ground, and terrifying cracks surrounded it. The mighty figures of the great Yan ancient royal family all stepped forward toward the sword pit. A figure stained with blood walked out of the pit. Its clothes were torn and tattered, and his long hair was messy. He had lost all of his emperor's aura and looked disheveled. He looked up at the figure in the void. This time he did not come for Yi Futian, but for the one in Wangshan Watchtower. He lost to Yi Futian's sword. He lost to the cultivator of the eastern deity island. Yan Dongyang was defeated. Yan Dongyang was a direct descendant of the imperial lineage of the great Yan ancient royal family from the northern land. He was a descendant of the great Yan royal family bloodline. And he was someone with a perfect divine wheel of the great path. He had lost to Yi Futian. If Yi Futian were from the Dongshao continent, then it was Yi Futian who protected the pride of the Dongshao continent with his own strength. However, he was cut off from the Dongshao continent. He came from the eastern deity island and did not care to be with those from the Dongshao continent. Thinking about how many cultivators of Wangdu tried to scheme against Yi Futian previously, several people felt that it was quite ridiculous. Qi Mu of the Alchemy Divine Palace even wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering Wangshan Watchtower. However, how could they stop him? Yi Futian alone outweighed the light on everyone. The Millet Emperor had already met him and told him to come down from Wangshan Watchtower and defeat Yan Dongyang. Yi Futian also succeeded. After he saw Millet Emperor, he came down from the watchtower and defeated Yan Dongyang with a single blade of light. At this moment, standing in the void, Yi Futian was like the son of a god. He was unbeatable. He has a perfect divine wheel of the great path and defeated Yan Dongyang, who also has a perfect divine wheel of the great path and was at a higher realm. Was this battle the revenge of the eastern deity island against the great Yan ancient royal family? No one would forget the grudge between the eastern deity island and the great Yan ancient royal family. Eastern deity island was overthrown because of great Yan. After many years, the cultivators who came out of the eastern deity island defeated all the Renhuangs of the northern land. No one could compete with them, but Goddess Penglai, who was watching the battle overhead, knew that eastern deity island could not produce such a person. She had always wanted to, But the birth of this level of character needs an opportunity. They could not be nurtured just like that. The Eastern Deity Islands' cultivation resources were powerful. Among the great Yen ancient royal family and other top factions of the Divine Prefecture, who did not have powerful cultivation resources. Yifutian came from the original realm and stepped into Eastern Deity Island. It was probably an opportunity not for Yifutian, but for Eastern Deity Island. So she sent Yifutian to Wangshan Watchtower and let him prove his strength. At this time, Yifutian looked down at Yen Dongyang in the sky below. He looked calm and did not feel the excitement after defeating a strong enemy. Instead, he appeared extraordinarily indifferent. It was as if everything should have been just like this. Standing in the void, he spoke indifferently. Now you have a defeat. Earlier, Yen Dongyang said that he had not lost a single battle when he entered the Wangshan Watchtower formation and fought according to the Wangshan Watchtower's rules. So there was no reason for the Millet Emperor not to see him. Now he had been defeated. Yifutian was actually telling him, "You can go now." Yen Dongyang kept standing there and staring at Yifutian, unable to shift his gaze for a long time. This battle made him feel a strong sense of defeat. As someone from the great Yen ancient royal family, his talent and ability were undeniable. He was also extremely arrogant and conceited. His motive for coming here was not Yifutian at all. The great Yen also did not care about Eastern Deity Island. His main objective was to meet the top proud son of heaven of Wangshan Watchtower. If he really achieved a breakthrough, he wanted to see just how powerful a perfect high-order Renhuang was. However, he was already defeated before meeting that top proud son of heaven. He lost to a cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island, who were once eliminated by the great Yen ancient royal family. When he came here, other than wanting to know the answer, it was completely different from his expectations. He came here majestically but could only leave in a wretched state now. Not needing Yifutian to say anything, he himself was too embarrassed to stay. "Go," Yen Dongyang said. He immediately left with the strong cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family. In the surrounding area, the Renhuangs from the northern land looked at Yifutian in the void. With a wisp of reluctance, they all left. But they all left with a completely different posture than when they came. "We will meet some other day." As they were leaving, a voice sounded. It was Yen Dongyang's voice. Obviously, he was not willing to admit his defeat. That sword directly limited Yen Dongyang's strength, and he had not had time to unleash his full strength before he was defeated under this sword. In the future, they would meet again. Yifutian indifferently swept a glance at the departing figure in the distance. Meet again? If they met again, Yen Dongyang still would not be able to withstand his sword. "Let's go." The people who saw the disappearance of the Renhuangs of the northern land were extremely emotional, but they did not feel happy or proud. On this trip to Wangshan Watchtower, the people of the northern land lost. The Dongxiao continent and the cultivators of Wangdu also lost. All of them brought out the brilliance of Yifutian in the end. The things that happened previously that caused the battle today especially threw Yifutian into the limelight. With his status as a cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island, the Millet Emperor probably will accept him as a disciple, right? Some people thought. After all, Supreme Deity Donglai and the Millet Emperor are close friends. But thinking about Yen Dongyang's words before and the words of the elder of the Wangshan Watchtower, maybe not, they speculated. But the Millet Emperor would definitely preach to Yifutian or at least teach him a lot. No one denied that. He was only a level 4 Renhuang but already so powerful. Even ordinary level 7 high-order Renhuang were no match for him. If he cultivated in Wangshan Watchtower for a while and reached a higher level, another peerless individual would walk out from it in the future. Will the Eastern Deity Island regain its glory in his hands? At this time, the elder from Wangshan Watchtower in the void took a step forward, looked at the people from all sides and said, "This is the end for this year. Let's all disperse." It was over. Many people showed a disappointed look. Wangshan Watchtower was also a bit disappointed with the cultivators this time. Of course, perhaps Yifutian's unprecedented appearance and the arrival of the Renhuangs of the northern land have led to the present situation. Otherwise, there would certainly be some of them who could enter Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. However, this was the luck of the times, and there was nothing much to say. As the mighty figure of Wangshan Watchtower spoke, everyone dispersed and withdrew one after another. Chi Mu looked in the distance. As the heir to the Alchemy Divine Palace, he realized at this moment how big the gap between himself and Yi Futian was. Even if Yi Futian did not know how to make pills, they could not be mentioned in the same breath and were destined to never be at the same level. Yi Futian would be able to be in direct contact with the Millet Emperor. One of the Alchemy Divine Palace elders opened his mouth and said, "Let's go." Chi Mu and the others also left. However, there were still many cultivators who still looked at Wangshan Watchtower and looked at Yi Futian. Naturally, Xia Qingyuan did not leave, and Lin Qiu and the others were also there, quietly standing below. The elder looked down at them and then asked Yi Futian, "Are you together?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "They're all my companions." The old man opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, let's enter Wangshan Watchtower together and rest." "Many thanks." Yi Futian smiled, and at once, figures rose into the air. Lin Qiu came to Yi Futian's side and looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Although he had imagined that Yi Futian would be strong, he found that he still underestimated his power every time. "I have a question to ask you," Lin Qiu said to Yi Futian. "What?" Yi Futian said. "Those pills, did you refine them yourself?" Lin Qiu gave Yi Futian an odd look. "Ahem." Yi Futian looked ahead and said, "Senior Millet Emperor is still waiting for me." With that, he accelerated forward. Lin Qiu looked at his back figure and paused, speechless. Did he really refine them himself? In the various palaces and pavilions in Wangshan Watchtower, many Renhuangs appeared and were all sizing Yi Futian up. Although they did not go out previously, each of their divine consciousness was always there, and they had seen that battle. In this generation, Wangshan Watchtower could not find anyone among those at the middle-level Renhuang level who could defeat Yi Futian. It seemed that the Eastern Deity Island was going to have a popular figure. Many human emperors nodded to Yi Futian across the sky, and Yi Futian nodded in response until he arrived at the Hanging Island again, where the Millet Emperor was cultivating. The Millet Emperor had seen that battle with his own eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Not bad. Yan Dongyang is a level 5 Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path, yet you still managed to defeat him despite your lower level. In Donghua Domain, there shouldn't be many people at the middle-level Renhuang plane who could hold their own against you." Yi Futian naturally understood that only a Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path could hold their own against him. People of this level were basically the proud sons of heaven of the top factions. There would not be too many of them in Donghua Domain. However, the great Yen ancient royal family did not care about the Eastern Deity Island and your existence previously. But after this battle, after Yen Dongyang returns, the great Yen ancient royal family will certainly pay attention, which is not good for you or the Eastern Deity Island. The Millet Emperor continued. "It was because they cared about the Eastern Deity Island that they brought him here," Goddess Donglai said at the side. The Millet Emperor pondered for a moment and looked at Yi Futian with a thoughtful expression. Yi Futian's strength could not be hidden. The Eastern Deity Island noticed him now. But as he grew, more people would notice his existence in the future. Unless he continued to practice alone in the Divine Prefecture, what happened in the original realm would be exposed sooner or later. In the original realm, Yi Futian would also have strong enemies from the Divine Prefecture. If you can enter the Domain Chief's manor, then, in the Donghua Domain, no one will be able to touch you. The Millet Emperor seemed to have thought of something. Domain Chief's manor. Yi Futian looked at the Millet Emperor.in the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture. Every domain had a Domain Chief's manor. Naturally, Donghua Domain had one too. The Domain Chief's manor was subordinate to Donghuang the Great and was directly linked to Donghuang the Great's family. It watched over the Divine Prefecture and was extremely powerful. If one would consider the Domain Chief's manor as a faction, then the Domain Chief's manor of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture was the faction at the very apex. Moreover, they had the Great Emperor backing them. Yes, the Domain Chief's manor. The Millet Emperor nodded at Yi Futian. Donghua Domain Chief's manor oversees the entire domain. Virtuosos can be found everywhere in the manor. While the manor naturally does not nurture practitioners, it will continuously absorb virtuosos into their ranks to increase their strength. Only then will they have the ability to control all the factions. With your current abilities, you definitely are eligible to join the domain chief's manor and become their member. Any faction in the divine prefecture will hesitate before attempting to do you any harm. Yifutian nodded. According to what he knew, the older brother of the king of the golden divine nation of the original realm was a subordinate of Donghuang the Great. Of course, there would be many people who worked under the chief of the domain chief's manor. The Millet Emperor now understood Yifutian's circumstance from listening to the Donglai goddess. He had two reasons for giving this suggestion. First, it was for Yifutian's sake. With a powerful faction backing him, all antagonistic factions would think twice before doing him any harm. Second, it was for the Eastern Deity Island's sake. If Yifutian managed to gain influence in the domain chief's manor, Eastern Deity Island would also be a lot more stable, and the great Yen ancient royal family would not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, given Yifutian's display of his extraordinary combat abilities, there was a high chance that he would become a member of the upper echelons in the domain chief's manor. While Yifutian was inclined to take up this suggestion, he was still a little hesitant. With his origin still a mystery, he was unsure of his position. Even though Donghuang Princess had saved his life once, Donghuang the Great still bore a grudge against Emperor Yi Qing. The Millet Emperor continued. However, you need not think about this now. Your combat abilities far surpass your cultivation level. Now you are only at the 4th Renhuang level. If you can raise your cultivation to the pinnacle of the middle-level Renhuang level, no one can threaten you unless they are really at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. If you can further raise your cultivation to a high-level Renhuang level with a perfect grade divine wheel, there won't be many people who can even touch you in the entire divine prefecture. Even though there were several exceptional characters in the divine prefecture, considering the size of the divine prefecture, the ratio was minuscule. The divine prefecture had infinite continents. In contrast, just how many exceptional characters were there? Apart from the special class of practitioners, only high-level Renhuangs with a perfect grade divine will could pose a threat to a Yifutian, who had attained a high-level Renhuang cultivation level. Furthermore, they had to be at least a level 8 Renhuang. These people would already be considered the cream of the crop. Of course, this was only with the premise that Yifutian would break through to a high-level Renhuang while retaining the perfection of his great path. I understand. However, cultivation isn't something that is completed in a single act. Thus, I can only learn through trials that I encounter as I tour the entire divine prefecture, and raise my cultivation as I train myself, Yifutian said. The Millet Emperor nodded. Continuously shutting yourself off from the rest of the world to cultivate is indeed pointless. Moreover, the cultivation of one's great path requires one to travel abroad to feel and comprehend the great path. Before you have attained a sufficient depth of understanding, you should not rush to raise your level. In particular, you should avoid using elixirs to attain a breakthrough. Only by doing so will your great path foundation be stable. The opportunity that you encountered on the Eastern Deity Island that strengthened your life force was, in fact, the origin of all life. It's the same thing with the path of heaven and earth. Only if your foundation is stable can you progress smoothly. Even though you inherited the ability to refine elixirs, don't over-rely on the elixir's powers to raise your cultivation level. Especially those who forcefully raise their cultivation through ingesting elixirs, their foundation of their great path is damaged. Even if it is not noticeable from the surface, it is very different for you. You are looking to forge a perfect grade divine wheel, so you cannot even take a single misstep. Only then can you maintain your perfect great path. Yifutian listened on quietly. The Millet Emperor was giving him advice, afraid that he would take the wrong path. Before I became a high-level Renhuang, my divine will was perfect. However, after that, I was a little too impatient in my cultivation and was too hasty in leveling up. Even though my consciousness was calm and stable, there was still a wisp of impulsiveness in me, and I overestimated my own abilities. This caused flaws to form in my great path when I ascended to the high-level Renhuang level, and my cultivation thereafter was affected. Even though he was very calm when recounting his past, if he were given a chance to go back into the past, he would certainly pay even more attention to the foundation of his great path and would rather make a breakthrough at a later time. I will remember your words earnestly. Yifutian bowed lightly. The memories of the Donglai Supreme Deity believed the same thing. He inferred this because the elixirs that the Supreme Deity refined weren't ones that directly helped him to attain breakthroughs. Rather, they were elixirs that helped stabilize his foundation further, strengthen his body, nurture his life force, and raise his sensitivity to the Great Path. This was all so that he could feel the Great Path even more closely. In the past, when he helped Emperor Helion broke through, the elixirs that he refined were also of the same type. He helped Emperor Helion avoid destabilizing his foundation in his haste to pursue success and thus avoid the tragedy of a cultivation breakthrough at the expense of future progress. Of course, as for the elixirs that helped one to break through one's bottleneck, he prescribed them to those who had reached the limit of their cultivation. They already knew that they did not have the ability to level up any further. To them, when any further progress was hopeless, any step forward was a step up. Even if they had to rely on elixirs and pills to do it, it was still better than no progress at all. At that moment, the Millet Emperor turned around and said to Yifutian, "Follow me." Yifutian nodded and followed behind the Millet Emperor toward Wangshan Watchtower. It stood straight between heaven and earth. The Donglai goddess and the rest stood there silently and watched. It seemed that the Millet Emperor wanted Yifutian to cultivate in the Wangshan Watchtower. Yifutian had inherited everything her father had left behind and had even displayed such prowess. The Millet Emperor was naturally very impressed by him and wanted to help him in his cultivation to reach even greater heights. This Wangshan Watchtower was a mystical object in the world of cultivation. It had amassed the fortune of the world. In the Dongxiao continent, there were many rumors regarding this Wangshan Watchtower. Many people believed that it was merely a watchtower that had become renowned because of the Millet Emperor. In reality, it was truly a spirit gate. Yifutian followed the Millet Emperor to the front of Wangshan Watchtower. The world tree in his body swayed and emitted a crisp sound, as though it were trying to break out from his body. In the past few years, Yifutian had also encountered a few similar incidences. The objects that could cause the world tree in his body to behave in such a manner were all divine objects. His eyes followed the watchtower up into the skies above and saw that this spiritual gate seemed to be one with the path of the heavens, as though it were the great path itself. This space that he was in seemed to be different from the space below the watchtower. This space was separate from the rest of the world. "Can you feel it?" the Millet King asked Yifutian. "It is the great path of sealing," Yifutian replied. The Millet King nodded. "I noticed that you are also well-versed in the great path of suppression. The power of the divine elephant is extremely domineering and can suppress an entire space. This watchtower here has an extremely ancient history. Legends say that this divine object is a treasure from the ages before the collapse of the heavenly path. Some legends say that this watchtower used to be a stone gate guarding the entrance to the heavenly realm. By a stroke of luck, it ended up in my possession. It might be because I happen to be familiar with a very similar type of power as well. However, even after countless years, I am unable to refine it fully. Perhaps only a divine being could fully refine a divine object." "Why don't you give it a try?" the Millet Emperor asked Yifutian. Wangshan Watchtower stood just ahead. It seemed to be so close to them, yet, in reality, they were still some distance away. It was like an otherworldly gate. Its aura was very pressurizing, and even with a glance, one could sense its solemn, ancient aura. Yifutian stepped forward towards it, and an impossibly heavy pressure of the great path pressed onto his body. That power felt like the heavens were pressing down on him. The watchtower seemed to be just in front of him, yet it wasn't easy to reach it. Bang! A low sound echoed out, and Yifutian's footsteps became heavier. At that moment, he felt that everything around him had disappeared. In his senses, there was no Millet Emperor, no cultivation court. There was only that spirit gate. Divine objects encompass the most original power of the great path, the purest form of power. Yifutian chanted in his heart. The space here seemed to have morphed into a separate domain, isolated from the rest of the world. He stood at the top of the spirit gate that seemed to peek into the heavens. From above the spirit gate, the force of the great path pressed down on him like the weight of the heavens was compressing him. With each step he took forward, he felt the pressure on him increase. Furthermore, an illusion seemed to be presenting itself to Yifutian. In his mind, the spirit gate seemed to be getting taller, as though it were becoming a true heavenly tower. If I cultivated the great path of suppression here, I would definitely progress at an incredible rate. A thought surfaced in Yifutian's mind. This was the purest power of the great path. How high must my cultivation level be if I wanted to step into the Wangshan watchtower? Yifutian continued forward, and it seemed like he had walked for a very long time. His footsteps became slower, and it seemed like he could never reach the end. After some time, he finally stopped to sit down and began cultivating. Not far away, the Millet Emperor and the rest observed Yifutian quietly. The Donglai goddess walked to the Millet Emperor and asked, "Uncle Millet, what happened to him?" The Yifutian now seemed to be acting strangely. The spirit gate forms its own dimension around itself. He had already reached the center of the great path of the spirit gate. The Millet Emperor replied, "He might cultivate for quite some time in there, so there is no need to be concerned for him." The Donglai goddess nodded. The Alchemy Emperor also looked ahead. Yifutian was powerful, and he had pretty good luck, too, for the Millet Emperor to allow him to cultivate under this divine object. This divine object was the Millet Emperor's personal cultivation grounds. Only those for whom he had the highest hopes could enter. "Now that he is here, what are your plans?" The Millet Emperor looked at the Donglai goddess. "It is time for me to return," the Donglai goddess said. "The great Yen ancient royal family will probably target here and not pay as much attention to the Eastern Deity Island. If they wanted to act, they would not provoke me through the Eastern Deity Island because it is just not worth it. If they really acted, it would be directed towards him or you." The Millet Emperor looked at the Yifutian in front and said, "In that case, why don't you stay here and cultivate as well? You can bring him to the Donghua heavens next time. With your strength, there aren't that many people from the great Yen who can defeat you." The Donglai goddess let out a thoughtful expression. The Eastern Deity Island was of little value to the great Yen ancient royal family, and they couldn't care less about it. With Yifutian emerging from the Eastern Deity Island, they could deal with Yifutian directly if they wanted to deal with the Eastern Deity Island. They did not have to attack the Eastern Deity Island and provoke the Millet Emperor. A few months later, the ripples from the Battle of Wangshan Watchtower gradually passed, and fewer people talked about it. However, the people of Wangdu all learned a new name: Sword Emperor Yi Lionian. In the various rumors spread around Wangdu, Yi Lionian had become a legendary character. When Yen Dongyang, prince of the great Yen ancient royal family, led his army of Renhuangs from the northern land and suppressed the virtuosos of Wangdu and various factions in the Dongshao continent, the Sword Emperor Yi Lionian defeated the entire army with a single strike of his sword. He managed to force the virtuosos of the great Yen ancient royal family to retreat, and because of this achievement, he managed to impress the Millet Emperor. Now, Yi Lionian was cultivating at the Wangshan Watchtower under the personal guidance of the Millet Emperor. With just one battle, the name Yi Lionian had made itself known to all of Wangdu. The Wangshan Watchtower had one more practitioner with unrivaled strength. There weren't many people who were granted access to the Wangshan Watchtower, which was the Millet Emperor's personal cultivation court. However, at that moment, a practitioner who looked to be in his 30s walked over. He had an extraordinary air about him. He seemed rather cultured, and although he did not emit ripples of power, just him standing there alone made people feel like he was one with heaven and earth. It was a very comfortable feeling. This person was the top prodigy in the Wangshan Watchtower. Zongchan had been cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower for many years, and he was also the top prodigy of the Wangshan Watchtower, so he certainly had the right to come here. In fact, he could enter the Spirit Gate to cultivate any time he wanted. The last time Yen Dongyang came was because of Zongchan. It was rumored that the top prodigy of the Wangshan Watchtower, Zongchan, had broken through to the high-level Renhuang cultivation level. Furthermore, his great path was still perfect. In this aspect, The Millet Emperor had personally admitted his own inferiority and had gotten his subordinate to inform Yen Dongyang. A high-level Renhuang with 7 perfect levels of the Great Path would essentially be someone who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even in the endless divine prefecture, there weren't many people who were like that. There were very few people who could even compare to Zhong Chan. Any practitioner like this was a practitioner who had great potential and could one day stand above everyone else in the world of cultivation. The divine prefecture's legendary figures were all like this, and Zhong Chan had begun to join their ranks. Because of this, the Yenyun continent was shocked, and it was why Yen Dongyang traversed continents to come here. Zhong Chan walked towards the spirit gate and raised his head to look at it. Below, an old man walked past. He was the same older adult who led Yifutian here the other day. Seeing Zhong Chan, he let out a smile and said, "Zhong Chan, have you ended your cultivation in isolation?" Zhong Chan nodded. "I heard that while I was isolated, the great Yen ancient royal family came over to provoke us. They did come, but they left pathetically," the elderly man said with a smile. "I heard some other news." Zhong Chan nodded lightly. Then, he looked into the spirit gate and said, "To be able to impress teacher, this many must be extraordinary. He is especially outstanding. He might rival you one day," the elderly man said with a smile. Even though the Millet Emperor had never officially accepted disciples, he had taught many people before. Zhong Chan had all along stayed here as the Millet Emperor's disciple and regarded the Millet Emperor as his teacher. "I'll go and take a look." Zhong Chan nodded his head lightly. He then walked towards the spirit gate. His footsteps were very light. It was like he was taking a casual stroll. Below the spirit gate, Yifutian was quietly cultivating. He still felt that he was in the isolated space in the spirit gate. However, he sensed something different. He opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Someone had actually entered this space, and what's more, his footsteps seemed to be very light. It was as though he did not feel much pressure from the spirit gate at all. However, Yifutian had recently also gotten accustomed to the pressure of the Great Path exerted in this space. He no longer felt the heaviness that he once did when he first stepped into the spirit gate. He turned around to look at the person approaching him and saw Zhong Chan with an extraordinary air about him. "Yi Lianyan." Zhong Chan looked at Yifutian and said, "You are?" Yifutian asked. To be able to come into this space, he certainly was not a simple character. Only the most core figures of the Wangshan Watchtower were allowed to cultivate in the spirit gate. The person in front of him had to be one of them. "Zhong Chan," Zhong Chan replied. After entering Wangshan Watchtower, he had immediately started cultivating in the spirit gate and did not really try to find out more about Wangshan Watchtower. Thus, he did not know about this person well known by all of Wangdu. "Do you belong to the Millet Emperor's faction?" Yifutian smiled and asked. "Well, I guess you could say that. I have always been following teacher in my cultivation," Zhong Chan replied. "The last time I was not around, and it was only when I came out of isolation that I found out about what happened months ago. I heard that you wielded exceptional power and forced the people from the northern land to retreat. It seems like this Wangshan Watchtower has one more famous person." He was a little surprised that Yifutian had never heard of his name. In all of Wangdu, there hasn't been a single person who did not know the 2 words Zhong Chan. However, he was from the Eastern Deity Island, so it should not be a surprise that he had not heard of his name before. "How did you feel these few days, cultivating in the spirit gate?" Zhong Chan asked. Yifutian looked at Zhong Chan and said, "This place contains the most primeval form of power of the Great Path of Suppression. So it's a place that is especially suitable for people who are cultivating similarly. I think this place is especially suitable for practitioners who are cultivating a similar power. However, I wonder just how strong the pure power of the Great Path of Suppression will be. Would it be as powerful as this spirit gate that is like the will of the heavens? If you would like to feel it, I can help you," Zhong Chan said with a smile. Yifutian hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhong Chan. He said, "Please teach me." "Prepare yourself," Zhong Chan said. He stood there silently, and the power of the Great Path in the surrounding space started flowing, and in the space above them, the wisps of power gathered to form a stone stele. A low rumble reverberated throughout the space. Yifutian looked up at the stone stele and sensed the flow of the great path cascading down. In the next moment, the stone stele pressed down towards him. In his eyes, the stone stele seemed to be enlarging rapidly, becoming a heavenly stele. Above Yifutian, a golden light glimmered, and a divine halo appeared above. Its arms shot upwards and crashed onto the stone stele. A loud rumble echoed out. Even though the stone stele was knocked backward, there was no sign of damage. High-level Renhuang, Yifutian muttered softly. Zhongchan waved his palm, and instantly, in the skies above, multiple stone steles appeared simultaneously, levitating in various locations. The great path of suppression that they emitted caused Yifutian to feel breathless. Oing! A divine light radiated out, and the stone steles that revolved around the space immediately sealed the space, causing it to become an insulated stone stele domain. On every stone stele, there were terrifying runes. An incomparably strong ripple of the great path cascaded on Yifutian, causing him to feel suffocated. He felt like he could not even move a single finger. A perfect great path. Yifutian looked at the countless stone steles sealing the space, morphing into the great path's absolute domain. Furthermore, it was a domain of the great path that he could not hope to escape. He did not expect that in Wangshan Watchtower, he could get to meet such a powerful practitioner, a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. How do you feel about it? Zhongchan ceased his attacks and asked Yifutian with a smile. It's really powerful, Yifutian replied in awe. Under an attack like this, there's nowhere for me to hide. If the attack really struck me, even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. Zhongchan waved his hand, and the stone steles disappeared instantly. It's naturally like this, given that there is a difference in cultivation level between us. However, if you and I were on the same cultivation level, how it would end would be a question. Yifutian agreed with him. Among all the opponents he had encountered in the past, none of them was a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Zhongchan's cultivation level was truly higher than his by 3 full levels. Moreover, this included the chasm in power between a middle-level Renhuang and a high-level Renhuang. With that kind of cultivation level, even if Yifutian fought to his death and used every ounce of strength he had, there was likely still no chance of victory. Your attack techniques are quite similar to the Spirit Gate. Yifutian turned around to look at the Spirit Gate. When teacher guided me in my cultivation attributes were another factor apart from talent. Due to my natural attributes, I naturally synergize to a certain extent with the Spirit Gate. It's only after years of cultivation in the Spirit Gate that I have managed to arrive at where I am now, Zhongchan replied calmly. He was very humble. Yifutian could not detect a tinge of arrogance from his voice. Perhaps when someone had cultivated to this level, his internal self would also become extremely calm. A perfect great path at all 7 levels. This person before him seemed destined to become the most powerful person in the entire divine prefecture. You can come over to chat, a voice sounded out. The two of them turned to look into the distance. Zhongchan smiled and nodded. Yes, teacher. Yifutian and Zhongchan went over to the Millet Emperor. The elderly man from before was also there. His name was Xianxia, and he had entered Wangshan Watchtower even earlier than Zhongchan. He had begun following the Millet Emperor many years ago. Now he was in charge of most of the matters in the Wangshan Watchtower. Xianxia showed Yifutian a gentle smile. He had an extraordinary aura that made people feel very comfortable. The both of you possess a perfect grade divine wheel. It's almost too much that the two of you are cultivating in this Wangshan Watchtower. You guys still sparred. Was this out of brotherly love? Xianxia said with a smile. His tone was very gentle, like a spring breeze. I was just curious and wanted to see Brother Ye's path. Zhongchan replied with a smile. Brother Zhong can be considered as my senior already. A high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path is someone that I naturally can't compare to. Of course, I couldn't have been sparring with him. I was merely asking for some guidance, Yifutian replied with a smile. Both of you are outstanding talents in the entire divine prefecture, and yet you are so formal and humble to each other. This old man can't bear to listen any longer, Li Chongqing said with a smile. Oh yes, I have yet to introduce myself to our little friend Yi. I am Li Chongqing, and I've been cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower all along. Senior, you are too kind. Yi Fuqian bowed slightly. He could sense that Li Chongqing's cultivation level was at the 9th Renhuang level. Months ago, when he first entered the Wangshan Watchtower, it was he who was looking on. All the other Renhuangs regarded him as the core of their group. It was just that now that they were in the presence of the Millet Emperor, he gave off a completely different feeling. Furthermore, from the conversations of a few people, Yi Fuqian could tell that the Millet Emperor had a rather casual personality. Otherwise, Li Chongqing and Zongchan would not be speaking so casually either. Obviously, they were very used to it already. Calling me senior feels so distant. Since you are also cultivating in this Wangshan Watchtower, you are also a friend of the path. You can call me Brother Chongqing, Li Chongqing said. Even though they were not formally the Millet Emperor's disciples, they called him their teacher. The Millet Emperor also would not take Yi Fuqian as his disciple. However, since he was also cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower, he did not mind calling him his brother in cultivation. Brother Chongqing. Yi Fuqian certainly was not bothered by these small details and bowed lightly. I have once again managed to scam a powerful practitioner into becoming my junior, Li Chongqing said with a smile. In the future, when you step onto the pinnacle of cultivation, remember to take care of your brother here. Brother Chongqing, stop teasing me. Yi Fuqian shook his head with a smile. Currently, he was still a good bit weaker than Li Chongqing. Brother Zong, perhaps in the future, you will have a rival, and you won't be lonely anymore. Li Chongqing smiled at Zongchan. As the top prodigy of cultivation of Wangshan Watchtower, he was always unrivaled in his generation. No one could hope to compete with him. I am actually looking forward to it. Zongchan smiled. I am still too far away from Brother Zong, Yi Fuqian humbly said. However, there was quite a difference between them. People enter the world of cultivation at different times, so how strong or weak you are now means very little. At our levels of cultivation, every increment in level may require years of cultivation. After cultivating for a long time, you will realize that if you stay stagnant, people from the younger generations will overtake you, the Millet Emperor said. Li Chongqing felt that deeply. Even though Yi Fuqian had never experienced it himself, he understood it. It was just that he had always been the one overtaking others, and so, although he could understand, he could not empathize very well. However, there is no need to force it at the expense of your psyche. A stable foundation of the great path trumps everything. To prodigies like you, the most important thing is the destination of your great path, continued the Millet Emperor. Zongchan and Yi Fuqian both nodded their heads. I am planning to go out at the end of the year. The two of you will come with me, said the Millet Emperor. Teacher, where are we going? Zongchan asked. For the Millet Emperor to travel there himself, the destination should be a very unusual place. Chongqing, why don't you tell him? The Millet Emperor looked at Li Chongqing. Yes, teacher? Li Chongqing nodded his head, and smiled at Zongchan and Yi Fuqian and said, My two juniors, you are in luck. This journey is exceptionally meaningful to you. Perhaps in the future you might experience it as well. Zongchan let out an expression of surprise. Li Chongqing was also so serious. Just where exactly were they going? Not long ago, the Turtle Deity Island sent news that Emperor Shi was going to experience 3 tribulations, Li Chongqing said. This news had already spread to all the islands on the Divine Ocean. The news says that Emperor Shi does not mind people watching. Tribulation of gods. Zongchan's eyes showed a tinge of shock. Emperor Shi was a legendary figure in the Donghua domain. He had a perfect great path, and his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. He already stood at the top of the Donghua domain. Now, was he going to experience the 3 tribulations? The 3 tribulations were the tribulations of gods. Since the collapse of the heavenly path, a perfect great path was no longer tolerated by the order of the current world. If anyone wanted to step onto the heavenly path, they had to survive 3 tribulations. In the entire divine prefecture, there were very few people of such caliber. Once emperor she managed to survive the first tribulation, he would likely become the most powerful existence in the entire Donghua domain. When Li Changxing said that they might also experience it in the future, he meant that if they continued to preserve the perfection of their great paths when they stepped onto the pinnacle of the Renhuang level, they would have to survive 3 tribulations in order to step into the heavenly path. Yi Futian had understood cultivation to far great extent now, and naturally also knew of the 3 tribulations. In his memory, anyone who survived all 3 tribulations was a legendary figure of the divine prefecture. Anyone who survived 3 tribulations was a living god. Thus, apart from these living gods in this world, there were only those who have survived the first and second tribulation. One could imagine just what sort of existence they were. It was no wonder that even someone like Zhongchan was moved by this. It seems like the Turtle Deity Island was going to shock the Donghua domain, Zhongchan muttered softly. Definitely. An event as grand as this rarely happens even in 1,000 years. I wonder how many of the top practitioners would attend this event. This might be an event that occurs once every millennium in the entire Donghua domain. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world will definitely go witness his tribulation. Li Changxing smiled and said, who would miss anyone overcoming 3 tribulations? Even the domain chief would attend this event. Who is this Emperor Shi? Yi Futian asked curiously. Since when did the Donghua domain have such a powerful figure? Emperor Shi had cultivated for years and had already stepped into the pinnacle of the Renhuang level a long time ago. He had been cultivating on the Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent. The reason why this continent is named the Divine Ocean continent is that apart from the land surrounding the continentile, the space surrounding the continentiles is almost all sea. There are countless islands in the Divine Ocean, and the Turtle Deity Island is the most ancient among them. According to what I know, even before I was born, Emperor Shi was already Emperor Shi now, the pinnacle of Renhuangs, and had already been cultivating on the Turtle Deity Island, Li Changxing said. He himself had cultivated for numerous years, so one could imagine just how long Emperor Shi had been famous. Yi Futian nodded. It seemed like Emperor Shi was a top virtuoso who had been cultivating for a long time. Now, he was finally going to experience 3 tribulations. Is the tribulation this time going to be dangerous? Yi Futian asked. When a practitioner steps into the saint plane, he will have to overcome the tribulation of saints. He will abandon his human body and soul and enter the saint plane as a superhuman being. As for the 3 tribulations, the practitioner will be leaving his saint body and soul in preparation for stepping into the God level. The 3 tribulations are extremely dangerous. They are far more lethal than the tribulations of saints. He could be vanquished by the order of the Great Path if he were just a little careless, Li Changxing said. Yi Futian was a little shocked. He did not expect that stepping into the God level would involve great danger. No wonder there were so few people in the entire world who were at the God level. The collapse of the heavenly path had created a barrier to all practitioners trying to enter the path. I initially intended for you to cultivate in the Wangshan Watchtower for some time. However, witnessing Emperor Shi overcoming tribulations is also a very rare opportunity. You will get to witness this only once every millennium, so I hope you won't miss it and come along, said the Millet Emperor. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. He would certainly not want to miss an opportunity like this. Like what the Millet Emperor said, opportunities like these came only once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, he would also get to see the virtuosos from various places in the Donghua domain. This time, there might be many powerful figures gathering at the Turtle Deity Island to witness the tribulation. This time, we might also meet people from the manor of the domain chief. If we encounter them, we can try to make an acquaintance with them and prepare you for joining them in the future. The Millet Emperor said again. He was already helping Yi Futian plan for his future. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Was he going to join the manor of the domain chief? If he did join the manor of the Donghua domain chief, he would face significantly less danger in the future. The Divine Prefecture had countless continents. As one of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture, the Donghua domain similarly consisted of many continents. The Divine Ocean continent was one of the more unique continents. This continent was not large and was not one of the main continents. could only be considered medium-sized. It usually did not have a strong sense of presence, so not many people from the Donghua domain knew about it. On Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent, there lived a pinnacle existence, Emperor Shi. Now, news from Turtle Deity Island spread, claiming that Emperor Shi would face 3 tribulations. This news spread rapidly, first in the Divine Ocean continent and then to various other continents until it reached the Donghua domain. In an instant, the Divine Ocean continent, which usually did not garner the attention of the masses, became the focus of the entire Donghua domain. Right now, in the skies above the Divine Ocean continent, people were constantly traversing. Cultivators from various continents had rushed over. It was not just top forces like the Wangshan Watchtower. Cultivators from many surrounding continents also came. Who did not want to witness such a rare occasion? These were divine tribulations, the stuff of legends. Very few people had witnessed one before. Yet alone the continents around the area, even among the continents in the entire divine prefecture, it was a rare sight. Now, such an opportunity had appeared in the Divine Ocean continent. To witness Emperor Shi facing a divine tribulation, even though it was just the first tribulation, was still enough to attract the attention of the world. Right now, a group of cultivators descended from the sky. It was as though they had appeared immediately from beyond the horizon. This caused many people around to look over in their direction. The people around wondered which continent these figures of top forces had arrived from. Such speed could not be detected by eyes or will. The people who had come were Millet Emperor and the other members of the Wangshan Watchtower. They brought along cultivators from the Watchtower as well as Yi Futian's group. "We have arrived," Millet Emperor announced as he stood there. Yi Futian looked down below. As expected, there was a vast ocean beneath them. In the Divine Ocean there were many islands. However, the islands were covered with buildings, as though they were island cities. They appeared somewhat similar to the city of Qingzhou in Donghai, where Yi Futian grew up. Of course, Donghai was far from being comparable to the Divine Ocean. Yi Futian's current cultivation plane was far superior when compared to his cultivation plane when he was a youth. Thus, the two places felt oddly similar to him. After all, his vision and will could cover a huge area. Although the distance between the island cities was vast, his vision could still span the island cities. "He is so fast," Yi Futian thought to himself as he glanced at Millet Emperor. The speed of a top cultivator was too frightening. Yi Futian felt as though they had transcended time and space while they were traversing in the sky. From the Dongshao continent to the Divine Ocean continent, they had traversed over countless continents in between these 2 points. However, Yi Futian felt as though they had not taken very long to get here. This was the speed of a giant figure. "We still do not know when the hour of reckoning will be. All of you can explore the Divine Ocean continent on your own. When the day of reckoning comes, head straight for Turtle Deity Island," Millet Emperor explained to them. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Millet Emperor then took a step forward, and his figure immediately disappeared without a trace. He went off on his own to find a place to cultivate. Although the news had come from Turtle Deity Island, the day of reckoning had yet to be determined. They had arrived early as they did not want to miss it. Under such circumstances, they could not go to Turtle Deity Island and disturb the people there. As of now, outside of Turtle Deity Island, many cultivators had already gathered. "I plan to head over to a place near Turtle Deity Island to cultivate. What do you all plan to do?" Li Chongqing asked with a smile. "I will go to Turtle Deity Island," Zhongchan replied. The members of the Wangshan Watchtower each had their own plans in mind. "I will go and take a look around the area," Yi Futian responded with a smile. "All right, then we will part ways for now. See you all again on Turtle Deity Island," Li Chongsheng replied with a laugh. The cultivators then dispersed and went about their own business. However, Yi Futian's group remained. Aside from Yi Futian, Goddess Donglai and Alchemy Emperor had also come. Xia Qingyuan, Zifeng, and the others were also with them. Goddess Donglai did not leave, instead choosing to follow Yi Futian. She did not plan to go her own way. The incident on Turtle Deity Island caused quite a stir. Members from various forces had all come. The cultivators of the great Yen ancient royal family would certainly arrive, and the members of other forces. The person with the highest cultivation around Yifutian was Beigong Ao. She did not feel secure about this. "Let's go," said Yifutian as his figure advanced. They traversed through the sky and passed over island cities. The sound of huge waves could be heard constantly from the divine ocean below. The ocean breeze swept against Yifutian's body, causing his white robes to flutter and his silver hair to dance in the wind. Yifutian missed this sensation. Many images surfaced in his mind of the times he spent with his teacher Hua Fenglu and Jieyu when they traveled across Donghai. He did not know how they were now. He had been in the divine prefecture for some years now. Were they all right in the original realm? People kept traversing in the sky above the divine ocean. Many people passed by beside Yifutian's group. However, most cultivators would mind their own business. This time, cultivators had come from all over. No one knew each other's backgrounds, so they would not easily go looking for trouble. Right then, not far above from where Yifutian's group was, another group of cultivators was traveling at extremely high speeds. One of their members swept a glance at Yifutian's group, and then a voice called out, saying, "It is a demonic phoenix." The person who had spoken had a sinister look in his eyes. He swept a glance over at Zifeng, revealing a look of interest. He could tell at a glance that Zifeng's true form was the divine bird, the phoenix. Seemingly sensing the other party's gaze, Zifeng's eyes lit up with frightening flames of the Great Path. The aura of the Great Path seemed to radiate from within her pupils. Flames of the Great Path invaded the eyes of the other party. However, a strange light flashed past in those sinister eyes. He allowed Zifeng's will to invade his own. With a sparkle in his eyes, he seemed to have sensed something. He then laughed and said, "What an incredible phoenix! Such a pity. It would have been better if she did not already have a master." As he said this, he glanced over Yifutian and the others. This demonic beast was following this group of people. She must already have a master. If she was a masterless phoenix, he could tame her. "Keep moving. Don't dawdle," reminded someone beside him. The other party nodded his head. Their group advanced even faster, disappearing from the view of Yifutian's group in an instant. Yifutian frowned slightly. Although the other party had not done anything that was overstepping boundaries, his tone had clearly been frivolous. "They have top figures among them. They should be a top-level overlord force," Goddess Donglai said softly. When Yifutian heard her say this, he was rendered speechless. He never imagined that a group of people they happened to encounter in the sky above the divine ocean continent was a superpower-level force. "Can you tell which force they are from?" Zifeng asked. She was clearly unhappy. She was very dissatisfied with the look in the other party's eyes and their attitude. "Zifeng, they have not done anything. Don't go looking for trouble," said Goddess Donglai gently. Although they were under the protection of the Millet Emperor, it would still be best for them not to offend superpowers so as to not make enemies for him. Zifeng nodded her head. Although she was not pleased about it, she did not pursue the matter. Some people were using boats to traverse the divine ocean. Many boats were floating on the divine ocean. On one of the boats, Yifutian was lying down quietly. Xianxia sat behind him, and Black Wind Condor was looking all around beside him. On the other boats behind them were the other cultivators. Goddess Donglai, Zifeng as well as Bai Mu were together. Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were on the same boat. They all rowed boats as they followed behind Yifutian. "It is rare for us to have such a cozy time," commented Beigong Ao as he admired the scenery in the distance. The sky merged with the horizon. The shadows of ancient buildings could faintly be seen in the sky. They seemed to be mirages. "Just take a rest," said Yifutian in front with a smile. His hands were behind his head, and he was very relaxed. It was indeed rare for them to have such a moment. For many years, he had always been cultivating. He had never stopped and did not dare to slack. There was not much meaning for them to find a place to cultivate on this journey in the divine ocean continent. They might as well take this opportunity to relax and forget about cultivating for a while. It felt very nice wandering around on the boundless divine ocean, going wherever the wind brought them. When they lifted their heads, they could occasionally see people passing over them in the sky above. For them to be able to see people passing over them on the vast ocean from time to time, one could imagine how many people had come to the divine ocean continent and were heading to Turtle Deity Island. I wonder what it will look like when I break through the next plane and face a tribulation, Yifutian mumbled to himself. He believed that one day he would face a divine tribulation. If that day comes for you, the divine prefecture might be shocked, and the whole world might come to celebrate it, a gentle voice said beside Yifutian. Yifutian raised his head slightly and saw a beautiful face enter his field of view. Xianxia lowered her head and looked at him. Yifutian's words made her look forward to such a day. If he were to face a divine tribulation in the future, what a sight would that be like? Or I might make the whole world my enemy, and the members of the divine prefecture will all come to kill me, Yifutian said. He did not know what the future would be like. As his cultivation improved, he should get closer to revealing the secrets of his life. He did not know how the divine prefecture would react once it was revealed. Would they celebrate or would they come to kill him? That won't happen, said Xianxia seriously as she looked him in his eyes. Who knows? Said Yifutian with a smile. No one could predict what his future path would be like. He could only walk it one step at a time. Xianxia looked at him. She knew that Yifutian always kept secrets about him that he himself was not sure of. Even if all of creation were to become your enemy, I would still be by your side, whispered Xianxia. She did not look at Yifutian. She was staring far off into the distance. Would such a day come? Yifutian looked at her beautiful face and revealed a gentle smile. This world had treated him well. Although he had encountered many dangers on his journey of cultivation and had made many enemies, he also had many people close to him as well as seniors who remained standing on his side, supporting him up until now. The sound of waves constantly beating against the boat kept sounding. The boat floated along with the waves. A light shroud surrounded the little boat and prevented the ocean water from entering the boat. They seemed to float along the currents without any direction, not knowing where they would end up. Yifutian took a nap. It had been a long while since he had slept. Cultivators absorbed the spiritual qi from all creation. They did not need to eat or sleep, especially once they became saints. Hence, Yifutian rarely slept at all. Only when he heard sounds did Yifutian wake up from his nap on the boat. He opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat lax. He looked up and saw that Xianxia was still sitting there with her head lowered as she looked at him. Seeing Yifutian opening his eyes, she shifted her gaze. She had an embarrassed look on her face, as though she had been discovered peeping. With a smile, Yifutian asked, "What is that sound?" "We have reached the coast. It seems to be a training ground. There are quite a number of people up ahead," said Xianxia softly as she lowered her head and looked at him. Yifutian sat up and looked ahead. On the coast nearby, many cultivators were gathered. There seemed to be patterns carved on the cliff by the ocean. Many people were standing on the reef by the coast and looking at the cliff face. Yifutian's will swept out. He saw that the patterns were drawings of a human figure. The figure was practicing axe techniques. When his will invaded the drawings, the figure seemed to move. It contained an extremely powerful aura of the Great Path of Thunder, causing the might of the Great Path of Thunder to emanate from the cliff face. Uttered Yifutian as he revealed a strange expression. He actually discovered that the drawing was extraordinary. The axe technique was very powerful. When his will invaded the drawing, he witnessed an extremely frightening scene. Could it be that there was a fateful encounter of the Great Path located here? If that was so, Yifutian's luck was quite good. "It is not just this cliff face. Take a look around," said Bagong Ao with a bizarre expression. His gaze shifted across the entire cliff face along the coast. He discovered that aside from this complete drawing, the surrounding cliffs were covered in markings. The marks extended very far. It was as though the entire coast was carved with these marks. This drawing was carved after the person completed his training. The person must have had an epiphany, commented Yifutian with a nod after he glanced at the marks on the cliff. They continued riding their boats as they moved on. Occasionally, some people would pass by and land when they saw this scene. On a huge boulder on the reef there was a young couple. Their cultivation was not very high. They were still at the sage plane. "May I ask what this place is?" Beigong Ao asked the two of them when Yifutian's group passed by them. The two of them glanced over at Beigong Ao and the others. They immediately understood that Yifutian's group might be powerful cultivators from abroad. The youth bowed slightly and said, "This place was the training ground of Thunder-Punishing Skylord." "Thunder Punishing Skylord?" exclaimed Beigong Ao with a surprised look. It seemed that it was another incredible figure. The youth nodded. Back when Thunder Punishing Skylord was at the upper-level Renhuang Plain, he headed to Turtle Deity Island to seek teachings. He found Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi did not teach him, instead asking him to find a place to carve his way. Emperor Shi told him to forget everything and to stop cultivating the great path of all things. Thunder Punishing Skylord came here and carved his way into the cliff face for 30 years before he managed to reach enlightenment. The youth continued. After Thunder Punishing Skylord broke through to the next plane, he headed over to Turtle Deity Island to ask Emperor Shi to accept him as a pupil. Emperor Shi did not see him, claiming that it was his own fateful encounter and was unrelated to Emperor Shi. However, Thunder Punishing Skylord always considered himself a pupil of Emperor Shi. This place was his previous training ground and has not been erased. Rumor has it that within the cliff, there is a treasure that he left behind. However, it is just a rumor. I do not know whether it is actually true. "Impressive!" exclaimed Beigong Ao with respect. Both Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord were awe-inspiring. Both of them were extraordinary figures. Emperor Shi gave pointers without asking for anything in return. Thunder Punishing Skylord also recognized Emperor Shi as his teacher. Even though he had already reached enlightenment, he still treated Emperor Shi as his teacher. He also did not erase everything he had carved here, leaving it behind for the generations to come. It might be that he was touched by Emperor Shi's guidance and hoped that these markings would be beneficial for other cultivators. Yifutian was also secretly impressed. This time, when Emperor Shi faced his tribulation, Thunder Punishing Skylord might also be there. Yifutian never imagined that such a giant figure would have such a story to him. It was amazing. "Seniors, have all of you arrived from other continents?" the youth asked as he smiled at Yifutian's group. Replied Beigong Ao as he nodded his head. "We heard about the news from Turtle Deity Island and have come here from distant lands. My name is Lin Yuan. This here is my path companion Lu Qing," said the youth. After the news regarding Turtle Deity Island got out, cultivators from various continents have come to the Divine Ocean continent. This place is somewhat famous in the Divine Ocean continent. However, it is not very well known outside since there are many ruins in the Divine Prefecture. Recently, there have been many visitors, like yourselves, who have stopped to take a look when they come across this place. Across the years, has no one managed to comprehend the way carved into the cliff face? Asked Yifutian. "I do not know. Each person might be able to comprehend bits and pieces," Lin Yuan replied. "However, rumor has it that the drawings are scattered. Back then, Thunder Punishing Skylord carved 30 years' worth of his insights here. This axe technique is rumored to have come into being when his way was complete. Different cultivators will have their own understanding of it. As for whether or not anyone has completely comprehended the entire set, we won't be able to know." "I see," replied Yifutian as he nodded his head. "Seniors, your temperaments are extraordinary. You must be from top forces of other continents, right?" Lin Yuan asked. Yifutian looked at him and saw a faint look of anticipation in Lin Yuan's eyes. "I guess you could say that," answered Yifutian as he nodded with a smile. "May I move alongside all of you? I am willing to act as your guide," Lin Yuan asked as he bowed slightly. When Yifutian heard him say this, he turned to look at Lin Yuan. With a smile, Yifutian pointed out, "You want to attend the ceremony on Turtle Deity Island, don't you?" The couple did not have powerful cultivation. For top figures, the Divine Ocean continent was not considered large. However, for sages it was still massive. With their cultivation planes, they would also most likely be unqualified to step onto Turtle Deity Island. However, they did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that they had encountered Yifutian's group and Lin Yuan saw that Yifutian had an extraordinary temperament and was well-mannered, he took his chance. He wanted to pay a visit to Turtle Deity Island. Although Lin Yuan was very far from reaching the next plane, this might be the only chance in his life for him to have the opportunity to witness a top figure face a divine tribulation. If he missed it this time, he might not get another chance in this lifetime. When Yifutian saw the hopeful look in the other party's eyes, he smiled and said, "Let's try our luck. If I can comprehend the way of the great path from the cliff face, I will bring you along with us. If I am unable to do so, then we will not bring you with us." When Lin Yuan heard Yifutian say this, a look of disappointment flashed past in his eyes. Although Yifutian's group might be a top force from other continents, thunder-punishing Skylord had been the one who carved the way into the cliff face. Many prominent figures in the divine ocean continent had come here before. Although they each had their own snippets of understanding, no one dared to claim that they had completely comprehended the way of the great path on the cliff face. Even though Yifutian had an extraordinary temperament, there was still little chance of him succeeding. His disappointment was gone in a flash. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, you will certainly be able to do so." Yifutian smiled. Lin Yuan got up from where he was sitting on the reef and said, "Senior, please sit." As he said this, he stepped away from the reef. Yifutian did not hesitate and walked up to Lin Yuan's spot. Yifutian glanced at the cliff face before him. In front of him, many people stood, comprehending the cliff face from different locations. "You really want to go to Turtle Deity Island, don't you?" Lu Qing asked Lin Yuan over thought transmission as she looked at him. Lin Yuan replied as he nodded his head. "This is a chance that comes once every 1,000 years. Even if I cannot make it in, I want to watch from the outside. Facing a divine tribulation might shake the entire Turtle Deity Island and might also be visible from the outside." Lu Qing said, "Our cultivation is not bad. However, just as you said, this is an occasion that comes once every 1,000 years. These past few days, cultivators have been passing over us every day. All the top figures of the entire Donghua domain will be coming. With our cultivation, we have no standing. If the disturbances during the divine tribulation are too great, or there are other accidents, our abilities will most likely be of no help." It seemed as though she did not want to go. Facing the top figures of the Donghua domain who had gathered made her feel pressured. This was also a divine tribulation which might cause a huge disturbance. It was a rare event in 1,000 years. A slight mishap would be catastrophic. When that happened, their measly cultivation would not be sufficient to cope. Hence, Lu Qing was slightly conservative. She was afraid of the potential dangers. She felt that such an occasion would not end peacefully. If they were to follow Yifutian's group to the island, the risk would be even greater. Lin Yuan countered. "Back then, thunder-punishing Skylord carved his way here for 30 years when he sought his way. In the end, he succeeded in earning the title Skylord. With my current cultivation plane, what right do I have not to pursue my way and expand my horizons? By observing the divine tribulation, even if we can only comprehend very little of it, its significance for us will be extraordinary." Lin Yuan held Lu Qing's hands as he spoke. Lu Qing nodded her head slightly. This time, she would follow him and see this world's strongest tribulation. Yifutian looked at the cliff face. His gaze became extremely bizarre. A fascinating beauty emanated from his figure. He looked at the patterns that seemed like runes. They resembled a person training with a war axe. At that moment, in his mind, it was as though these people were moving, swinging the war axe around. "Incredible!" Yifutian praised when he sensed the will of the war axe. This war axe was mighty. However, this did not seem difficult. He could clearly sense the might of the great path within these drawings and could comprehend them very easily. Next, Yifutian turned towards the second drawing. It was slightly different from the previous one, yet also very similar. Both were awe-inspiring axe techniques. Yifutian quietly stood there and comprehended the techniques. Beside him, Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were also looking at the cliff face and comprehending the techniques. Just as Lin Yuan had said, each person would have a different understanding of the drawings. Behind them, Lin Yuan watched them silently. Although he did not have high hopes for them to succeed, he still waited there quietly. He could also cultivate while waiting for them. In the divine ocean, before the cliff face, many people were discussing frantically, debating about the way on the cliff face. At that moment, more people descended from the sky and landed before the cliff face. This group of people similarly were beyond average. Each person had an extraordinary temperament. This was left behind after Thunder punishing Skylord comprehended his way back then. Rumor has it that there is a treasure left behind by him in the cliff face. Whoever can master the technique will be able to obtain this treasure, said a youth right then as he looked at a woman beside him. This woman had an outstanding appearance. She had an otherworldly air to her, as though she was a goddess. This caused many people to steal glances at her. However, they soon shifted their gazes away, not daring to stare too long. At a glance, one could tell that these two groups of people who had arrived were not from ordinary backgrounds. Everyone was aware of the current situation in the Divine Ocean continent. Cultivators had gathered in droves. Many of them could not be offended. Hence, everyone would try to keep a low profile. The people who arrived were most likely cultivators from top forces from outside the Divine Ocean continent. No one would dare act rudely towards them. The technique is very powerful, said the woman as she glanced at the cliff face. It was as though she could tell at a glance and could not help but give praise. I have seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. Back then, he visited our manor as a guest. Senior Thunder punishing Skylord is an outstanding figure. The techniques he left behind would naturally be extremely powerful, stated the youth as he smiled slightly. Immediately, many people cast sideways glances at him. His words implied many things. Thunder punishing Skylord had previously visited his manor as a guest? What did this mean? That meant that the clan, which this youth was from, had an existence at the same level as Thunder punishing Skylord. Only then would they be qualified for Thunder punishing Skylord to visit them. Without a doubt, this youth was from a superpower. The woman was not surprised. She clearly knew that the youth's clan had the means to do so. They were indeed from a superpower. They were from the Donghua Heavens. Donghua Heavens was the main continent of the Donghua domain. It was situated in the center of the Donghua domain. People did not like to refer to it as the Donghua continent, instead calling it Donghua Heavens. The manor of the domain chief of the Donghua domain was also in the Donghua Heavens. As the main continent, the overall ability of the cultivators of the Donghua Heavens was definitely the strongest in the entire domain. They had countless cultivators. The occasion on Turtle Deity Island had stirred up the Donghua domain. The cultivators of Donghua Heavens were similarly drawn to this place. When Yifutian heard that the other party had actually seen Thunder punishing Skylord before, he could not help but glance over. Yet, Yifutian was not too surprised about this. He had seen Princess Donghuang 3 times and had also encountered Emperor Yiqing before. How many people could claim having done the same? The youth's words could scare some people, but Yifutian was unfazed. He shifted his gaze back to the cliff face and continued to cultivate in peace. After the various cultivators sized up the other party, they also began to train on their own. Now, cultivators were gathering in the Divine Ocean continent. In reality, this had little to do with them. They were only here to witness the spectacle. Yifutian comprehended the way on the cliff face quietly. After a long while, he even closed his eyes. In his life palace, an illusory figure sat cross-legged. Purple light flooded the sky, and terrifying thunder clapped. He sat alone in his mind palace, seemingly surrounded by countless illusory figures. Each figure was showing a different pose. Their war axes cleaved out, causing the space to look like the apocalypse. Each will of the war axe was frightening beyond comparison. At that moment, Yifutian seemed to transcend space and time. He traveled back into the past and personally witnessed Thunder punishing Skylord cultivating his axe technique. All these scenes appeared in this space. Each axe swing contained extraordinary will and seemed very natural. They became one with the great path. Yet, Yifutian could not completely comprehend it, no matter how he tried. "Uncle Beigong, little Shuang, both of you should sense this," Yifutian said. When the two of them heard him say this, they treated it seriously and quickly sat down. They knew how powerful Yifutian's comprehension was. Before this, on Eastern Deity Island, Yifutian had helped them comprehend. They also cultivated the power of the Great Path of Thunder. Yifutian could help them out effectively. Light radiated from Yifutian's glabella. It was as though scenes were directly transmitted into Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang's minds, allowing the two of them to comprehend together with him. The two of them closed their eyes as they received the images sent over by Yifutian. As expected, his comprehension was more in-depth than their own. It was clear as day. It was as though they had returned to the time when thunder-punishing Skylord was cultivating. After a long while, Yifutian stopped cultivating. The two of them continued comprehending on their own. Yifutian glanced over at the drawings on the surrounding cliff faces. He looked at the markings. There seemed to be many axe marks that were one with the cliff face, as though they were carved by the simplest axe swing. These marks did not contain any will, only leaving behind marks. Many marks contained the will of the Great Path. All this seemed very erratic. Yifutian could not make out the true meaning of thunder-punishing Skylord carving these marks. Right then, the Run Huang from the Donghua heavens said, "Thunder-punishing Skylord comprehended his way here for decades, carving these axe techniques into the cliff face. As expected, the axe techniques are extraordinary. Each axe swing can be its own form of attack. These attacks can be combined into one complete set of axe techniques naturally. However, wanting to comprehend this set of techniques does not seem easy." The woman beside him looked ahead. However, she did not say anything. What she felt from the cliff face was not quite the same as what the other party sensed. At that moment, Beigong Shuang also opened her eyes and looked at the cliff face. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Yifutian. She asked, "Have you comprehended it? Each axe technique can serve as its own attack. With enough time, I can comprehend all of them. However, I have yet to comprehend them as a whole," Yifutian said as he shook his head. He could not make any heads or tails of it. He did not know how to merge them perfectly. Commented Beigong Shuang as she nodded. Could it be that there is no relation between them in the first place? Maybe each form of the axe technique was simply carved by thunder-punishing Skylord without any real thought to it? It might not even be a complete set of war axe techniques. When Yifutian heard what Beigong Shuang said, a strange look flashed past through his eyes. If they did not try to make it one complete set, it was indeed explainable. However, had thunder-punishing Skylord been simply carving when he left these drawings here? They do seem to be independent of each other. However, if that is the case, someone should have comprehended it already. Why is it that no one has managed to solve the secret of the cliff face? Yifutian asked. Unless the rumors of the cliff face are false and that there are no secrets here, this place was just the training grounds of thunder-punishing Skylord. Beigong Shuang also did not understand. She mumbled, "However, I feel that each axe technique is independent. Is it because my cultivation is too low?" "You might be correct," Yifutian said with a smile. Beigong Shuang was a straightforward person. Such people would not read too deeply into situations and were not easily influenced by others. If she saw it that way, that was what she believed. She might be wrong and be unable to comprehend it because her cultivation was too low. Even so, that was her cultivation path. How true is the rumor that thunder-punishing Skylord left a treasure in the cliff face? Yifutian asked Lin Yuan, who was behind him. Lin Yuan was a cultivator from the Divine Ocean continent. He should be more familiar with this. There are many rumors regarding this in the Divine Ocean. Over time, most people were willing to believe it was true. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. However, I am not too sure on whether or not it is true. It might be that what this senior female Renhuang said is true. Thunder-punishing Skylord might have simply carved all this when he was cultivating here and comprehending his way for decades. It is hard to say. She is wrong. a voice stated. Lin Yuan looked ahead. The person who had spoken was the Renhuang who claimed to have seen thunder punishing Skylord before. He stood before the cliff face with his back towards Yi Futian's group. He said, "Thunder punishing Skylord left behind these drawings of axe techniques. They are a complete set. It is difficult to comprehend. Since you cannot comprehend it, don't draw conclusions so easily. Based on my knowledge, the rumor that thunder punishing Skylord left behind a treasure here is true." When the crowd heard him say this, they acknowledged his view. This person had an extraordinary temperament and very powerful cultivation. He had also seen thunder punishing Skylord before. What he said should be true. "Senior, what you said is also reasonable." "It might be the case," answered Lin Yuan. With his level of cultivation, he would not dispute the other party. He was not qualified to do so. Not just might. "It is the case," the youth continued. Just a while ago, he had told the woman beside him this. These axe techniques were one complete set. However, Beigong Shuang and the others claimed it to be otherwise. "Have you comprehended it?" Beigong Shuang asked as he looked at the other party's silhouette. "How could the teachings of the Skylord be so easily comprehended?" The other party replied. "Since you have yet to comprehend it, how are you so certain that I am wrong?" Beigong Shuang retorted. Her tone was very calm. She was not intentionally trying to argue with him. Since the other party had yet to comprehend it, there was still a possibility for her to be correct. She just found it strange that the other party had come to this conclusion. If the other party actually explained his reasoning, she would naturally accept it humbly. The other party turned his head around for the first time. He looked at Beigong Shuang and said with a smile, "Thunder punishing Skylord once had a treasure. However, after he broke through to the next plane, he never used it again. The last time when he came to my manor, a senior of my clan brought this up with Thunder punishing Skylord. Thunder punishing Skylord claimed that after comprehending his way for decades, he did not need it anymore. If so, where is that treasure now?" Beigong Shuang nodded her head. That meant to say that there was indeed the possibility that there was a treasure hidden here. Since no one has destroyed the cliff face, that means that it cannot be destroyed. How could these drawings simply be carved by thunder punishing Skylord? The other party continued his line of reasoning. Beigong Shuang nodded her head and said, "What you say is not without reason, but still does not explain everything." The other party was stunned. He gave Beigong Shuang a strange look. He thought that Beigong Shuang was intentionally arguing with him. "With your level of cultivation, you are not yet qualified to discuss the way with me. If I say you are wrong, he said indifferently. His tone also seemed colder. He glanced over at Yi Futian's group. These people were probably from a large force. However, he was not too concerned. In the Donghua domain, there were few forces whom he could not afford to offend. Beigong Shuang was stunned. She stopped talking and did not continue to argue with him. She seemed to understand the attitude of the other party. She also did not want to stir up trouble. Beigong Ao gave the other party an intense gaze. However, he also did not cause a scene. He had followed Yi Futian here. He naturally would not cause trouble for Yi Futian. Seniors, it is but a different understanding of the way and a difference in opinions. Why must we get so worked up over it? Lin Yuan could not help but say when he saw the atmosphere turn somewhat awkward. The other party swept a glance at him. With just a glance, he seemed to penetrate Lin Yuan's eyes, causing Lin Yuan to feel as though a terrifying power had descended upon him. Yi Futian was in front of Lin Yuan, and he, too, felt an invisible force. He turned his head to glance at Lin Yuan and saw that Lin Yuan was soaking wet. There was a look of pain on his face. Obviously, someone was exerting great pressure on him. Lin Yuan's realm was too far below Renhuang, and spiritual coercion released by a powerful Renhuang was enough to crush his spirit. Because of something he said, the other party had actually released the coercion of the Great Path on Lin Yuan. Yi Futian frowned and turned back to look at the other man. However, the man had already withdrawn his breath. With a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Lin Yuan, and that small smile seemed to be mocking them, or rather, expressing his deep disdain. Although Lin Yuan was angry when he saw the look in the other man's eyes, he remained silent. Indeed, his realm, in the eyes of the other man, was as insignificant as that of an insect. What right did he have to dialogue with him? That scornful look was the response to him. In reality, Lin Yuan had not said anything other than asking the other party not to take different views too seriously. Nothing more. Seeing the other man turned around, Yi Futian was a little displeased. He could see that Bei Shuang did not mean to provoke anyone intentionally. It was just her personality. Perhaps because the other side had expressed their own analysis first. So, when Bei Shuang disagreed, it was regarded as critical or bellicose. Anyone with the cultivation of Renhuang realm should be a lot more tolerant than this. Perhaps there were other reasons. Yi Futian saw the goddess-like cultivator next to him. Perhaps it was because of her. He could tell that this young man wanted to get close to the woman. You are both right. These patterns and marks were carved impromptu by thunder-punishing Skylord. Each mark on the pattern was independent of each other without any connections. Yi Futian suddenly said to Bei Shuang and Lin Yuan. Elder. Lin Yuan looked at Yi Futian. At the sage level, his cultivation was not weak, depending on with whom he was compared. He had a feeling that Yi Futian deliberately said what he said because he was displeased with the other fellow's attitude. The other man's attitude was clearly enough. He was unhappy with their opposing view, so what happened just now was a warning. If Bei Shuang was not in a confrontational mood before, then Yi Futian's comment at this moment was definitely intentional and could start a dispute. Although Lin Yuan was angry, he didn't want there to be an argument that both parties were no ordinary folks. He could see that Yi Futian and the other man were unusual characters from their extraordinary temperaments and realms. It would not be worth it if they got involved in some conflicts because of him. In the world of cultivation, many disputes were caused by minuscule matters, and these unimportant matters were not worth the price. Lin Yuan didn't want to see that happening here. Yi Futian's words stunned the young man who had already turned around, and he slowly turned back around again. His eyes landed squarely on Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he said to Lin Yuan, I will take you to go with me to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan wasn't overjoyed when he heard what Yi Futian said. He was actually a little worried about him. After all, the other person was from a principality that even thunder-punishing Skylord would have to reckon with, which only demonstrated the extent of their power. Yi Futian's attitude worried him a little. This kind of talk could easily intensify conflicts, and this trivial matter may become a fuse. Elder. Lin Yuan wanted to say something but didn't know quite how to say it. Then it's decided. Yi Futian smiled and cut off whatever it was that Lin Yuan wanted to say. I have already said that she was wrong. At this moment, the young man spoke. Looking at Yi Futian, his eyes were sharp. Yi Futian turned his attention on the man. Things that happened before were just a small mat. Like Lin Yuan stated, different perceptions yielded different opinions, and each was entitled to their own opinions. That was all, and they need not interfere with one another. However, if the other insisted that they were in the wrong when Bei Shuang had already made a concession, did the other party mistake their courtesy as weakness? She's right. Yi Futian stared into the other person's eyes and responded without fear. If they wanted to fight, he would gladly oblige. If Bei Shuang was not qualified to be in discussion with him, was he qualified himself? Based on what? The other questioned. I think she is right, so she is right. What other reason do you need? Yi Futian's voice was indifferent. His own opinions didn't need to have a reason. The man suddenly smiled a little sarcastically. So, you think you understood the secret of the cliff? He sneered. And you think you have? Yi Futian retorted. No. The other responded readily. Since no one understands it to prove me wrong, then I am still right in what I think. Unless you can comprehend a set of axe techniques from it, what else can you use to question the opinions of others? Yi Futian asked, still refuting the other's view. The will of the great path pervaded from the other man, as he smiled at Yi Futian and said, Where are you from, and from which principality? Does this have anything to do with cultivating on the cliff? Yi Futian replied with a question instead. The man stared at Yi Futian and said, "No, it does not. If not, then why did you ask?" Yi Futian replied, just like how the other man had responded to Beigong Shuang and Lin Yuan before, with an unrelenting tone that was aggressive in nature. The coercion of the Great Path started to permeate from the other man, but his eyes always stayed on Yi Futian. What they said isn't unreasonable. These marks may have nothing to do with each other. Before this is confirmed, it is better not to make rash conclusions. At this moment, the woman in front of them, who was looking at the cliff, spoke softly, startling the young man. Then he moved his sight away from Yi Futian back to the woman who spoke and said with a smile, "That makes sense." These were the same words spoken by a different person, and his attitude seemed completely different. Any definite conclusion is unreasonable in itself unless you already understood the secret of the cliff. Rather than arguing about it, it is better to confirm it in cultivation. The woman continued as she turned her head to glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian met her eyes. As an empress, this woman possessed a noble temperament. Her calm and beautiful eyes revealed a touch of confidence and pride. But Yi Futian merely smiled. "Is something funny?" the woman asked. "No," Yi Futian responded. "It's just that I am not wrong. At least today, I am not wrong." He may not be right, but he was definitely not wrong because even he could not make these connections and comprehend it, so none of the others could do it either. Since they couldn't do it, it could not be proven, so naturally he couldn't be wrong. The woman took a serious look at him, and it was unclear if she really understood the meaning of Yi Futian's words. She turned her eyes back at the cliff and continued to comprehend in earnest. After she spoke, that young Renhuang also quieted down. Just like her, he was quietly comprehending, wanting to prove something and confirm that he was right after all. Since the other man did not persist, clearly Yi Futian would not deliberately antagonize him. Likewise, he looked at the cliff once again. Although he supported Beigong Shuang before, the truth was that he couldn't decide either. Beigong Shuang's analysis had a certain logic with which he agreed, but the other man's words were not entirely unfounded. Thunder-punishing Skylord had gone to the other man's residence, so he knew something about this. Judging from the previous conversation from the other man, in conjunction with certain rumors about thunder-punishing Skylord, it was highly probable that treasures were hidden inside the cliff. So what kind of connection was hidden within? When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian quieted down to comprehend. After a while, he closed his eyes and was immersed in comprehension once more. Inside his life palace, patterns appeared again, and he seemed to be observing the former thunder-punishing Skylord engrave the way. This time he watched for a long time. Those axe techniques were like beams of light that kept echoing in his mind, but still they were the same as before, each independent of the other. Though they could be linked to each other, it seemed forced and unnatural. After a long while, the axe techniques in Yi Futian's mind continued to appear, like pictures jumping back and forth. Each technique was very powerful in itself, but still, he could find no connection between them. What was the mystery of this cliff? He opened his eyes and saw Beigong Shuang walking in front of the cliff, observing the cliff at close range. Sometimes she even reached out to touch it. "How come you are so serious?" Yi Futian asked her. "Strange," Beigong Shuang murmured while turned to walk back next to Yi Futian. As if she was thinking, she raised her head to look at Yi Futian and asked, "Why are those marks without Will of the Way hidden in them? Seem to be deeper than those axe marks that contained Will of the Way?" And their artistic conception was stronger also. Yi Futian suddenly raised his head to look at the cliff, and the countless marks on the cliff were imprinted into his mind in a flash. They now appeared inside his mind. In his mind, a flash of lightning sailed across, as if he had caught something in the depth of his memory, and there was a touch of excitement in his eyes. Yes, the axe marks that didn't contain Will of the Way were deeper than those that contained Will of the Way. What did this mean? He thought of the rumors about Thunder punishing Skylord, which emperor she had him engrave the way for decades. Eventually, he was enlightened and transcended. How did he do it? When Yi Futian looked up at the pattern again, his mentality was quite different. He was very certain that this engraved pattern and each mark on it existed separately, and they had no relationship with each other. His random guess turned out to be correct. Return to innocence, Yifutian said to himself as he looked at the cliff. This was the transcendence of the way, and he was the representation of the way. Thunder-punishing Skylord had engraved the way for decades before he took that step and transformed. Yifutian had come into contact with many impressive top figures in the past, which was why he could more or less perceive the realm of thunder-punishing Skylord. The engravings that he carved on the cliff were not a complete set of axe techniques but was a record of the transformation of his realm, the process of his transcendence. Shuang, you were right, Yifutian said. Back then when the thunder-punishing Skylord enlightened the way and beyond, everything that was engraved here denoted his process of enlightenment. Although not meant to be a complete set of axe techniques, each technique was independent of the other. Therefore, after his enlightenment, thunder-punishing Skylord no longer needed the treasure. Even top-level divine item no longer meant anything to him. Beigong Shuang regarded him with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Did you comprehend it? This dude, did he get it again?" Her impression of Yifutian was that he had a great ability to comprehend. It seemed as if there was nothing that he couldn't understand. "Not yet, but I already know the key to it. It was you who inspired me," Yifutian said with a smile. His words attracted the attention of many, and while they all looked surprised, they were skeptical. Did he get it? But why was it that they didn't quite believe it? In front, the young man from the previous encounter frowned. But before he could speak, the woman next to him turned around to look at Yifutian. She asked, "What did you comprehend?" Actually, this woman had similar thoughts as Yifutian and Beigong Shuang. The more she steeped herself in it, the stronger her conviction became. Everything on the cliff was independent with no relation to one another. The young man next to her might have had it all wrong. However, she didn't say anything, just allowing the possibility that someone else could find the answer. The reason she turned around and asked him was because Yifutian had declared that he knew the key to it all. "I comprehended the mentality of thunder-punishing Skylord when he was cultivating here," said Yifutian. "Is that so?" The young man glanced at him coldly and said, "I would like to see that with my own eyes." Yifutian smiled and said nothing. He continued to look at the cliff wall, starting from the first mark on the pattern, and comprehending from the beginning. This mark seemed to have been imprinted extremely clearly in his mind. "In that case, watch closely," Yifutian said, and a very bright divine light from his eyes directly shined upon the mark on the cliff. In that instant, there seemed to be an elusive figure that landed inside the mark and turned into an avatar of Yifutian. The avatar moved as the mark also moved. It was as if it was now alive. Buzz! A brilliant glow burst out, and from the cliff, a small figure seemed to appear, as if the thunder-punishing Skylord himself had returned, waving an axe. Everyone could feel its power and speed, which forced many in front of the cliff to step back as if they were frightened. But after they had retreated, they found that there was no real damage. The illusion was not real, but it was real enough to trick them into believing that it was. Those around all turned their heads to look at Yifutian with quite a shock. No one had been able to do the same as he had just done, urging the mark to release itself to the outside world so that all may perceive it. Could it be that he had truly comprehended it? The woman also had a look of surprise on her face as she gave Yifutian a serious assessing look. The young man next to her had a terrible look on his face. Yifutian did show him clearly what he could accomplish. If Yifutian had really done it, then it would be a slap in the face for him. Previously, he was extremely high-handed when he announced that Beigong Shuang was flat-out wrong and that she was not worthy of arguing with him. After that, Yifutian intervened. If Yifutian confirmed that he was wrong today, then his shame would be unimaginable. It was just that apart from believing in his own judgment, he didn't think that Yifutian could solve the secret of the cliff. Like Yifutian, he believed that if he couldn't solve the riddle, then no one else could either and that no one else would be able to decode this mystery. Because of this self-confidence, he had left himself no room for doubts. But it seemed that he was wrong after all. The other man was far more powerful than he initially thought. Yifutian didn't care about their looks, nor did he pay any attention to these people. He concentrated on the front, and soon the light of the second mark lit up. This sight made Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang feel as if they were back on Eastern Deity Island. It was the same as before. Only he and he alone could unlock the relic left by those figures of the past. Was there any relic that could baffle him? Beigong Shuang and Beigong Ao couldn't help but ask themselves. This guy is a relic terminator. It's like there's nothing he can't decode. As the rays of light lit up, the brilliance released by the pattern on the cliff wall became stronger. Many people saw many phantom shadows dancing, waving their battle axes, and a terrifying conception bloomed from them. The cultivators around it had all felt the conception and didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Looks like he was right, the woman murmured. The marks on the cliff lit up. Everyone could clearly feel the conception. They felt those marks as when thunder-punishing Skylord had engraved them there in the days of yore, swinging his battle axe at his pleasure. There was no connection between each mark, and they did not converge into a set of axe techniques. This meant that Yi Futian was right. The young man next to her became even more embarrassed when he heard her words. An elder behind him said, "Or these chaotic axe techniques are a system themselves. They could be considered a complete set of axe techniques." Although this was not completely unreasonable, it did seem a bit far-fetched, all to save face for the young man. The woman understood it quite well, so she only nodded gently and said, "Perhaps it is so." As they were talking, brilliant bright lights shot out from the cliff wall, and a rumbling sound accompanied with it. As the light spread from the pattern toward the cliff wall next to this one, more and more marks lit up. Gradually, the cliffs in front of the coast were trembling violently, as the light of those marks started to make cracks on the cliffs, and each crack seemed to have been split by a battle axe. With the strength of the thunder-punishing Skylord back then, these cliffs could not have borne the way he engraved here. Perhaps they were already full of fissures and cracks, sealed with the great path by the thunder-punishing Skylord. Maybe these marks were the key to unlock the mystery. This was probably why no one had been able to break it by force all these years. "It's about to break," many whispered as the bright light burst out, stinging their eyes. Those cracks tore open the cliff wall, and in an instant, everything in front of them disappeared and turned into dust. Those who beheld the sight were quite emotional inside. After so many years, someone had actually decoded it. This, too, confirmed what Yi Futian had said. He was right. On the contrary, it was the young man who was wrong. He had claimed that thunder-punishing Skylord had once been a guest at his house. But previously, he was so insistent that Beigong Shuang was wrong. Thinking about it now, his display of aggression before seemed rather ironic. Many people glanced at the young man, and he clearly felt these gazes. As a top-notch genius Ren Huang, he felt embarrassed at this moment. His face was hot, and he did not speak, nor did he look at the others. Grimly, he kept his eyes forward. A horrific thunder field appeared in the space that was destroyed. In that field, there was a thunder-divine orb floating in the air. It was like an eye that was swallowing up the terrifying thunder power between heaven and earth. One after another, the thundering lightning surrounded it and integrated with it. All the cultivators stood there, still, as if they dared not act rashly. This must be the treasure left by thunder-punishing Skylord. The thunder-punishing Skylord left the cliff here long ago. Not only did he not destroy it, but also he sealed a treasure here, clearly for the one who could decode the secret of the cliff. The elder did it, and the treasure should belong to him. At this time, a voice was heard, directing everyone's attention to the speaker. It was Lin Yuan. His remarks clearly implied that the treasure should go to Yi Futian. No one else said anything. There were not many who could compete with Yi Futian and his people. No one knew whether the group that argued with Yi Futian would try to compete for this treasure. But the woman next to the young man glanced at him and said, "Let's go." Obviously, they had no intention to fight for it. From their perspective, this treasure was not that precious. Since it was Yi Futian who decoded it, there was no need to fight. The other party must have come from a supreme principality. Very well. The young man nodded. It was obvious that he had lost this time. He turned his head to look at Yi Futian. He smiled and said, "See you on Turtle Deity Island." Once he finished speaking, His group of people broke through the void and left. Yifutian glanced at the man who was leaving, then looked at that treasure and said to Beigong Shuang, who was next to him, "Last time, the cloud wood was taken by your father. This time, this treasure belongs to you." "Me?" Beigong Shuang looked at Yifutian. "I have no shortage of treasures of this kind," said Yifutian with a smile. Beigong Shuang looked at him and then at her father, who nodded slightly at her. He said, "You may accept it." Beigong Shuang walked forward and did not refuse. Those who were next to them were confounded. A treasure of this level was given away just like that. Small boats were floating in the divine ocean, seemed to drift with the currents. From time to time, they would sail past one island city or another. The occupants of these small boats were Yifutian and the others. At this moment, Lin Yuan took out a map and looked into the distance, saying, "We are almost there. The next island city is Turtle Deity Island." On the small boat ahead, Yifutian nodded. In the past few days, they did not rush their journey but took their time to enjoy the scenery along the way, traveling at a comfortable speed. If there were tribulations to be overcome by Emperor Shi, they would have sped up their process. However, in the past few days, they had seen no sign of tribulations, so they moved along in a nice and leisurely manner. On the other boat, there were two people. Beigong Ao was guiding the boat forward, and in front of him, Beigong Shuang was cultivating with her eyes closed. Faintly, there were terrifying thunder intent permeating from her body as the power of thunder covered her. Beigong Ao controlled the fluctuation of the aftershock so that she could cultivate in peace. That day, after Yifutian had given the treasure to her, Beigong Shuang took it inside her body and began to cultivate and refine it. On the way here, she had been in the process of refining and cultivating. "Before we get to Turtle Deity Island, I wonder if Shuang would finish cultivating," Yifutian said with a smile. "Let's wait and see. If not, I will stay with her in the divine ocean," said Beigong Ao. Although the chance of watching the three tribulations was a rare event, self-cultivation was equally important. This was an opportunity bestowed on Beigong Shuang, and it had the possibility to help her break through the realm. Before she finished cultivating, Beigong Ao would not interrupt her prematurely. As the small boats moved forward, the thunder intent on Beigong Shuang was getting stronger. Above the divine ocean, a thunderstorm suddenly manifested in the endless clear sky, rushing toward Beigong Shuang. Traces of lightning fell from the sky and descended on her. Beigong Ao looked up but did not attempt to stop the phenomenon. To Yifutian, that treasure was nothing, so he gave it to Beigong Shuang instead. But Beigong Ao knew very well that without Yifutian's involvement, they would never have been unable to obtain anything close to it in their lifetimes. It was just like the last time when he got the cloud wood in Eastern Deity Island. Ahead, Yifutian, on the small boat, glanced in Beigong Shuang's direction. With a bright smile on his face, he asked, "Almost breaking through?" "Should be." Beigong Ao nodded. She saw that thunder's power in the void became increasingly stronger, causing restlessness in this part of the divine ocean. Waves continued to rise, turning into a terrifying thunder field. How terrifying! For Renhuang to break through the realm, it's almost like a catastrophe of the great path. Lin Yuan mumbled to himself. As someone in the sage realm, he was a powerful enough existence among ordinary folks. In the divine ocean continent, his level was just above average. But compared to Renhuang, sage realm was obviously not even close, much like a child in the eyes of giants. Just the power of a Renhuang breaking through the realm was enough to instill fear in a sage cultivator like him. One day, when you reach such a realm, you will experience it, sooner or later. Yifutian smiled at Lin Yuan. It was a journey that he had been through himself from noble to sage, then transcended as a saint to proving as Renhuang. Every step of the way he, too, had looked up to those who were before him. But as time went on, he had traveled higher and higher until he far surpassed countless cultivators to whom he had once looked up. "It seems too far away just now," Lin Yuan said with a smile, but it was the truth. For the realm of the sage, Renhuang was far too far away. If the breakthrough of the lower Renhuang realm is so terrifying, What would it be like when Emperor Shi experienced the divine tribulation? Lin Yuan murmured again. This was something that exceeded the limits of his imagination. It can't be compared at all. Yi Futian smiled and said, if Emperor Shi were to experience the tribulation, perhaps the entire divine ocean continent would tremble. There are really two significant tribulations in cultivation. One was the transcendence into sainthood, and the other was to go through the three tribulations and transform. All other times were breaking through the realm. Transcendence into sainthood was enough to cause natural phenomenons, such as the light of catastrophe. Therefore, the divine tribulation would be unimaginable. According to his understanding of breaking through the realms, divine tribulation was not something tolerated by the rules of the Great Path as he knew of them. It was probably an earth-shaking affair. It was something that he couldn't possibly imagine based on what he knew at the moment. At this moment, Beigong Shuang opened her eyes, and the light of thunder in the sky poured madly into her body until her eyes seemed to also contain the terrible light of thunder. When she looked up to the sky above, 2 lightning bolts actually beamed out from her eyes. In a flash, Beigong Shuang's body shot up into the sky, bathing in the thunder and lightning as the Great Path integrated into her body, and her entire person turned into a vessel of the Great Path, madly swallowing and absorbing the power of the thunder. This breakthrough had induced a good amount of power from the Great Path, Yi Futian commented. Beigong Ao nodded in agreement, somewhat surprised. It seemed that his daughter would make great progress this time. That treasure definitely had a beneficial effect on her, Beigong Ao said. All the small boats stopped, and everyone was watching quietly. After a long while, the light of thunder in the sky dissipated, and Beigong Shuang floated back down and returned to the small boat. She regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes and blinked, which got a chuckle out of Yi Futian. Continue forward, said Yi Futian. As his voice fell, all the boats accelerated forward. Let's go, Beigong Ao echoed the command. Suddenly the group accelerated forward. Behind them, Goddess Donglai watched all this quietly. There was even more admiration in those eyes that looked toward Yi Futian. No one knew how such a person had come to appear in the original realm. There were bound to be other powerful characters who would inevitably aggregate around him. He seemed to possess a natural quality that would make people follow him willingly. Someone like him, if achieving all his potential, the result must be astounding. No one knew how far Yi Futian could go in the future, but she would gladly wait and see. There were many rumors regarding Turtle Deity Island on the Divine Ocean continent. Some people said that Turtle Deity Island really had a turtle deity, while others claimed that this gigantic island was, in fact, the back of a black turtle. However, most people seemed to think that Turtle Deity Island was so named because the island itself resembled Xuanwu, the black turtle. No matter what these rumors were, Turtle Deity Island was truly famous because of one cultivator, Emperor Shi. Not just Turtle Deity Island, but the entire Divine Ocean continent was known because of Emperor Shi, a top-notch existence enough to make an entire continent known to everyone. As they approached Turtle Deity Island, they could see those who were traveling in the void from time to time. Yi Futian and the others traveled in the sea as those in the air passed them by. Sometimes the aura in the void was extremely powerful, even a little alarming, and sometimes sounds of chatting and laughter could be heard. They could already see land in front of them. It was Turtle Deity Island. It's right in front. Lin Yuan was a little emotional. This time, following Yi Futian, he had the opportunity to see Emperor Shi face the tribulations up close and personal. How could he not be excited? Around Turtle Deity Island, there were many scattered islands. As they approached, they found that there were crowds everywhere. What's going on? Yi Futian looked concerned as he swept his divine consciousness over the crowd and found that countless cultivators were outside of Turtle Deity Island and did not set foot on the island. Voices came into his ears, and Yi Futian suddenly understood. He said in a low voice, "It seems that Turtle Deity Island is getting too crowded now, and they have begun to control those who entered. This is expected. Although Turtle Deity Island is extensive, it is only an island, and the number of people that can be accommodated is limited." However, this time the entire Donghua domain was alarmed. With so many cultivators arriving, if all of them were to enter the island, Turtle Deity Island will be overcrowded, Goddess Donglai said from behind. Yifutian nodded as they continued to move forward and came to the area where the crowd was being blocked out. An incredibly astonishing aura of the Great Path was in front of them and formed a heaviness that was difficult for them to continue pushing forward. The airspace was shut out too. Yifutian raised his head and glanced at the space above them. Those cultivators who were traveling through the air were also stopped. It seemed as if blocked by an invisible force. Afterward, they were drifted down and landed on the ground. Yifutian and the others looked at the sea and saw a giant black turtle. But not just one. In this area of the ocean, there were many black turtles on the periphery of Turtle Deity Island. Sir, how can we enter the island? Yifutian asked the person next to him. A few days ago, there was news from Turtle Deity Island that only those in the upper Runhuang realm may enter the island. The others, unless led by a top figure, then they may enter together. The man responded. Yifutian nodded and stepped forward, saying, Turtle Elder, we came from Dongxiao continent and hoped that we might be an exception. The black turtle glanced at him with some contempt in his eyes, then dived into the water. Yifutian walked forward, facing that massive resistance of the Great Path, and continued. Seeing this forced entry, that black turtle of the upper Runhuang realm raised his head to give him a look as a terrifying wave slapped toward him. Yifutian waved his hand toward the void, like the light from an axe slashing down and split the waves apart. He moved like an invasive stream of light and rushed directly toward the black turtle. Boom! The giant waves soared as the black turtle rushed toward Yifutian through the water. A hefty pressure landed on Yifutian. Yifutian didn't bother to avoid it. Both of his palms pushed forward, and a terrifying force slapped down and suppressed it, like a monument of the Great Path. A dull thud was heard in the void, and that massive black turtle was knocked back into the sea. Yifutian's figure flashed. He landed squarely on the turtle's back, saying, Elder, please make an exception for us. Bastard! Black Turtle roared. The tall waves that seemed to reach into the heavens flooded the entire region. The terrifying waves surrounded Yifutian and morphed into the form of a divine turtle. It contained an icy aura of the Great Path. Ice sealed the entire space. The people from a distance looked on and saw that the battlefield in front of them was sealed by ice and that Yifutian was buried within. This guy, he is only a middle-level Renhuang. Yet he dared to face off a level 7 demon emperor. Everyone felt a ripple course through their hearts. However, that person had great combat abilities. A casual slap from his palm could suppress an entire region, and Black Turtle was knocked back by the impact. However, at that moment, the towering Black Turtle halo sealed the entire area with ice. It seemed like Yifutian would be frozen to death. Yifutian was at the center of the area sealed by ice, and his entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. The extremely cold will of the Great Path seeped into his body, seemingly wanting to seal his organs and vessels with ice and freeze his life itself. Yet at that moment, a terrifying divine flame of the Great Path burned and radiated outward from Yifutian. Seeping into the ice sculpture, the flames blazed brightly, melting the ice sculpture, and even dyed it red. In a short while, the huge halo of the Black Turtle turned scarlet, burning in the divine ocean. Many, who watched this scene unfold before them, felt a tremor course through their heart. The Black Turtle let out a low roar and his entire head shrunk back into his shell as he said, "You may enter. I still have some friends." Yifutian pointed at the row of people in front. The Black Turtle stretched his head out and glanced at them. He discovered that among them were some with shallow cultivation levels. He had to say, "Your combat abilities are high enough so you can be an exception to the rule. However, you can't go overboard with it. This is the rule of the Turtle Deity Island. Just now, I was too careless with the extent of my attacks. I hope Senior will forgive me. Although this elixir is not especially valuable, it can strengthen your life force. Please accept them as my apology." Yifutian retrieved an elixir, and instantly, a strong elixir fragrance washed over everyone. The Black Turtle's eyes glimmered, and his neck continued stretching outwards. It twisted around to look at the elixir above him. The lives of turtles were extremely long, and their life force was especially strong. These types of elixirs were significant to them. You have exceptional talent, so I'm sure you are from a top-tier faction. There are also top-tier renhuangs here with you. Since you are all traveling together, you are all welcome. I'll lead you onto the island, said the black turtle. The people from afar were stunned. What is this sudden change in attitude? Thank you, Senior. Yifutian opened his hands, and the black turtle swallowed the elixir immediately. Xia Qingyuan and the rest climbed onto his back. The black turtle turned around and dived into the divine ocean and entered the forbidden space, heading in the direction of Turtle Deity Island. Many practitioners were speechless as they watched the receding silhouettes. How can even demons be this materialistic? Just one elixir was enough to convince him to ignore the rules? How can this be allowed? They all thought. The black turtle carried Yifutian and his friends forward, and very quickly, they neared Turtle Deity Island. Senior Turtle, many members of top-tier factions have already arrived on Turtle Deity Island already, right? Yifutian asked. The black turtle nodded. Quite a few have arrived already. Even if they have yet to reach, they should at least be in the divine ocean continent. There are only a few days left to Emperor Shi overcoming his tribulations, and no one wants to miss it. You have exceptional strength too, so I'm guessing that you have forged a perfect grade divine wheel, right? Surely you must also hail from an extraordinary faction. Where are you from? I come from the Dongxiao continent, Yifutian replied. The Dongxiao continent. That should be the Millet Emperor's territory, right? Are you a practitioner from Wangshan Watchtower? The black turtle indeed understood quite a bit. He knew a little about the various top-tier practitioners in the Donghua domain. After all, there weren't many practitioners of such level. I guess I count as one of them, Yifutian replied. I hear that there is a practitioner in the Wangshan Watchtower named Zongchan. Do you know him? The black turtle asked. Senior, you have heard of him as well? Yifutian asked. I've heard of him from the people who entered the island these past few days. They say that Zongchan of the Wangshan Watchtower had already become a high-level renhuang with a perfect great path. It is said that he has unlimited potential, and it is almost certain that he will become yet another titan of the Donghua domain in the future. The black turtle said. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. Yifutian nodded. The black turtle brought them to the shore of the Turtle Deity Island. The formless pressure of the great path dissipated. Yifutian no longer felt the pressure. We have arrived, said the black turtle. Thank you for your trouble. Yifutian nodded and stepped out. The group of them stepped onto the Turtle Deity Island, and the black turtle dived into the sea, heading back from where they came from. Quickly, he vanished from their sights. Yifutian walked around on the island, and, like they expected, there were many people on the island. Practitioners of various cultivation levels were all present on the island. In the past, there were no restrictions on who could enter the island. However, at some point in time, there were too many people on the island. It was then that Turtle Deity Island decided to limit the number of practitioners entering the island based on their cultivation level to prevent the island from being overcrowded. Where is Emperor Shi cultivating at? Yifutian asked Lin Yuan. Turtle Peak, Lin Yuan replied. Even though I have never been here before, you could probably just ask anyone around here. They should all know where it is. Yifutian nodded. Since they were already on Turtle Deity Island, it was easy to find where Emperor Shi was cultivating. They walked towards the center of Turtle Deity Island. Along the way, they asked around for the location of Turtle Peak. After some time, they arrived at a city at the foot of Turtle Peak. This city was named Turtle Deity City, and it was located at the bottom of Turtle Peak. Arriving in the city, Yifutian noticed that the practitioners of Turtle Deity City had an obviously high level of cultivation. A vast majority were visitors, and just by casually looking around, he could see high-level renhuangs. Any virtuoso that they met would likely hail from a powerful faction in the Donghua domain. Let's find a place to settle down for a while, the Alchemy Emperor said. Let's wait for Zongchan and the rest to meet up with us. Yifutian nodded. Lin Yuan already knew that Yi Futian and the rest came from Wangshan Watchtower. People like these would naturally not be a typical person, and they certainly belong to different worlds. I did not expect that we would also have a chance to come to Turtle Deity Island to witness this grand event. Thank you, seniors, for bringing the two of us along. Lin Yuan and his cultivation partner Lu Qing wrapped their fists in gratitude towards Yi Futian. There is no need for thanks. It was not much work anyway, Yi Futian replied casually. Indeed, to him, it was nothing bringing the two of them along. Your help is, however, significant to us. However, I'm afraid we are unable to repay you and can only be thankful in our hearts. Lin Yuan was very realistic. After all, the difference between them was too huge. Yi Futian was such a powerful character. How could he possibly repay this favor? Yi Futian smiled lightly. He was not really bothered by it. Now that we are already on Turtle Deity Island, the two of us shall not intrude on you seniors. We will take our leave now. Lin Yuan wrapped his fist as he bade farewell. Yi Futian nodded. All right. I hope you will gain something this time. Seniors, take care. The two of them bowed lightly and turned around to leave. The two of them initially were not familiar with Yi Futian. They only met him on their journey here. Furthermore, they were not even from the same world. Yi Futian was already very magnanimous in bringing them to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan knew not to take advantage of Yi Futian's help too much. He knew that he should not continue staying beside Yi Futian. It would also intrude on them. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not think about these at all, and he was not really bothered by it. They were indeed not close, so he did not try to get them to stay. After the two parties separated, Lin Yuan and Lu Qing continued walking around Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan sighed. Sometimes I think that I have put in sufficient effort into cultivating, but when compared to these people at the pinnacle, I discover that my efforts are nothing. The divine prefecture is so big, so there certainly are many exceptional talents. These people are already standing at the pinnacle, so what is there to compare? We should first maintain our own psyches, persevere in cultivation, surpass mortality, and forge our Saint Plane. Lu Qing replied quietly. Seeing all these exceptional practitioners has indeed affected my psyche. Let's leave this place quickly, lest we develop overly lofty goals. Lin Yuan lightly nodded. As they were walking, Lin Yuan seemed to have sensed something. He felt that something seemed off and stopped walking. Right after, Lu Qing also sensed it. In the next moment, a powerful sealing power shrouded the entire space, and an elderly man appeared ahead of them. His eyes let out a demon-like aura. It was terrifying. Senior, how can we help you? Lin Yuan lightly rapped his fist. He had an intense, ominous feeling, but he tried his best to control his fear. Oin! The elderly man morphed into a black beam of light and instantly appeared in front of them. His hands stretched outwards and tightly grasped both their heads. They couldn't even react. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing's face turned ashen. He let out a frightened expression. A gray silhouette charged into their minds, and a voice broke out. Who was the man that you were following previously? Senior, we were only following him on our way here. We are not close at all, Lin Yuan said. However, an even more terrifying power infiltrated him, and his body trembled violently. Lu Qing even let out a scream of anguish. Lin Yuan could not hope to fight against this power, and he, too, felt Lu Qing's pain. He pleaded, I only know that they come from Wangshan Watchtower of the Dongxiao continent. Please. Bang! The moment he said his words, the elderly man exerted a little force in his palms, and the two of them were instantly pulverized into a gray stream, which then vanished. They were killed in a split second. The elderly man's silhouette flashed, and the sealing power vanished. He also completely disappeared, as though nothing had happened before. However, there were numerous practitioners on the Turtle Deity Island, so there were still people who noticed what had happened. Streaks of silhouette flew over here. As they watched the vanishing silhouette, their hearts beat wildly, especially those with weak cultivation. They felt a tinge of fear. These two practitioners were murdered just like that. Not even their bodies remained. Who did they offend? After Lin Yuan and his partner were killed, a few streaks of silhouettes descended on this area. They looked at each other, their brows furrowed. Let's go. In a flash, they disappeared. In a tavern in Turtle Deity Island, a person sat quietly on the attic floor. Ling He was sipping his wine calmly. Out of nowhere, a person appeared behind him. He was the elderly man who killed Lin Yuan. He stood behind Ling He and telepathically said, Dongshao Continent, Wangshan Watchtower. Wangshan Watchtower. A tinge of surprise flashed in Ling He's eyes. A name surfaced in his mind. Zhong Chan. That could not be right. Zhong Chan was rumored to have already broken through to the high-level Renhuang level. That man, however, was only a middle-level Renhuang. He should be another practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower. Indeed, it was exactly like what he had guessed. The man hailed from a very powerful faction of the Donghua domain. However, even if he were from Wangshan Watchtower, he would have to pay the price for spoiling his plans. This time, he had put in a lot of effort to get close to the people from the snow capital. However, it seemed like it was highly likely to fail. Who is that? At that moment, a virtuoso behind Ling He glanced into the distance. There was a divine consciousness spying on them. A strong divine consciousness shrouded the entire space around the tavern. A pressure of the great path hammered down on a certain location, and at that spot a few people walked in the air. They appeared outside the tavern and stood from afar. One of them announced, We are from the city lord's office. Where are you from? Ling He's eyes narrowed sharply. He glanced at the elderly man behind him with a tinge of coldness in his eyes. The elderly man's expressions changed slightly, and he lowered his head as though he had made a mistake. It was apparent that he did not fully clean up after himself, and his actions had caught some people's attention. Donghua Heavens, Ling Xiao Pavilion. Ling He lifted his cup of wine and drank it calmly without looking at the other party. Upon hearing the name Ling Xiao Pavilion of the Donghua Heavens, the row of people hesitated for a moment and sighed internally. They could not afford to offend factions of such a high level. Apologies for the disturbance. The few of them wrapped their fists lightly and left the area in a flash, as though they had never appeared before. They did not mention why they came here. It seemed like it was only to ask where the other party was from. Ling He did not find it strange at all. Even if his actions were discovered, it meant nothing to him. The life of 2 ants was worth nothing to him. He wouldn't even think about it. It was just that his reputation would suffer a little if news that he might be using his position to carry out his personal revenge got out. He was a man of status, and so, it would be a little embarrassing if people knew that he used his influence to deal with 2 juniors. Apart from that, the death of the 2 of them was nothing major. Have the people from the various huge factions arrive? Asked Ling He. The major factions that he mentioned naturally referred to the most powerful factions in the Donghua domain. They were factions that were on the same level as the Lingxiao Pavilion. For example, Wangshan Watchtower. Otherwise, the other factions were meaningless, and there was no need to pay attention to them. They should more or less have arrived, an elderly man replied. The domain chief's manor had always had someone here, but those coming should still be on their way. Now that the people from the Wangshan Watchtower had arrived, we only haven't heard from the Nanhua continent and Badlands continent. All the other factions already have representatives here. The youth nodded. Investigate if there are any new powerful middle-level Renhuang in the Wangshan Watchtower. Yes, sir. Someone accepted the order. The factions in Turtle Deity Island were rather jumbled at the moment. Virtuosos from various places were all here. Scouting would not only be simple but rather, it would be made even easier. Because people from various places were all gathered in one place, information could be exchanged easily. Ling He looked far into the distance, his eyes carrying a tinge of coldness. Regardless of how powerful anyone was, if anyone dared to disrupt his plans, they must pay for it. Yifutian had not received news of Lin Yuan's death. Whatever happened at the Divine Ocean Cliff was mainly due to his conflict with the other party. In any case, it was not a big matter anyway, so there wasn't a deep grudge formed. He did not expect that this encounter would cause him to be a target of assassination. Certainly, he would not expect that to lead to the death of Lin Yuan and his partner. If he knew, he would not have let Lin Yuan leave him. While they were walking around Turtle Deity Island, a row of silhouettes suddenly flashed towards them and descended. Seeing who had arrived, Yifutian smiled and said, "Brothers, you have finally arrived." MMM. The people who arrived were the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower. Li Chongxing and Zong Chong were all among them. "Your brother Zong and I had arrived some time ago and met up in advance. We were nearby when we saw you arrive." Li Chongxing smiled and said, even though he was a powerful level 9 existence, one could not feel a tinge of threatening aura. Of course, this was only one of his side. He was like this only to his fellow brothers. "I wonder how long more we have to wait," Yifutian said. "There's no need to rush. This time, many powerful figures have arrived. It has been many years since virtuosos from various places have gathered in one place in the Donghua domain. It is quite a fortunate coincidence this time," Li Chongxing said with a smile. "Among the powerful characters who have come this time, there might be those who are not necessarily weaker than you. It's a pity that you don't have the chance to spar with them. It seems that brother really wants to spectate a battle of the path between disciples of top-tier factions." Zong Chan smiled. "Nope, I'm only interested in the battle of the path between practitioners of Little Brother Ye's level, or influential characters like Little Brother Zong." Li Chongxing smiled. "This time, I'm afraid that among the powerful people who have come this time, a number would want to know if you live up to your reputation. I might be able to spectate some interesting events." Zong Chan shook his head silently. The greater one's fame, the more easily one is targeted by others. It was exactly because he had risen to a high-level Renhuang that he had been targeted by various top-tier factions. Boom! Just as they were talking, a low rumble reverberated continuously throughout the space. When they lifted their heads towards the heavens and saw that dark clouds shrouded the blue sky, the black clouds floated about, and the skies gradually darkened. "Something big is going to happen." Li Chongxing's eyes glowed in anticipation, and he stared at the skies above. The clouds that floated about gave off a tinge of pressure. At the same moment, in various places on Turtle Deity Island, many people raised their heads to look at the skies. They all felt the faint pressurizing aura. They could feel that something big was going to happen. The weather is changing so quickly, and these phenomena are happening. Does this mean that the tribulations are coming? Yifutian muttered softly. "I've not witnessed it before either. However, from the ancient records, the geographical phenomena caused by the great path tribulations of gods require time to happen. This scene now probably indicates that the tribulations will happen soon." Li Chongxing replied with his head raised towards the skies. At the same time, many people flew out from the city towards the same destination, Turtle Peak. "We should also set off towards Turtle Peak," Li Chongxing continued. Instantly, they also shot into the skies. At that moment, they noticed that the entire population of Turtle Deity Island was making their move, and they were all headed towards Turtle Peak. Turtle Peak was the cultivation court of Emperor Shi. All the virtuosos would descend from the skies right before arriving at Turtle Peak and then walk up to the peak. Everyone was conscious not to enter the peak from above. Without sufficient strength, their action would be an act of provocation. "Everyone has arrived," Yifutian thought to himself. They also arrived at the foot of the Turtle Peak and began walking up Turtle Peak. He was not the only one. Virtuosos from all over the world were rushing to ascend the peak. Wisps of aura of the Great Path exploded out one after another as everyone began using their own unique skills. At that moment, the area looked very beautiful. Who are those people? At that moment, many people looked in a certain direction. At that location was a row of goddess-like figures. They were dressed in white and surrounded by a cold aura. Even the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. No one dared to get close to them. "Goddesses of the northern white snow capital," someone said. "The land of fluttering snow?" someone asked in surprise. "Yes," someone replied. Instantly the people around them retreated in fear of getting too close to them. Even though the ladies were gorgeous, no one dared to go up and flirt with them. Yifutian also looked in that direction. The other virtuosos all kept their distance and did not dare appear in their vicinity. It seemed that these ladies were rather intimidating. Yifutian spotted a familiar silhouette among them. It was the goddess-like figure that he saw that day at the cliff. Northern White, Snow Capital? Yifutian muttered. Are they practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow of the Northern White continent? It was one of the 7 main continents of the Donghua domain, so naturally, Yifutian looked up information regarding the place. In the Northern White continent, the divine palace of fluttering snow was located in the Snow Capital. It was the top sacred grounds of Northern White. Certainly, it was especially powerful. In that case, that lady must come from the Snow Capital's divine palace of fluttering snow. Are you interested? Li Chongqing smiled at Yifutian. While the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow are a little fierce, they are all stunning. Yifutian smiled and shook his head. Of course, he knew that Li Chongqing was joking. However, everyone seemed to be a little wary of the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow. Was it because of their cultivation? They continued walking up, and in no time at all, many practitioners had ascended Turtle Peak. The aura in the skies became even more pressurizing. It was like the pressure of the Great Path's aura. With great phenomena appearing in the skies, something big was bound to happen. The tribulations were going to arrive. Turtle Peak was very spacious. It was the cultivation grounds of Emperor Shi. No one dared to disturb Emperor Shi when they ascended the peak. They only stood at the outer regions of the Turtle Peak. When Yifutian and his group stepped onto Turtle Peak, they gazed into the distance. There were a few structures that were not quite majestic and seemed to be casually arranged in that direction. However, they seemed to carry an ethereal air of deities. It was as though they were in the realm of deities. It was exactly where Emperor Shi was at. Many virtuosos had scaled the Turtle Peak. In this vast group of people, many had an extremely high level of cultivation. High-level renhuangs could be found everywhere on the peak. At that time, Yifutian felt that someone was looking at him. He turned and looked around. He saw someone familiar. He met this practitioner when he was training on the Eastern Deity Island, Jiang Zhoming from the Jiang clan ancient royal family. The Jiang clan ancient royal family was an extremely old clan. It was the protector of the Luotian continent, which was one of the 7 continents. The clan was crowded with virtuosos, and Jiang Zhoming was one of the top practitioners in his generation. Since the Luotian continent and the Penglai continent were both in the east of the Donghua domain, they were quite close. When Jiang Zhoming went to train on the Eastern Deity Island the last time, he was also there to see if he could obtain elixirs from the Eastern Deity Island. Unfortunately, he failed. However, on Eastern Deity Island, he encountered an extremely exceptional practitioner, Yifutian. At that moment, Jiang Zhoming walked towards Yifutian. Behind him were a couple of practitioners from the Jiang clan ancient royal family. He stopped in front of Yifutian and said, "Such a coincidence. I did not expect to meet Brother Yi and the Island Lord again." The Island Lord, of course, referred to the Donglai goddess. It's a coincidence, indeed. Yifutian smiled. After learning about the Donghua domain, he understood that the Jiang clan ancient royal family was the strongest clan in the Luotian continent. They were mysterious and ancient, and they had an abundance of resources. This is also somewhat expected. With such great talent, Brother Yi naturally would emerge from the Penglai continent. I guess it isn't strange that you have appeared here as well. Jiang Zhoming smiled. Looking at the Zongchan, Li Chongqing, and the rest who were standing beside Yifutian, he said, "I am Jiang Zhoming from the Jiang clan. You are all practitioners from the Wangshan Watchtower, right?" Just now, he had roughly analyzed Yifutian's group and walked over after identifying Zongchan and the others. Not long ago, he heard news that the great Yan ancient royal family had headed towards the Wangshan Watchtower, and that Yifutian had already started cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower. The Jiang clan ancient royal family, Li Chongqing and Zongchan and the rest instantly understood where the other party hailed from. They nodded, smiling. I did not expect Island Lord and Brother Yi to have gone to Wangshan Watchtower. Now, Brother Yi is cultivating in Wangshan Watchtower. To be able to get the Millet Emperor's guidance, it can be said that you have found yourself a famous teacher, Jiang Zhoming said. At that time, He thought that it would be a waste of his talents if Yifutian continued to stay on Eastern Deity Island. However, unexpectedly, the Donglai goddess sent Yifutian to Wangshan Watchtower. This led him to believe that something important happened when Yifutian entered the secret zone of the Eastern Deity Island. I am only studying at Wangshan Watchtower. I have not become the Millet Emperor's disciple, Yifutian explained with a smile. Did everyone believe that the Millet Emperor had taken him in as a disciple? Jiang Zhoming smiled without saying anything. From his perspective, there was not much difference. Are you Zong Chan? Asked a lady standing beside Jiang Zhoming as she looked at Zong Chan. She was Jiang Qixian and was also a Renhuang practitioner of the Jiang clan ancient royal family. She was dashing and carried a majestic air about her. Her gorgeous eyes were focused on Zong Chan. The outer world, including the seniors of the Jiang clan royal ancient family, had high praise for Zong Chan. Zong Chan nodded. I hear from my seniors that you have already attained 7 perfect levels of the Great Path? Jiang Qixian asked without any hesitation. Zong Chan nodded. Quite a number of the virtuosos of the Jiang clan ancient royal family looked at him. 7 perfect levels of the Great Path. Just how strong was his combat ability? It was likely that he was strong enough to compete with typical level 9 Renhuangs for the top. Another top-tier virtuoso was going to emerge from the Wangshan Watchtower. From a distance away, a virtuoso was looking at them. The virtuosos from the Lingxiao Palace were present, and Ling He was among them. Not long ago, he ordered his men to investigate Yifutian, and before long, he had obtained information on Yifutian. Coincidentally, the virtuosos from the Yenyun continent had also arrived. He heard that a couple of months ago, the great Yen ancient royal family led an army of virtuosos from the Yenyun continent to the Dongxiao continent to provoke the Wangshan Watchtower. There, they were met with resistance. Another influential character was heading towards Wangshan Watchtower at the same time. His name was Yi Liunian, and he came from Eastern Deity Island. That one battle made the Millet Emperor personally invite him to join the Wangshan Watchtower. He was a middle-level Renhuang with a perfect Great Path. Not only was he highly talented, but he was well-versed in alchemy and cultivation. He was also the heir to the Eastern Deity Island, and now, he had gained the favor of the Millet Emperor. Naturally, someone like him would be very cocky. There was no doubt of his talents. It was no wonder that Ling He would lose to him at the cliff. He also heard that months ago, the Yen Dongyang of the great Yen ancient royal family once fought with Yifutian and lost. Ling He went over to the virtuosos of the divine palace of fluttering snow and bowed lightly. Ling He pays his respects to goddesses. The goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow wrapped their fists in greeting. Ling He was not any normal person. He was a disciple of the Lingxiao Palace, and they had a decent relationship with each other. Furthermore, it seemed like recently, Ling He was pursuing Qin Qing. Qin Qing. Ling He looked at Qin Qing. She was the goddess who was traveling with him that day at the cliff. Qin Qing was a disciple of the Lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Regardless of appearance or cultivation, she was a cut above the rest. Qin Qing nodded lightly, but her eyes were looking somewhere else. Following her line of sight, Ling He noticed that she was looking in Yifutian's and Zong Chan's direction. Obviously, Yifutian left a rather deep impression on Qin Qing. Oh, so he is a practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower, Qin Qing said. Are you looking at Zong Chan? Asked one of the women at the side. He has now become the most discussed person among all the factions. He had broken through to the high-level Renhuang level with a perfect Great Path. He is fated to become one of the top-tier characters in the Donghua domain in the future. Qin Qing looked at where Zong Chan stood at. Yifutian was standing next to him. Who is the white-haired practitioner next to Zong Chan? Qin Qing asked. Only then did many people notice Yifutian. This white-haired youth indeed had an extraordinary aura. He was also very dashing. In fact, among everyone around him, he had the most handsome features. However, the world of cultivation did not care about the looks of a man. Rather, they were more concerned with his cultivation level. Especially at the Renhuang level, they completely do not care about the features of a man. Thus, Zong Chan was the most eye-catching. In that case, why would Qin Qing notice Yi Futian? Yi Liunian. At that moment, a practitioner with a very sophisticated aura walked up to the crowd from behind them. While she was not as physically attractive as Qin Qing, her extraordinary aura might even be stronger than Qin Qing's. Many people looked at her with respect. "Sister, do you know him?" Qin Qing asked. "He is a practitioner of the Eastern Deity Island. A while ago, the Donglai goddess brought him to the Wangshan Watchtower. At the entrance test to the Wangshan Watchtower, and utterly defeated all the virtuosos. The prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Dongyang, led his army of virtuosos from the Yenyun continent to the entrance test and absolutely crushed the practitioners of the Dongxiao continent. However, he was stopped by Yi Futian and subsequently defeated by him," the lady said. "Yi Futian is at the 4th Renhuang level. He has a perfect grade divine wheel. He is well-versed in alchemy, swordsmanship, rhythmic sorcery, and various other skills. It took him only one strike of his sword to defeat Yan Dongyang." Swordsmanship. A quizzical expression flashed through Qin Qing's eyes as she looked at Yi Futian. No wonder he could sense and comprehend the will of the axe at the cliff the other day. It seemed like he was an exceptionally outstanding practitioner. "It looks like I lost to him for a good reason the other day." Ling He smiled. He seemed very casual, as though he was not bothered by that event. "You all know him?" asked the lady. "I met him when I was traveling in the Divine Ocean continent. He managed to decrypt the relics left behind as runes carved out by the thunder-punishing Skylord," said Qin Qing. The woman nodded her head lightly and looked at Yi Futian. "Is this the heir chosen by the Eastern Deity Island?" she thought. No matter who he was, it was unlikely that the great Yan ancient royal family was going to let him off. Yi Futian felt the stairs and lifted his head to look towards the divine palace of fluttering snow. The Li Chongqing beside him asked, "Brother Yi, they are talking about you. When did you become acquaintances with the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow?" "We have met once before," Yi Futian replied. "We aren't really acquainted." Li Chongqing nodded lightly. This rascal was quite eye-catching, it seemed. They were only separated for a short while, and he had already got to know the people from the divine palace of fluttering snow. Furthermore, they seemed to think pretty highly of him. "I am Ling He from the Lingxiao Palace. I did not know who you were back at the Divine Ocean, but now let's be acquaintances." Ling He nodded lightly at Yi Futian. He seemed to be rather friendly. Yi Futian glanced at him. That day, Ling He was especially overbearing and arrogant, but he will not be hostile towards someone who showed no malice, and so he also lightly nodded in response. However, he did not say much more either and only responded in courtesy. He did not intend to be acquaintances with him. Seeing Yi Futian's attitude, Ling He's heart turned a little cold, but he did not show it. He thought that this prodigy who joined the Wangshan Watchtower was probably feeling pretty cocky at that moment. "I am Qin Qing from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow." Qin Qing also nodded at Yi Futian. "I am Yi Liunian." Yi Futian nodded in response. He decided to show a little more friendliness to Qin Qing because Qin Qing did not act in such an unforgivably rude manner the other day. It was certainly not because she was beautiful. In a certain place in the crowd, someone was looking at these two parties conversing. They were the people from the Turtle Deity City Lord's office. They heard what the two groups were talking about. After all, they did not intentionally try to avoid interfering, so they roughly understood some things that were happening. This Ling He was so superficial. Yi Futian probably did not know what Ling He had done. "Yi Liunian," a low voice echoed. The person who spoke was Ling He. "I've heard that Brother Yi once displayed unrivaled power at Wangshan Watchtower. With those skills, you defeated all the virtuosos from the Yenyun continent and even beat the great Yen prince with one strike of your sword. If I had known of Brother Ye's prowess, I would certainly have been far humbler back at the Divine Ocean." Someone secretly looked at Ling He, with some idea of what was going on. Yi Futian's eyes also narrowed slightly as he glanced at Ling He. He saw that Ling He's eyes carried an easy and natural smile, as though he highly admired Yi Futian. However, this made Yi Futian feel extremely uncomfortable. The virtuosos from the great Yan ancient royal family had also all arrived. There were so many of them just a distance away. For Ling He to say it in such a way, was he praising Yifutian? Or was he humiliating the great Yan ancient royal family? Of course, with the grudges between him and the great Yan ancient royal family, Yifutian had already offended them, and so he didn't care if they were humiliated. He just disliked how Ling He behaved. If it was someone else, they might be sincerely praising him, but Ling He definitely was not. From his behavior at the cliff, Yifutian could tell that he was highly arrogant and domineering. Even though he was humiliated, he left without saying anything. A person with such a personality would never sincerely praise Yifutian, a person who had beat him not so long ago. Indeed, hearing what Ling He said, a faint aura of the great path reached over from afar. The virtuosos of the great Yan ancient royal family looked over, and someone had even started walking over. Yan Dongyang was standing right at the front, and beside him was a practitioner who was older than him. The practitioner had an extraordinary aura about him. He was luxuriously clothed in long brocade robes. His entire body emitted an air of nobility. It was as though he was a real dragon. Yan Hanxing, the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. He is a level 9 Run Huang. Li Changxing told Yifutian telepathically. Yifutian looked towards him. This Yan Hanxing gave off an extremely intimidating pressure. He had handsomely sharp and chiseled features. He looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. He was the strongest among his generation of great Yan ancient royal family princes. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. Yan Hanxing walked over, and instantly, many people stared at him. Quite a number of them had heard the news of the battle at Wangshan Watchtower. The great Yan ancient royal family led an entire army of virtuosos from the Yenyun continent to attack them, but they returned in defeat. In particular, Yan Dongyang had been defeated by a single sword strike. It was highly humiliating. Everyone knew that Ling He's words were undoubtedly a little sensitive and hit a sore spot. However, no one said it out loud. The great Yan ancient royal family had always been overbearing and tyrannical, so there was almost no chance that they would tolerate their loss of face. Everyone around kept silent. When Yan Hanxing stopped, he did not look at Yifutian but rather turned to look at Zongchan. To the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, Yifutian was but an insignificant junior, even if he was also a Renhuang. After all, Yan Hanxing had been cultivating for many years, and he had also been at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level for a long time. Naturally, he would not lower his status to deal with Yifutian. I heard that Zongchan had broken through to the high Renhuang level, so I sent Dongyang to send our regards and at the same time experience the strength of the practitioners of the Dongshao continent. I hear that you still have a perfect great path even after ascending to a high-level Renhuang. Congratulations, Yan Hanxing said with a rather hard tone as he looked at Zongchan. He gave off a faint pressure that caused discomfort to everyone around him. In particular, those with a low cultivation level felt a very strong pressure. It was not the might of the great path. Rather, it was a formless aura that emanated from him. Thank you, Zongchan replied with a smile, seeming quite casual about it. With his cultivation level and a perfect great path, even a level 9 Renhuang virtuoso would not be able to give him a strong pressure. A level 7 Renhuang with a perfect great path. If we are talking about combat abilities, that should be very comparable to a level 9 virtuoso. Yan Hanxing looked at Zongchan. I am quite expectant of how strong your gate to world suppression will be after you have become a high-level Renhuang, and just how much you have inherited from the Millet Emperor. Zongchan smiled. You'll definitely have a chance to see it. That person from the Badlands has yet to arrive. Having proven your path, I wonder if you can defeat him, Yan Hanxing continued. His tone made the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower very uncomfortable. It gave off the vague feeling that he was the senior speaking to a junior. Even though if one considered the amount of time they have been cultivating, Zongchan indeed was Yan Hanxing's junior. With how much Zongchan had achieved, he was no longer inferior to him. In fact, he had greater potential. Why don't you ask yourself your chances of victory if you fought with that person from the Badlands? Li Changxing said from the side. Yan Hanxing glanced at him. Zongchan smiled silently. He was thinking of the exact same thing. Yan Hanqing's attitude made him a little uncomfortable. Even though he was a level 9 Renhuang, he may not necessarily defeat that person from the Badlands. Who wants to know? Why not just try? You'll get your answer that way, said a strong, deep voice from afar. Many people looked in the direction into the distance and saw someone descend onto Turtle Peak. The aura from this column of people was terrifying. Most of them were dressed in black, and they gave off a formless, intangible pressure. Practitioners from the Badlands Divine Palace of the Badlands continent, Yifutian thought to himself as he looked at the row of practitioners. They should have come from the western Badlands continent, which was a rather remote place in the Donghua domain. The Badlands Divine Palace was the protector and absolute ruler of the region. After numerous generations and experiencing many cycles of prosperity and decline, it was still surviving. The virtuosos from the Badlands Divine Palace have also arrived. The surrounding virtuosos looked towards them. The Badlands continent was the most remote, and the Badlands Divine Palace did not have many ties with the other factions of the Donghua domain. Many people were still wondering if they would come at all. It seemed that no one wanted to miss Emperor Shi take on the tribulations. It was even more so the case for those standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Many people looked at the practitioner of the Badlands Divine Palace who spoke. He was dressed in a black robe, and a somber aura emanated from him. His pair of eyes induced fear in whoever looked at them. It was as though whatever he looked at would rot and wither in an instant. No one knew his true name. Everyone only knew that he was the Badlands Divine Palace's desolation of this generation, the heir to the Badlands Divine Palace. The Lord of the Badlands Divine Palace was given the title of the Desolate God. Even though they were not god-level virtuosos, the Badlands Divine Palace had a very long history. It was said that in ancient times, people with such levels of cultivation had existed before. Furthermore, they had very ancient relics that were passed through numerous generations. Thus, they named themselves the Desolate Gods. The heir to the Desolate God was known as the Desolation. This was very similar to the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. They also claimed to be founded by a god-level figure. Most of the top-tier factions in the Divine Prefecture had very ancient roots. Wangshan Watchtower, on the other hand, had a much shorter histories. It was founded by the Millet Emperor himself. Desolation glanced at the Yan Hanqing who was speaking just now. A terrifying aura swirled around inside his pair of demonic, pitch-black eyes. It was like he was provoking Yan Hanqing. "Do you want to give it a try?" Desolation asked Yan Hanqing. Hearing his words, many people let out a slightly eager expression. The most powerful people from various continents had arrived. Only that Titan who was governing them all was not present. However, they should have all arrived. It was just that they had yet to show themselves. Now, only that person from the Domain Chief's manor has not yet arrived, many people thought. Before Zongchan, there were 3 people whom everyone most expected to become one of the most powerful figures in the entire Donghua domain. Among these 3 people, one was from the Domain Chief's manor. Among the other 2, one was the Desolation from the Badlands Divine Palace. As for the other one, was the lady beside Qin Qing who previously told Qin Qing of Yi Futian's identity. She was Zhang Yueli, a disciple of the Lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, who was also known as the Sword Goddess. Zongchan was the 4th person to achieve such heights. A gathering like this would definitely rouse excitement. Many people were staring at Yan Hanqing. How would he reply to Desolation? Yan Hanqing turned around, and his sight settled on Desolation. Even though he had a perfect great path, Yan Hanqing was, ultimately, still the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. He was an especially powerful character. Even though he was facing Desolation, his eyes still carried a noble look of arrogance. He replied nonchalantly, "You are still a junior. It would not be fair for me if we sparred. You might have a chance if you advanced to the 8th level." Before breaking through to the high-level Renhuang, his divine will was also of a perfect grade. He was off by only one small step, so certainly he was not a typical level 9 Renhuang either. "I thought you would attack me head-on," Desolation replied. glancing casually at Yan Hanxing. After that, he did not even look at him. It seemed that in Desolation's eyes, this crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family was not worth his attention. Those who caught his attention must necessarily be those who were similarly outstanding. In other words, those who had a perfect great path. Desolation took a look at Zhong Chan, and when their eyes met, everyone felt a tinge of rivalry. However, apart from the leaders of various large factions, Zhang Yueli should be the strongest in the entire Donghua domain among all the other virtuosos. She was already at the pinnacle of the level 8 Renhuang. If she broke through to the 9th level, the divine palace of fluttering snow would become significantly more powerful. However, for people like them who have already arrived at such a high level of cultivation, breaking through to the next level was extremely difficult. The difference between any two levels was almost like a moat that could not be crossed. At that moment, the mighty pressure in the skies became even more intense. The clouds and winds shifted, and from the cultivation grounds of Emperor she emerged a row of people. They looked at the virtuosos gathered in front of them and said, "The practitioners from top-tier factions of any continent are welcome inside. As for the rest, please remain in the outer circle." Everyone understood what he meant. It seemed that Emperor Shi could feel that his tribulation was arriving and invited the virtuosos in. However, he only extended an invitation to the practitioners of the various top-tier factions. Nonetheless, they all understood. Emperor Shi was kind enough to allow everyone to stay on Turtle Peak. Even if all of them wanted to enter, there was not enough space to contain all of them. "Thank you, Emperor Shi." Many people responded. One after another, they walked towards the people who emerged. The conflict here was temporarily resolved. At the top of the Turtle Peak was a villa shrouded in an ethereal deity aura. There were quite a number of structures built here. It was the residential area of Emperor Shi and his protégés. The area was huge, and when Yi Futian and his friends entered, they saw that it was already filled with many people who were chatting about casually. Millet Emperor. Yi Futian's sight settled on a particular individual. The Millet Emperor had already arrived along with a few other extraordinary characters. They were likely practitioners of the same level as the Millet Emperor. Everyone understood that these were the titans of the Donghua domain. They arrived inconspicuously. No one noticed their presence from the outside. Furthermore, no one dared to use their divine consciousness to peek into the cultivation grounds of Emperor Shi. This showed extreme disrespect to their seniors, so no one had the guts to do it. Yi Futian looked at where they were standing and located the person standing in the group center. That person was dressed in very simple robes and looked to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he seemed to be alive with energy, and he certainly had an extraordinary air about him. He chatted with a smile on his face, and the feeling he gave off made people feel very comfortable. It was as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. Interestingly, one could not feel any aura from him. It was like he was just an ordinary human. However, if he was standing here, there was no way he was just any ordinary human. Emperor Shi, Yi Futian thought to himself. He was someone who had a perfect great path and was about to experience the tribulations of gods. According to what Li Changxing said earlier, there was no one in the Donghua domain who had overcome the 3 tribulations. No one had even overcome the first tribulation. This was uncertain only for one person, and that was the manor chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. Li Changxing mentioned that no one knew what level the manor chief was at, and no one knew if he had overcome the great path tribulations of gods. However, none of the other virtuosos had ever overcome it before. Setting aside the matter of overcoming it, basically, no one was eligible to even experience the tribulations. After all, one would only have the chance if their great path was perfect, and in the Donghua domain, a vast majority of virtuosos were fake emperors. Thus, once Emperor Shi managed to overcome the tribulations successfully, he would most likely become the number 1 person in the Donghua domain. If the domain chief manor's chief concealed his power, then he would at least be the number 1 practitioner apart from the manor chief. With such a level of cultivation, he would be considered a top-tier character even in the entire divine prefecture. When everyone arrived, they all looked in the direction of Emperor Shi. In return, Emperor Shi also looked at the crowd before him. With just a glance, everyone mistakenly felt that he was looking at each of them. Emperor Shi had a kind smile on his face as he spoke to the crowd. I haven't been to the outside world in such a long time, so I have not yet met the junior practitioners of the Donghua domain. Ever since the Age of Chaos back then, Donghuang the Great unified the entire divine prefecture, creating the Age of Peace that lasted for numerous years. Now, with every passing year, more outstanding juniors have emerged, and it has only been a little over 300 years since the unification of the divine prefecture. I believe that with time, there will be a greater number of especially powerful figures who, like me, will experience the tribulations. In the Age of Chaos, there were too many prodigies and top-tier factions that were destroyed. It was only in the recent 300 or so years that the world had become far more peaceful. When all the powerful and famous figures managed to survive till now, there would be more virtuosos in the world. These juniors are still a long way from Senior Emperor Shi. In this generation, there are only a few people who have managed to forge a perfect grade divine will when ascending to the high-level Renhuang. An elderly man smiled. It is the same for every generation. When the next generation attempts to break through to the high Renhuang level, more influential people will emerge. Emperor Shi smiled. Indeed, in the next generation, there are many with great potential distributed across various factions. They are all very exceptional. Didn't Zhong Chan from the Wangshan Watchtower succeed not too long ago? Someone smiled, causing many people to look toward the Millet Emperor. Zhong Chan is indeed not bad. The Millet Emperor smiled. Looking at Zhong Chan, he said, Zhong Chan, come over and meet Emperor Shi and your seniors. Yes, teacher. Zhong Chan nodded lightly and walked towards them. Stopping in front of them, he bowed and said, Junior Zhong Chan pays his respects to Emperor Shi and seniors. Emperor Shi nodded. You're still so young. Certainly, in the future, you will become more powerful. Who are the other powerful juniors in our Donghua domain now? There are Zhang Yueli from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, Desolation from the Badlands continent, as well as the son of the Manor Chief. The three of them achieved a perfect grade divine wheel as high-level Renhuangs before Zhong Chan, said the leader of the Nanhua clan of the Nanhua continent with a smile. He had an otherworldly air about him. He looked at the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow and the Badlands Divine Palace. Both Zhang Yueli and Desolation were there. Zhang Yueli pays her respects to Senior Emperor Shi. Zhang Yueli bowed lightly. On the other hand, Desolation bowed to Emperor Shi across the air without saying anything. The practitioners of the Badlands continent were all loners and arrogant. They were very used to being alone. Towards Emperor Shi, however, Desolation still maintained a level of respect. It was his respect towards a virtuoso. This was someone who was going to overcome the tribulations of gods. It was a goal that he was going to pursue in the future. Emperor Shi nodded at the two of them. He asked Zhang Yueli, Did your master not come? Teacher says she will come. Zhang Yueli responded. As they were talking, a powerful aura permeated the region from afar. In the next instance, a beam of sword radiance descended in front of Zhang Yueli. A sharp-looking woman appeared. She had a rather cold air about her. Standing there, she was like a sword. It was like she was one with the heavenly path. She was the lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow and the sword goddess of the Donghua domain. This sword goddess was honorably known as the top swordsman in the entire Donghua domain. Since Emperor Shi was going to experience the tribulations, I must attend this event, the sword goddess said. I thought the same too. After all, you will also have such a day in the future. Emperor Shi smiled. The sword goddess was also a top Renhuang with a perfect great path and one of the most powerful people in the Donghua domain. Previously, this sword goddess was among the top 3 in the ranked list of the most powerful figures in the Donghua domain. The sword goddess did not respond to this comment. Emperor Shi looked at the people behind her and said, It seems like powerful characters will emerge from the next generation of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. In the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, apart from Zhang Yueli, who had ascended to the high Renhuang level with a perfect great path, the other direct disciples of the Palace Lord, Chu Hanqi and Qin Qing, are both middle-level Renhuangs with a perfect grade divine wheel. They will surely have a chance, too, in the future. The next generation of the divine palace of fluttering snow is indeed exceptional, someone said with a smile. The person who spoke was the Lingxiao Palace Lord. He was dressed very lavishly and had an extraordinary air about him. There are many exceptional people in the next generation of the Donghua domain, and even disregarding the domain chief's manner, various factions have influential characters of their own. Furthermore, the divine prefecture is so vast and boundless, we might not even know of many prodigies who exist, said Zhang Yueli, who was standing behind the sword goddess. She seemed to want the divine palace of fluttering snow to avoid catching everyone's attention. I've also heard that Ling he had met a rather powerful person on the divine ocean continent. He is the descendant of the supreme deity Donglai, right? The Lingxiao Palace Lord said as he looked at the Millet Emperor. The Millet Emperor and the Donglai goddess furrowed their brows slightly. The supreme deity Donglai used to be one of the few standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world before he was murdered. His death was a very sensitive issue. After hearing his words, the eyes of the overlord of the great Yan ancient royal family turned sharp, and he glanced at where Yifutian was standing. I was only lucky to be able to enter Eastern Deity Island and obtain the favor of the Donglai goddess who took care of me. Yifutian smiled, noticing that everyone was looking at him. He glanced at the overlord of the Lingxiao Palace and saw that he was smiling back at him. However, the smile made him feel very uncomfortable. He did not want to be in the limelight. Today's main character was Emperor Shi. With his low cultivation level and lack of any strong backing, what was he supposed to do standing in the limelight in the presence of all the top-tier factions in the Donghua domain? You are too humble, the Lingxiao Palace overlord smiled. Considering your current cultivation level as a middle-level Renhuang, with what you have achieved previously, you can rank at least among the top 3 in the Donghua domain. As he finished speaking, the way that many people looked at Yifutian instantly changed. Yifutian furrowed his brow. Is he flattering me? He thought to himself. Furthermore, the other party was of an extraordinary status. He was the Lingxiao Palace overlord and one of the most influential practitioners in the world. Being given such high praise from this man, not only should Yifutian not refute it, but he should thank him for it. This made Yifutian extremely uncomfortable. With all the top-tier factions in the entire Donghua domain present, what was his motive in praising him so highly? Yifutian bowed lightly and said, Senior, you flatter me. My cultivation is still rather superficial. I certainly do not deserve such high praise. The last time when I met the prince of the Lingxiao Palace while comprehending the way at the Divine Ocean, I noticed that my own demeanor is far behind his. What are you talking about, Brother Yi? Ling he said. It was you, Brother Yi, who managed to comprehend the secrets of the cliff at the Divine Ocean. I was only lucky. Before, we had some disagreements when comprehending the way. When Brother Ling bluntly said that we were wrong, we felt shamed by that extraordinary aura and strong confidence that you exuded. We recognized that we were inferior, and Brother Ling's aura certainly overpowered ours. Even our mindfulness of the path was a little damaged. It was only after giving our all in our struggle that we managed to decipher the secrets of the cliff by accident. I still have to thank Brother Ling for sparking our potential. Yifutian replied with a slight smile. He treated Ling He with the same exaggerated praise. It was as though the person who lost then was him and not Ling He. Indeed, hearing Yifutian's reply, Ling He's looks in his eyes became a little strange. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Yifutian. Was he mocking him? At that time, Yifutian did not in the least bit behave in a cowardly way. In fact, he was very overbearing in his response. You too. There is no need to argue over this. At that moment, a silhouette walked out from behind Emperor Shi. He looked at Yifutian and asked, Was it you who managed to decipher the relics left behind on the cliff? Yifutian looked at him. The person was rather large, and his long hair was untied and flowed behind him, giving off a rather wild feeling. To Yifutian, he gave off similar vibes as Emperor Shi. He was another prominent character. Furthermore, this person was standing behind Emperor Shi, so Yifutian could almost guess his identity. I was just lucky, Yifutian replied. Not bad. The man nodded. Back when I was comprehending the way at the cliff, I carved those markings casually. I did not expect that anyone could really decipher and comprehend it. You have unlimited potential. With this sentence, he had hinted at his identity, the thunder-punishing Skylord. Yifutian bowed lightly. I gained quite a bit at the cliff. Thank you, Senior Thunder-punishing Skylord. This was your opportunity, so there is no need to thank me. The thunder-punishing Skylord replied casually. He seemed to be rather impressed by Yifutian. The rising generation is to be reckoned with. Emperor Shi looked at Yifutian. He then smiled and said, under the rule of the great emperor, more and more prominent figures will surely appear in the divine prefecture. As long as the age of turmoil did not return, the number of cultivators would increase. Many exceptional figures would certainly appear with each passing generation. Compared to back in the day, the current environment of cultivation was so much better. What Emperor Shi says is true. After the great emperor unified the world, he ordered the powerful cultivators to spread their teachings in the divine prefecture, causing martial arts to prosper. Now, we have many extraordinary figures in the Donghua domain, and Emperor Shi is also facing a tribulation. It is indeed worth rejoicing. A voice called out from afar. The crowd saw a group of figures walking over. Their leader was draped in a white fur coat. He appeared immaculate. His smiling gaze was full of vigor. Behind him, there were many cultivators. Each of them was a prominent figure. The chief has arrived, Emperor Shi said with a smile. We were wondering whether you would grace us with your presence. We never imagined that we would see you so soon. Ling Shao Palace Lord stated with a smile. Many people extended their greetings. The Donghua domain chief's manor consisted of the people sent to the Donghua domain by the great emperor. Nominally, the chief was the ruler of the Donghua domain and maintained the order within the domain. However, in the cultivation world, domain chief's manor rarely intervened in matters of the outside world. They were even less likely to interfere with the affairs of the top forces. They merely ensured no major incidents occurred. The world was too big. They could not manage all of it even if they wanted to. The world of cultivation had its own rules. Emperor Shi is facing a divine tribulation. How could I possibly miss it? The chief said with a smile. I also get to meet all of you here. Almost all of the top figures in the Donghua domain have come. It is a rare occasion. The arrival of the domain chief drew attention away from Yifutian. He was also sizing up the domain chief and the cultivators around him. After the domain chief arrived, many top figures greeted him. The relationship between the giant figures of the Donghua domain was somewhat delicate. Although Donghuang the Great ruled the divine prefecture, he did not directly control the various forces. Back then, in the original realm, from the relationship between Princess Donghuang and the other top forces, Yifutian caught some hint of this. However, how powerful was the domain chief of the Donghua domain? Was he the most powerful person in the domain? The Millet Emperor had previously planned to let Yifutian enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate. It would be much safer that way. Yifutian was also considering whether to head to the domain chief's manor. However, at a glance, he could not tell what sort of person the domain chief was. At that moment, Chief raised his head and looked up into the sky. The pressure of the great path grew stronger and stronger. The weather changed, and divine signs appeared. The sky above was enveloped in a suppressive aura. Dark clouds surged over from tens of thousands of miles around. It seems that I came at the right moment. Has the hour of reckoning arrived? Chief asked as he looked at Emperor Shi. Soon, Emperor Shi replied as he nodded. Before the tribulation arrived, I only had a faint premonition of its arrival. Now it has come. As he said this, he glanced around at the crowd and said, Everyone, please vacate your seats and set up your defenses. Although this tribulation is aimed at me, I am worried that some of you might accidentally be hurt. I hope all of you will keep your guard up. Many thanks for Emperor Shi's reminder, the crowd replied as they nodded their heads. Next, in their own groups, the various cultivators gradually left their seats. The top figures walked ahead of the rest of them. The aura of the Great Path surged from their bodies. They were prepared at every moment. It is coming. All of you should stand back. Emperor Shi instructed the crowd behind him. The crowd immediately retreated. Emperor Shi raised his head and looked up at the sky. A terrifying aura coalesced. In the sky above, clouds of catastrophe surged rapidly, becoming more and more frightening. It is still gaining momentum, Yifutian commented as he raised his head and looked at the sky. This divine tribulation of the Great Path seemed to have a life of its own. This aura made Yifutian feel as though he was suffocating. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. A divine catastrophe could not be compared to this power. The Millet Emperor stood before the crowd and said, "We'd better retreat further back and give Emperor Shi some space." As he said this, the group of figures continued retreating backward. They were already beyond Turtle Peak. They stood in mid-air as they looked over where Emperor Shi was at. A powerful aura came from the Millet Emperor's body. It appeared to be an absolute domain of the Great Path that shielded the crowd. On Turtle Deity Island, almost all the cultivators were now looking up at the sky. They saw the terrifying clouds of catastrophe circulating above and gathering at Turtle Peak. The entire world seemed to turn dim. This scene was absolutely astonishing. Many people revealed astonished expressions when they felt this aura. Someone said in a low voice, "Will Emperor Shi be in danger?" The aura in the sky made them tremble. It was too frightening. If this power descended upon them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Emperor Shi's cultivation is high. Few people in the Donghua domain can compare to him. "He will be fine," someone else replied. The person seemed very confident, but the look in his eyes was serious. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Emperor Shi was the legendary figure of Turtle Deity Island. No one wanted anything to happen to him. If Emperor Shi successfully faced this tribulation, he would then undergo another metamorphosis. There was a chance that he would become the strongest figure in the Donghua domain. Even the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island wanted to witness such a miracle. Beyond Turtle Deity Island, in the Divine Ocean, the people who were not on the island were also looking up at the sky. This terrifying scene could be seen far and wide. At this moment, the Divine Ocean continent had been stirred up. The cultivators of this continent could see the strange changes in the sky. Of course, the aura they felt was weaker the further away they were from Turtle Deity Island. It was not as terrifying as it was on the island. All the clouds of catastrophe were surging towards it. On Turtle Deity Island, thunder-punishing Skylord raised his head and looked into the sky. Dark purple light of catastrophe was gradually accumulating in the heavens above, shining down upon them. It contained destructive power that was frightening beyond comparison. Cracks of the Great Path seemed to appear in the space. The cracks were frighteningly deep. Even thunder-punishing Skylord felt an intense sense of caution well up in him. This was a divine tribulation. The Great Path would not tolerate Emperor Shi. The laws of this world did not allow for Emperor Shi to exist. This was also thunder-punishing Skylord's first time experiencing such power. As he watched the frightening destructive power that was constantly gathering, he gazed ahead and saw Emperor Shi standing alone in midair. His long robes fluttered around even though there was no wind. A divine aura of the Great Path emanated from his surroundings. Right now, Emperor Shi was battling the very heavens itself. The terrifying light of destruction descended from above without a sound or presence. It blinded the eyes of those around. Many people could not resist closing their eyes. The blinding light tore apart the space. It directly descended and struck Emperor Shi. There was no terrifying rumble that people expected, only destructive power. Endless destructive light circled Emperor Shi's figure, seemingly tearing apart and destroying his body of way. At that moment, Emperor Shi's long hair danced around. There seemed to be destructive silver snakes wrapping around his figure. Terrifying cracks of the Great Path appeared in the space around him non-stop. Down below, Turtle Peak was instantly turned to dust without any warning. It disappeared just like that, as though it had never existed. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts tremble. The various top figures blocked off the excess energy. The divine tribulation was like heavenly punishment. In the sky, an even more terrifying aura gathered, growing more and more horrifying. Many people were looking up into the sky. There seemed to be the swords of catastrophe. They pierced down from the sky above and penetrated this part of the sky. There was nowhere to hide at all as they chased and stabbed at Emperor Xi's figure. Rumble. Emperor Xi's long hair danced wildly. His clothes were torn, and his figure appeared to be penetrated by the light of catastrophe. He actually threw up a mouthful of fresh red blood. However, he still had a resolved look in his eyes as he looked up. There was an unprecedented determination in his eyes. After cultivating for 1,000 years, he finally waited for this moment. How could he allow the tribulation to destroy him? Since he had chosen to walk this path, he was destined to transcend this world and rise above the world order. Buzz! Emperor Xi's figure shot up into the sky. As the crowd watched with astonished gazes, he charged up directly into the sky and entered into the storm of destruction. In an instant, he was swallowed up by the raging vortex.